began to slow down the global economic growth. Then came COVID, and that completely disrupted everything from whatever global supply chains there were, to trade, to production. And again, the impact was huge in the global context. And immediately after that, we had the problem in Ukraine. And that has again affected the global economic scenario, particularly for fuel and food and fertilizer. We have weathered it very well, but some countries have taken a really hard hit, and including the developed countries in Europe, where inflation is roaring and growth in economy is stagnating to turning negative. And finally, you have the much slow-burning fuse, you might say, of climate change and what it's creating. And while the disastrous impact in global sense may take some years, we are seeing huge localized impact because of extreme weather conditions. We've seen it in our own country with exceptionally heavy rains in some pockets of the country, causing flooding, causing problems. And those of you, including friends here from Bangalore, would recall how Bangalore turned into a lake, the whole city. It used to be called the city of gardens, city of lakes. The whole city became a lake. And Bombay goes through it practically every year, but for Bombayites, that's a bit routine. Chennai has gone through it for the last few years. And our neighbor Pakistan went through a very, very severe form of severe weather conditions. Losses estimated at $30 billion or more. So climate is not something to be taken trivially. It's not some long, distant future of saying, you know, there are these esoteric discussions about warming, global warming, 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees, and what does it mean? But it's here and now and affecting us very seriously. Therefore, the 3 C's of, COVID, climate, and conflict have created a huge disruption in the global scene. Now, this is, of course, in many ways unfortunate, but as we always like to say in our advice to others, that every problem, every challenge is an opportunity. And very truly, for India, this is an opportunity, because the global geopolitical scene has changed drastically, with the West very concerned about what Russia is doing and where China is headed. Most of the companies, after having seen the kind of supply chain disruptions thanks to China's zero COVID policy, but also concerned about Chinese dependency and growth, have started to look elsewhere. And every company is talking for China plus one policy. This has potential for India, obviously. Some countries have captured it even now. Countries like Vietnam, for example, have done very well in moving a lot of the electronic manufacture from China to Vietnam. Countries like Malaysia also are doing well. We've been a bit slower, but we've accelerated. And to me, it seems this is a big opportunity in the years to come, that as technology companies, for production, also for markets, and for a whole host of other reasons, begin to look consciously away from China and begin to look at where else. And the where else question to me has only one real scalable long-term answer, and that is India. So to me, it does seem that this is India's time. So long elaboration on that, but to me, India's time and technology make this India's decade, a technical decade, where we really look at what technology can do. How can we develop it? How can we innovate? How can we use it? And how can we begin to capture world markets even as we serve our own market and improve the life of our people? So I think these are the big opportunities that come in this decade, which is why this seems to me very decisive. And if we can get this going, we are going to be on a sort of positive momentum, a positive feedback cycle, which is going to drive us forward. As we saw in the period of the first decade of this century, when as growth accelerated, as incomes increased, as government revenues increased, it was all fed back into a positive feedback loop that led to greater growth, more investment, more consumption, more production, more investment. And I think that feedback loop is going to be set in motion, has already started, but we need to push hard. We're now looking at 6 to 7% growth, but that's not enough. We need 8% plus. And that's really of concern, that how do we ensure that? But let me put a reality check here briefly. Even if we have 8% growth continuously, year after year, from now to 2050, we will be in current currency terms, current exchange rates, and lots of ifs and buts, but comparing like for like and not taking nominal growth, but real growth, we will be at between 25 and $30 trillion, which is huge, it's big. We are not even at 4 today, just over 3. So phenomenal growth from 3 or 4 to maybe 30, maybe a little more. But I think we need to be clear on 2 things. One is that the 40 billion by 2040, which somebody has said, is possible depending on what you assume. You count inflation, you take nominal or what, but comparison 1-to-1, where we are today, exchange rates today, or not even today, 2 years back when the exchange rate was better in our favor, to a growth of 8%, will take us to not very much more than $30-35 trillion by 2050. At that time, if the Chinese economy grows only at 4% over the next 20-25 years, so half our growth rate, right now they're worse off, but they should be able to manage 4%, they will yet be double our size. So we need to again put this in context that even with phenomenal growth, we are not going to be number 1, but we are going to be big and large and very important, both economically and geopolitically, provided we can drive that growth. And what is going to drive this growth? We talk of demographic dividend, and I won't dwell too much on that, but that comes about only if the demographic dividend, the huge bulge in the youth and working age population, is skilled and productive. If they're unemployed, they're not going to be productive. In fact, they're going to be a problem. And if the numbers are very large, it could result in social problems and disruption, and therefore a negative feedback cycle on the economy. Every time you have a social disruption, production goes down, economic growth slows, jobs go away instead of adding and go. So while the opportunity is there are yet issues which we need to tackle seriously. And to me, partly as an optimist, but partly at having looked at history and what we've been able to do, the answer comes from technology. Let me first say it's not a silver bullet, it's not a magic solution, it's not the prescription that will solve all our problems, but technology, combined with the capabilities we have in other areas, combined with proper, you might say, social policies, would enable us to use technology to create wealth, to create jobs, to create employment, and most importantly, to create equity and inclusiveness. But this requires, as I said, a lot of shaping and doing. The first part is easier, to create wealth from technology. I'm pretty sure that will happen. In fact, almost certain it will happen. But where does it get distributed? Does it create greater equity? Very importantly, does it create more jobs? Because you can't afford to have 100 million people jobless and expect that our social fabric will stay what it is, especially if it's continued joblessness. People today are far more conscious, far more active. I talked of the positives of what you can do today with apps on a cell phone. That can also be a negative if things begin to get out of hand. So it seems to me that we have to plan our policies properly. Technology will drive it, but unless you shape it, unless you make that vector go in a particular direction, it might be a loose cannon that takes off in ways which are not desirable. So to me, it seems that we need to make sure that we combine these very well. The technology drive with a lot of other things that help us to use that technology, with policies that make sure that we build in inclusiveness and equity, because only that can assure the kind of long-term growth we need over 30 or 40 years. It's not a matter of seeing what's the growth next year. It's really looking long-term. So to me, that's the kind of perspective which would matter as we go forward. So technology will help us in what I like to think of as the 5 E's. I talked earlier of the 3 C's: conflict, COVID, and climate change. There are 5 E's in which it seems to me that technology would be a huge contributor. The first is economic, and I spent some time talking of that already, so I need not dwell further on that. The second is really in relation to what you might call employment in a broadest sense, and that covers jobs, it covers livelihoods, it covers a whole host of other things. So that would be the second. The third would be something which I've spoken a little bit about, which is empowerment. And that would include things like ensuring good health, ensuring education, ensuring equity of information and knowledge, because a lot of the inequities in our society come from unequal distribution of knowledge. If I know something you don't, then I have power over you. If information is equalized, then we deal in equal terms. Take the simplest example, a farmer selling his produce to a middleman who then takes it to the city and sells it. If the farmer has no idea of the prices in the city, his bargaining ability is zero to small. So there is, therefore, a sharing of information which builds for equity in a larger place. And this is what technology enables us to do, which is why, again, I'm excited about technology. Because today, with technology, the same knowledge about what the prices are in the 5 nearest mandis to you, where your grain can be sold, or the 5 markets where your flowers can be sold, are known to the farmer, then even that small farmer has the ability to negotiate. His small size may be a constraint, and then you have to build in social things like combining it, like building cooperatives, like integrating these and then taking it to the market. But the very fact that the farmer knows the price in the various markets around enables him to negotiate better. And I think that is part of what I would consider as empowerment. The third is, or the fourth E, having talked of economic growth, empowerment, and employment, the fourth E would be entrepreneurship. And this is something which drives technology, but it's also driven by technology, as we're beginning to see. The startup culture in India is very strong, but it's not just tech startups. I think there's a lot more there than purely tech entrepreneurship. There's entrepreneurship, a whole host of other areas where you see, even on roadsides, all kinds of interesting things being sold by one-person self-employed entrepreneurs. And I think that is something that can create livelihoods, especially if we can upgrade what they do, the value of what is being done. And there, innovation is a key. Innovation, not just in technology, which is what most people imagine when you talk of innovation. In fact, India's special genius is in innovation on business models. Few countries have been able to do what we have in terms of innovating business models, which create use of technology and create value. And you can think of example and example after that. I mean, take the simplest, most known, most famous example of sachets, starting with the shampoo sachet. But think of all the small sachets which are available today, and the integration of that market at the bottom of the pyramid, which is what technology enables you to do. So you have a market which is around the country, but you integrate it so you know what it is, and then you build in appropriate things to get there. The business model of being able to do that is what cracked it. It wasn't, there's no great technology in making small sachets of shampoo or of anything else, but the business model did it. Look at another business model which is different and very Indian. The missed call. This is a negative business innovation, you might say, because the poor telecom company loses a lot of revenue. You want to call, you come in a car, you get dropped off here, your driver parks somewhere, you say, I'm ready to go, I want to come. You don't have to call up and speak to him and say, come here. Just give him a missed call, he turns up here. You don't pay, he doesn't pay, your job is done, technology enables that. The phone company might, be somewhat unhappy, but that's different. It's a business model for you, right? So we are very good at inventing. I can give you 20 examples of this. We're very good at doing this kind of thing. So given a technology, and I hope we will innovate and create new technology and new products there, but given a technology, we are unique in being able to create business models that capitalize on it. Let me give you one more from the IT industry, which is ancient and all of you probably know about it. In today's routine, nobody even thinks about it. Some person, in this case it happened to be an American, but it could be an Indian, but I think he or they, there were 2 or 3 of them, thought of it only because they were in India. Said, look, a lot of people around the world, and this is, remember, early 90s actually, have their secretaries in the next, just across the wall, helping them with all kinds of stuff. But what are the jobs a secretary does? And they found that 90 to 95% of jobs can be done not by sitting across the aisle or sitting across the wall, by sitting anywhere. So they just moved the secretary's function to India, serving CEOs in the US, doing everything, making appointments, taking calls, listening to notes, doing everything except taking the coffee there. And secretaries no longer do that. They don't take coffee to their bosses. I don't know if any of you do that. That's gone. But everything else can be done remotely, as long as you have a good data connection, a reliable one, and continuous working. In addition, you could have this as a 24/7 service. So the CEO in the US decides he wants something done and sends it off to India, and before he or she is back in office the next morning, it's done and delivered and ready to be printed or to be seen on screen here. Because out here, persons work, well, 24/7, but when it's night there, it's day here, so it makes it easier. A more sophisticated form of this is to do R&D in critical areas where time is important, vaccines, drugs, whatever. And you build expert teams around the world, position them in different places, and you have experts don't work 24/7 at night. But because they're in different time zones, you have virtually a 24/7 team, which is working 3 times faster, therefore. So you cut down the time. And these are the business models which leverage on the technology of telecom, of reliable communication, of having computers and everything else. But basically, they're business models. And I think we are very, very good at that. So I see tremendous scope there for India to innovate, create, and do something very, very new. Finally, the last E, empathy. This is tricky because it can be positive and sometimes negative, driven by technology. And that empathy comes from, again, to use a brand name, WhatsApp. You send messages across and you begin to know other people. And the dream, the hope was that this would build cross-cultural, cross-segmented understanding of each other. Because you talk to various people, not just your neighbors, but somebody far away, somebody anywhere. Some of it began to happen, much of it does. Unfortunately, much of the social media today has come to another an echo chamber, where you're hearing your own amplified view. Partly, and I think they are to blame for this, the big companies that run these platforms amplify, they study you, analyze you, thanks to all the new technologies like AI, and then give you back what your view is, slightly amplified. So you connect, and you get downloads, and you get prompts for all the things that match with your views, sometimes made stronger. And this becomes an echo chamber where you're hearing yourself louder and louder, which is anti-empathy, you might say. But I'm yet hopeful that we are seeing the pendulum swing in one way today, where many of these social media are creating problems. I'm pretty sure it will swing the other way, and we'll go back to what the initial dream was, that social media and indeed technology will help to link and connect people from diverse culture, diverse nations, diverse castes, diverse religions, whatever, so that you have more social harmony. But that's yet to be seen. But so these are the 5 crucial E's which are driven by technology. Certainly economic growth, coming from industry, coming from all kinds of things, empowerment, whether it's information, health, education, just getting in data that you want. It can be employment, again driven by the kind of technologies I mentioned, ranging from employment in large-scale organized industry to self-employment using technology as a tool to increase your business. Entrepreneurship, partly again livelihoods, partly innovating, creating new things and creating businesses, which then create jobs. So important for jobs also. And finally, the empathy part, which is the social fabric of our country and where it is. Technology, I think, can enable all this, as I said, as it moves further. As we begin to look at newer technologies, not only AI, ML, but things like virtual reality or augmented reality, which will help a whole host of areas, visualizing, seeing, being there, and translating into the metaverse. Again, some pluses and minuses, but the kind of use for both individual learning and for organizational would be very, very high. You can talk of drones and Web 3.0 or IoT and what it does to industry. And coming ahead, quantum technology, which is both quantum computing and quantum communication. To me, it does seem that these technologies are going to help to transform this and make this India's decade, and therefore a decisive one for a further growth and progress. Let me stop there at this point of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Karnik, for that invigorating start to InfoComm 2022. May I request you to kindly take your seat here? And I will request Mr. Harish Agarwal, partner, E&Y, to come on stage for an interactive session with Mr. Karnik. A very warm welcome to both of you. And over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Tina. Very good morning, everybody. For the last 30 minutes, sir, I was sitting there watching you speak, and several things that you mentioned it was just going through my mind, and some scenes from my own life were reflecting. One of the things that you mentioned was the missed call thing. And I remember being an active user of the missed call technology, and I had this code with my now wife, then fiancée, where she was supposed to pick up the phone only after 3 calls, 3 rings, because 1 ring meant something, 2 rings meant something. After 3 rings, she was supposed to pick up the phone, which was really important. So, thank you, sir. I think you spoke on behalf of many of us. So, Mr. Karnik, I'd like to ask you a few questions, and I've been, reading your latest book, as I was telling you earlier today. I'm halfway through it, but I'm going to pick, you've written 9 themes in the book, and I'm going to pick 1 or 2 themes from that, and just ask for your views on that. One of the 9 themes is technology, and we obviously belong to eastern part of India, which in the last few years has not been, near the other parts of the country which have really pulled ahead economically because of usage of technology. Bangalore obviously is ahead. Everybody talks about the big technology companies that are based in Bangalore, but more importantly, all the shared services that have come, the captives, the global captives, they're significantly present in Bangalore, followed by NCR, Pune, Hyderabad. We seem to be slightly behind. And what's gone is gone. But sir, in your opinion, what can we do? What's the next wave that is coming which we can use to pull eastern part of the country ahead?
Very good question, Harish. And I worry about this because, some of you may know, I've been a great promoter of trying to get the IT industry to come here to Calcutta, but indeed the whole of the East. And I'm always worried about why it's not happening. And we'll talk of that later. But I think your question is very valid, that analyze the past and learn from it, but what of the future? And I'm seeing great possibilities here. And I'll tell you why, Harish. This is the future I mentioned just at the end in 1 sentence, quantum computing. And to me, the future is going to be much more in areas where are deeper in terms of computer sciences, which really comes down to mathematics. And I have seen for many years that this place in the East, and I would particularly say Bengal, rest of the East, yes, rest of the country too, but Bengal, in some ways, and I do want to draw a comparison here, like parts of Tamil Nadu and parts of Hungary, seem to have a special sense for mathematics. And, may not be as much as culture and philosophy, but certainly mathematics is big here, which is why the ISI first came here. So as we move into a new realm where mathematics, newer technologies which are based on maths and sciences rather than on engineering come to the fore, as software like AI becomes much more important, the possibilities of what can happen in the eastern region, to me, are very, very high. Because this is a region in which the sciences, even in the past, if you look back to, whether it's Jagdish Chandra Bose or I won't name all the others, you see a lot of science out here. You don't see, engineering industry is strongly here, but you don't see as many engineers who have become so prominent here. And even the engineering, and this I may be misreading, people who've been here for many, many years, and I know you've lived here long, can probably contradict me. But engineering in Bengal and the eastern region has not been as aspirational as it has been in the south. Therefore, those who are very bright have tended to go into, literature, into humanities of one kind or other, into art, rather than choosing engineering. And therefore, the areas of the country which were strong on engineering in terms of both aspiration, therefore high quality students, and therefore quantity, won the battle for the initial phase of the IT industry and the tech industry in general. Today is changing. The combinations also of multidisciplinarity have become important. And more, even core IT itself is beginning to understand that when you talk of AI, you need not just computer scientists, you need psychologists, you need sociologists, you need guys who know the brain, neural things. And I think this is the time for this part of the country to pick up on some of these not necessarily to give up on the engineering or the hardware, which was traditionally here in the 50s and 60s, but to look at newer areas and see what can we do to create the kind of quality and quantity of human resources that helped particularly the South, but some parts of the West to take off.
Thank you, sir. That's very, very helpful. And you rightly picked up that besides, I think, our understanding of math, there's great understanding of art and, the softer side. I think content-wise, a lot of things can happen here. So I'll move on and I'll stay on your 9 topics for a while. You spoke about, in your book, you talk about education. And I've got 2 questions on education. Increasingly, there's a trend among the elite in our country to send their children abroad. And many of them are not going to come back. I see a lot of senior people sitting in the room who've spent some time abroad, but then they came back to this country to help our industry grow. But many of these young people are probably never going to come back. So what is wrong with our education system that we are not able to hold on to our bright talent? Because we are basically sending our future away to the West.
I have some drastic thoughts on this, Harish. And, I think part of it is our high degree of centralization, uniformity, which we enforce. So if I can call it that, the quota factory, produces more people going into IT than anybody else. And they're all, frankly, molded in the same way. And let me spend a minute on giving you my favorite analogy. Many of you may have heard it because it is my favorite. I was doing some interviews for very high-level scholarship. Young people, very, very bright, from the, you might say, the creme de la creme, the IITs, IIMs, many of them IIT plus IIM. And, one would expect that you have a fairly broad range of people coming here, especially in the IITs, because IITs, till a few years back, even the fees were not that high. It was very much based on merit. So you'd expect entries from all over. And I just, as a test, asked a large number of these people, who is your role model amongst current Indians? Remember, this was more than 10 years ago. And, 8 out of 10 answered President Kalam. Now, first, I was thrilled because, he's the kind of person who I think very greatly of him. I've had the good fortune of working closely with him, so I know him personally too, that helped. Then I thought a little more about it, and it struck me that this was what I have called elsewhere the secret answer, or the Mother Teresa syndrome. Some of you will recall in the late 1990s, we had a whole bevy of young Indian women who won international beauty contests. And as you would know, if any of you ever watched it, the last question which determines who's the winner from the top 3 or top 5 is who's your role model. And the simple answer which every Indian woman gave was a no-brainer, Mother Teresa. And they would win the award straight away. I'm not saying they were not the best. They were the best, I think so. But this, what does it tell you? It says either everybody thinks so genuinely, which is great, which was my reaction first to the answer of President Kalam. The second answer is what the quota factory does, that either you're taking in people, and what the IITs do, either you're taking in people through a template which is very fixed. Therefore, they all think the same and give you the same answer, which is terrible because then you're getting people who think alike. Worse, maybe places which coach them tell them this is the desirable answer, the correct answer. So you fired people's brains into giving only one kind of correct answer. And to me, that's terrible because you get no diversity, you get everybody thinks alike. And then to me, it defeats the purpose of education. Education is not about answering questions. That's important. You have to know the answer to lots of stuff. What's 2 plus 2? You must know the answer is 4. But you should also answer questions. You should question the answers. So your job is not just to answer questions, but to question the answers. Is that really so in all contexts? Is it true? Why is it so? And that is what makes for innovation and newness. And education, as opposed to training, is about that. Training is where you tell somebody, do it this way, and you want them to do it that way. And that's not our genius. That's East Asian. That's their culture. You go to a factory in Korea, China, Taiwan, you see the same. They work uniformly as they're told to do. Go to a mass production factory. We are terrible. We say, I'm doing this, why should I do it this way? Why can't I do it that way? Why can't I have a tea break? Why can't you do it for me while I go out somewhere? We think like that. How can we leverage on that instead of being stuck with saying we are indisciplined? If you drive on the road, half the people, when there's a traffic jam, will drive on the wrong side of the road. Terrible, chaos, indiscipline, but think positively. What can you do to leverage that? So what does it show? It shows a mind that's thinking differently. Everybody's waiting here. What else can I do? How do I get ahead? How do I beat the system? Missed call to your girlfriend.
Absolutely.
Beating the system. So if we are good at beating the system, how can we leverage that? That is innovation. What is innovation? Which is why I titled my book on innovation, which is not this one, Crooked Minds. Crooked not as in cheating necessarily, once in a way that helps, but crooked as in not thinking the straight way, thinking some other way, a devious way, positive way. So I think that is what education is about. And to me, education of the future, whether you use technology or classroom or offline or whatever way, is really about that, of thinking differently.
Sir, following up on that, education in our country is very controlled. Particularly K-12 is very controlled, which has now led to the proliferation of the quota factory. There are these apps which charge a arm and a leg. You think privatization of education, the way it's happened in the West, the universities are private, schools are private, would that help change?
Harish, I don't think that by itself matters. What matters is autonomy in education. What privatization has done there, lots of people look at it as privatization, which is true. But it's not just privatization. It's not privatization in a given framework. It's the freedom, because you're private, to do what you want. Here you can't do that. First of all, a private university has lots of constraints. But the biggest constraint is saying you can only do these courses and they can be certified only in this way. The UGC will send a team to look at how many departments you have, what's your lab space, how much things do you have. Everything else which measures quantity, but sends a standardized template. So they come to a medical college, which we desperately need here, and say you need, X number of beds in the hospital and something else, which means I can never set up a medical college in a city, in the middle of a city, because there's no land. So I have to go somewhere far out, or I have to find other ways and charge a lot of fees. So I think we need more diversity in our education and far more autonomy, most importantly, and freedom. Privatization doesn't matter whether it's public or private. But as far as schools are concerned, I do believe that basic education should be a free good. And privatization means high fees, then we've got to find a way of state supported.
Thank you, sir. With that, I think we come to the end of our session. It's been an honor, sir, talking to you this morning. And I look forward to staying in touch with you.
Thank you very much, Harish. And sorry for the long answers. Cut down your questions.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sirs. Mr. Kiran Kanik and Mr. Harish Agarwal, may I request Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO of AVP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present mementos to both our guests here today. And here is Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO of AVP Private Limited, presenting a memento to Mr. Kiran Kanik. Thank you very much, sir. And to Mr. Harish Agarwal. Thank you very much for that very interesting session. We thank both our guests present here. May I request you to take your seats in the auditorium. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a spotlight session with Mr. Sunil Gavaskar and Mr. Gundappa Vishwanath. If you have any questions, please put your hashtag AskSunnyVishi and hashtag Infocom Calcutta 2022 and put it into our website. So your questions will be answered then. So we'll now go on to the next theme keynote, The Age of Changemakers, Redefining Leadership. And today we are indeed very privileged to have with us our esteemed theme keynote speaker, Mr. Amitav Ray, Managing Director, Ericsson India Global Services Private Limited. But before I call him onto the dais, here are a few words to introduce him. Mr. Amitav Ray is the head of Global Service Centers and Managing Director of Ericsson India Global Services Private Limited. His key role entails continued growth of the global service centers in India, Mexico, Romania, and China, with a rich experience of leading diverse groups of clients in both private and government sectors in Asia, Europe, and the US. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands in welcoming our theme keynote speaker, Mr. Amitav Ray. A huge round of applause for him, please. And a warm welcome to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. If the mic is on. All right. It's indeed a privilege to come here and meet all of you. Not only that, to listen to such rich content from various speakers. And I have been really, really privileged to attend many of these Infocom sessions. Today, I am going to talk about the theme of this 3-day conference, Age of Changemaker, and what new leadership requirement we see coming or emerging out of the current situation. I'll start, I'll take you back to 2019 in December, about 36 months back when we started the Infocom on 5th of December that year. Is this clicker on? All right, so 5th of December, as I said, and the theme that time was leading in a VUCA environment, volatile, uncertain, complex, and with a lot of ambiguity. The reason, and this is me presenting in that session, opening session, I'd like to say that ABP Group and the Infocom organizers are really, really visionary. And what happened a couple of weeks after that, that entire world got into a lockdown scenario. So let's look at a couple of these dates, and then I'm going to link this, or try to link it with the technology and how technology actually helped us during this difficult phase. And we actually did not take the advantage of technology, unfortunately, which actually made us aware that what is going to happen. This company, AI company, artificial intelligence company called Blue Dot in Canada, actually in December 2019, first time predicted a different kind of pneumonia spreading from a wet market in Wuhan. And they were tracking lots of social media data, and they are tracking data from people traveling from one place to another through airlines and other means. And they predicted that something unusual happening here. And we did not listen. And March 11, 2020, next year, WHO announced that we are into a global pandemic. So technology actually helped us to, or reminded us that there is something we should worry about, which we did not. Take another recent example. And this was in December 2021. Maxar Technology, a US-based satellite imaging company, first time said that something goofy happening in and around Ukraine. Russia is mobilizing huge amount of armory in Crimea and in Ukraine border. Again, we tend to skip that and then thought that things will be done. So we did not listen much about this US space technology company Maxar. And what happened? Nearly 11 months down the line, Russia invaded Ukraine, and we heard from Mr. Karnik that what kind of impact it created in our life and society everywhere around the world. Other interesting part, if I look at this particular prediction, and even after Russia invaded Ukraine, and a lot of technology company, and they are primarily AI-based companies, predicted that what is going to happen or what is in the future. Nobody listened, and company after company went on with its business as usual, driving business out of Russia. As we speak, this month, over 10,000 multinational companies left Russia, and they had a huge challenge going forward in terms of how do they balance that part of the business. We heard from the morning session that what is happening today in and around us. So what changed over the last few years between the last Infocom we were here and today? In the last Infocom physical event in 2019, we talked about the VUCA world. We also said that uncertainty is nothing new in our life. In 2008, we faced uncertainty. In 2012, we faced uncertainty, primarily driven from economic challenges, and how business and us as IT organizations took advantage of that, how we helped our customers all around the world to come out of that downturn. Now, this is a chart which basically shows the World Uncertainty Index, and you will see how things are changing, one after another thing. I believe it is not only COVID. It started happening with the Brexit in UK, and that has created the first ripple of this current uncertainty. What is different today is these challenges, which Mr. Carney kind of explained, which brought us into a future without a past, have created too many interconnected, locked events together, and which is going to be, business as usual for us, I believe. We talked about climate change, and this is something real. We talked about global inflation. So what happened? We had Ukraine war. That created an energy crisis. That created, the COVID created inflation because a lot of government all around the world started printing notes like there is no tomorrow and started distributing it as free goodies. And then that triggered inflation post-COVID. And now the Fed and all other reserve banks in our country also, they are hiking interest rate, and that is creating challenge for business to grow. So it is going to drive towards recession, and climate change is almost certain to be going to be here and going to interrupt our future plans. And what I would like to say that there is a need from us as business leaders in IT industry and in every industry, I would say, that start looking at things in a very, very different way. And that's what I think is redefining leadership in the age of change maker means to me, that what we have done so far is not going to work anymore. And various reasons are there, and I'll tell you one of the reasons is the people we are dealing with. The number two reason is the environment we are going to work going forward. In IT industry, we have been very fortunate and we have been very happy to keep ourselves away from politics. What is happening, and I'm going to tell you this, that politics will become a very important integral part of information technology. What we do will be driven by geopolitics, and therefore politics is definitely a part of it. Where we can do business will be driven by geopolitics, and with whom we'll do business will also going to be driven by geopolitics. And this is something which we'll have to learn and try to adjust ourselves, because we are not very comfortable with this idea of, I'll have to find a market based on our political affinity. I'll have to find a customer, or I'll have to find a collaborator based on with whom our political connections are good. So the network of tomorrow, business network, connectivity, that network is going to change. It will be done based on with whom you think your country can do business. We heard a little bit about protectionism came into play, and that's going to be a very, very important aspect as well. So what we as business leaders of tomorrow are going to do, we'll have to redefine leadership, and we'll have to start looking at new jargons like nowcasting. We are very much familiar about things like forecasting. Forecasting is about the future. Hindcasting is about the past, and nowcasting is about now. So business leaders will have to be comfortable taking business decisions based on the nowcasting. I gave you a couple of examples, right? Like what is happening globally today is available to us on a real-time basis. Companies are scanning data from social media to airline traffic to bank data, your credit card, from different slices they're making out of that data and doing this nowcasting. There are companies who are doing it very well, and there are companies who are not doing it so well. So that will define who is going to win in the new world with the new realities. People who can adapt to this, the change makers who can adapt to this new realities of the new world. Supply chain disruption, we talked about it in the previous session. We'll talk about it, I'm sure, later. But there are companies who are changing the way people used to think, or the business leader used to think. The Toyota, I'll give you one example. They invented just-in-time. And now they are not talking about just-in-time anymore. What they are talking about is just-in-case. What is going to happen tomorrow if there is a bomb, a nuclear attack happen in some country? What is going to happen if there are, disturbance happens in other parts of the world? So based on these things, I think we'll have to start recasting our ways of thinking. And I will give you the last example, which is about people. We work with people in IT industry, primarily with thousands and thousands and millions of people. Our people have changed. And things are changing so fast. Some 1 year. Lost this mic. Okay, every person is to think about, okay, what is going to happen with this great resignation? The great resignation is not a big deal today. Now, the big deal is now everybody is saying, okay, companies are firing people 6 months down the line in hundreds and thousands in numbers. Now, how we are going to save our job? And see how things change very, very quickly. I recall, in my younger days, the thing I used to hear from my parents, you cannot say that to your kids anymore. They said, okay, listen, don't change jobs too often. Rolling stone gathers no moss. And if I tell it to my son, he'll say, Dad, rolling stone keeps themselves shiny. You'll have to learn that. You have to change job, to learn new technology, and do things in a very different way. Curiosity kills the cat. We learn. And now in business school, we spend thousands of dollars to learn how to stay curious throughout your life. It is no longer curiosity kills the cat. There are hundreds and thousands of such examples available. That new way of thinking with Gen X, Gen Z coming more into the workforce, we'll have to start reinventing ourselves to stay relevant in this world. The role of the change maker will have to be very, very, important to keep these things in mind. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amitav Ray, for that very interesting presentation. May I request Mr. Uman Thomas, National Head, Advertisement Sales, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Amitav Ray. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence. We always look forward to this speech. And here is Mr. Uman Thomas, National Head, Advertisement Sales, ABP Private Limited, presenting a memento to Mr. Amitav Ray. Thank you very much, sir. We request you to take your seat in the auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the leadership keynote. Run digital transformation at the core of your business. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO, Yota Infrastructure. I will take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Sunil Gupta. Known as the data center man of India, Mr. Sunil Gupta has built and operated the most third-party data centers in India. His efforts have been instrumental in India's data center growth story and have been recognized in the industry in the form of numerous accolades on domestic and global platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together while I welcome our leadership keynote speaker, Mr. Sunil Gupta. And here he is, Mr. Sunil Gupta. Put your hands together for him. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I was just trying to figure out the technology for all this, so it took some seconds to come here. Good morning, Suprabhat, Namaste. Just day before yesterday, I was speaking on a similar forum full of CIO friends in Bangalore, and the topic I was speaking on was supercharging innovation, the new forces of innovation. And I beg to differ with the opinion of many people when I said that in today's day and age, where everything in our personal and professional life has become digital, and Mr. Kiran gave a lot of examples of that, innovation and digital transformation, the boundaries have practically blurred. They have practically started meaning one and the same thing. And let me try to convince you how. When we say innovation in our lives, we typically say we try to do something new, something very different. We try to see things around in a different way, try to connect dots, and then try to come out with something new, which will help our company to increase its productivity, to increase its profitability, to do better things, to deliver better experience to our customers, to maybe make better ways our customer experience our product and services. This we do so that the company's bottom line increases, everybody becomes happy, and the company survives. Because if we don't do innovation, our competitor will do innovation and he will push us out of business. So it is not only for our company's betterment, but also for our company's survival. And that is what is innovation. Now let's come to digital transformation. Digital transformation also is defined as use of digital technologies so that we create something new, which is for the better productivity, for improving our profits, for doing better improvements in our company, for the survival of the company. So essentially, we can possibly say digital transformation is one subset of innovation in which we use digital technologies to innovate to arrive at the same end result. So effectively, it looks like digital transformation is some IT part, something relating to IT, which will impact some part of my business in managing the IT which runs at the back end. But as we have seen over last couple of years, especially in, when the new age digital technologies have come, where machines are talking on internet more than people like you and me, digital transformation is impacting the whole of the organization in much more ways than what we imagined when all this started. It is impacting the way organizational hierarchies are working. The difference between the top and bottom and the way they communicate is blurring altogether. It is impacting the way our customers are talking to us. It's impacting the ways customers want to experience our product and services, whether it is physically in our showrooms, where they also want to experience the virtual thing when they are experiencing the physical things also, whether it is virtually on our website or in a mixed way. It is impacting how we create our products and services. It's impacting how we improve the productivity of internal processes. It is impacting the way we do projects. In my case, possibly it impacts the way I create large data center buildings and how I can improve the delivery of those projects faster. In your case, it might be meaning how we create new software products and new features in our software products in a much, much more faster way, so that we bring those features very, very fast, something which you call as DevOps or AIOps and things like that. So digital transformation is here to stay. I don't need to sell digital transformation to any of the CIOs and CEOs in this forum today. I was reading an article in the flight yesterday, and a McKinsey quote came that organizations and the CEOs say that they can improve the bottom line of the companies by almost 10% just by having an end-to-end digital transformation in their companies. There was another scary quote in the same article, which said that in early 1900s, it used to take around 78 years for a S&P 500 company to go out of business if they are not innovating, if they are not changing and if they are not keeping pace with their competition. In today's world, that timeline has reduced to 18 years, which essentially means that if a company is not innovating, and by the way, these examples are all around us. We know how many companies which used to be absolute top of the world in their business, today no more exist because somebody, some startup came up with a disruptive idea, innovated something, created $1 billion empire, and just wiped out their competitors. So in today's day and time, possibly if we are not innovating, 75% of the S&P 500 companies may go out of the business if they don't keep on innovating, if they don't keep on bringing digital transformation to bring a change in the way they are running their businesses. One more funny quote. Mike Tyson said, everybody, all of us has a plan unless we are punched on the mouth. So digital transformation is no more an issue of we trying to bring some new products and services, trying to bring some better website, trying to bring some better UI UX. It is actually a matter of survival for all of us. And for bringing this end purpose, the end purpose which is customer delight, the end purpose can be enhanced employee experience. Yes, enhanced employee experience. In Yotta, we typically say, if you have happy employees, your customers will be happy by default. So digital transformation is not limited only to customer experiences. It is as much valid for your partner experiences, for your vendor experiences, and also for your employee experiences as well. For your optimized business operations, and again, those optimized business operations is not again just impacting the way you do your internal business operations, but they today, because the internal operations are directly connected to your external world, how your customers get served faster, is also again it's very important part of the digital transformation, and of course transformed product and services. And how you do this digital transformation to achieve this end results is by way of using a combination of multiple of the technologies which is there in the central circle. Now you will see most of these technologies we never used to talk just even 10 years back, right? Whether it is cloud computing, you call it public cloud, IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, hybrid cloud, private cloud, or a hybrid multi-cloud, which is a combination of you using multiple cloud operators, including your captive data center to arrive at different, to put different workloads on different cloud things. Whether you talk about use of IT into the OT world, that is you start bringing the data from sensors, from RFIDs, from smart machines. You bring that unstructured data, which is very different from the data we all are aware into Oracle and SQL tables, the RDBMS type of a data. You bring that unstructured data and try to arrive at that intelligence which so far was always hidden below some layers which we were not knowing. That is the word of digital transformation we are talking about. Now, as we have seen our customers and all of us, so much of startups using digital transformation, implementing digital transformation over last couple of years, we have seen the scale, pace, and trends of this digital transformation activities is itself changing. The trends itself are changing. Now, one of the trend, the first trend is, earlier we thought these are something very esoteric concepts. They may be successful, they may not be successful. So let's do a pilot, let's do a POC. Let's put it on one part of the organization which does not impact my business as usual. So we were doing it at a smaller scale, at a predictable scale. Today, again, because we know if we are not disrupting, somebody else will disrupt us. The digital innovation, the digital transformation, the agility and the urgency of doing that has increased, and we are now doing it transformation at a scale. Either we are doing it or we are thinking of doing it. Second is, which I explained earlier, our digital transformation was limited to from automating one process in our company, let's say customer acquisition to pay or procure to pay or vendor to billing payment and things like that, which was relating to more of a structured data tables. Today we are actually becoming more agile. We are actually collecting data from so many other devices in our factories, from our operating machinery, so that we can actually have better agility, better insights, and which helps us in turn then, either bringing more automation or better ways of serving our customer. I would like to come on the second last topic, which is, I feel that there was a time when we all were happy in having one large global, possibly system integrator or a solution provider, trying to arrive at everything, delivering one master software which will do everything to automate my company. With so much of changes happening around us, with so much of innovations happening around it, and so much of things which we can do in our company, what I have seen enterprises doing is, they actually are now working with startups, most of which actually are local startups in India, which are doing so much of disruption, so much of new ideas are coming in, which are impacting or which can do a different, which can help us in doing different things in our company. So those things are coming. But that silo automation can also be harmful. So what is happening is, you actually try to do a whole lot of small innovations, working with local startups, working with your own internal teams, but then combine all of them, combine all those automations into a singular overall systems layer through the use of APIs. So you still have innovations in pockets, which can be at your factory level, at a shop floor level, at a management level, at getting data somewhere else, automating it, putting some AI logic there, but combining the benefits of all of them, connecting all of them into a singular layer by using of APIs. Now that is something we have seen in a big way. There is another thing, sorry, I may take 5 minutes more. There is another thing which we can see, and this is one thing which I can talk from a different angle. How do we indigenize ourselves? I think Mr. Kiran was talking about that. As Indians, we are still, while we are localizing our data in India, but that data is still being used by people who might not be Indians for many other benefits which do not come to us as Indian citizens. Can we, and that is something which in the global current geopolitical scenario, which is Russia, Ukraine, where one country got isolated because rest of the world did not favor it, if tomorrow that happens to India, because India also has started taking a lot of stands, what will happen? So can we actually become self-sufficient even by the way of the core IP, core IT, the IP of the core IT which we all use? And that is where possibly it is very much important that the technologies of digital transformation which we all use, whether it is by startups or by others, is actually more indigenous, more local, and we become much more self-sufficient. There are trends across of digital transformation, whether you call these as drivers of digital transformation or whether you call them as outcomes of digital transformations, but there's so much of data around which actually makes all of us as proud Indians. Today, out of our population of around 140 crores, 90 crore people are actually connected to internet. And by the way, out of the 90 crore, more than 60 crores are actually using smartphones. And that is where this whole turnaround of even a vegetable vendor or a rickshaw puller also says, कि sir मेरे को cash मत दो, मेरे को Paytm कर दो या मेरे को GPay कर दो, right? That is all because of that entire revolution. In UPI transactions, by the way, India is the largest in the world. The amount of transactions we do for making those small 10 rupee, 20 rupee payment, we are more than double of China, which is a distant second, and we are more than 5 times that of US and rest of the world. And again, you can see in terms of our e-commerce market. And one thing, I think Mr. Kiran was talking about, how Indians are so adept at using technologies, and not people like you and me, it is people at tier 2 and tier 3 cities also. Given a good technology is a good rate, हम उसको यूज करना शुरू कर देते हैं. So the same thing happened with computer adoption in 90s, same thing happened in 2G, same thing happened in 3G, it happened in 4G, and today we are very sure that once 5G start percolating in our lives, within 4 or 5 years, we also will see more than 50 crore 5G connections, and we'll be very happily using it for various means for our personal lives. Same thing we can see in enterprises, whether it is cloud adoption, whether it is SaaS adoption within cloud, Government of India adopting literally digital transformation in a huge way. If I just give a small example of projects which are coming out from Government of India, besides obviously CoWIN, Ayush, and many other projects, all our electricity meters are going to become smart electricity meters connected to a wireless connection, so that our usage data goes directly to a backend systems and gives us bills automatically. Now this smart meter project itself, which all the state governments are trying to do for over 30 crore houses in the world, that itself will be one of a huge revolutionary project which Government of India and all the state governments are doing. And you can have thousands of projects like this. So we have a huge digital transformation. Besides what has already happened, huge digital transformation coming our way. And by the way, you might have seen the newspaper reports today. RBI has come with the central bank digital currency today. The virtual currency, the real digital rupee, has already come in, which obviously today will be limited to some very wholesale transactions, but ultimately it will come in our lives, in consumer life as well. Now, when I used to talk about all these trends in various events for the last 2 years, my end conclusion summary of all these trends used to be, if we have to support digital transformation and this type of growth in India in a big way, and we have to lead this, India will need a huge underlying infrastructure which supports this digital. And that infrastructure is end devices, which is sensors and mobile phones, the network in between, which is 5G and fiber, and the backend data centers and cloud, right? Even today, despite almost 3-fold increase in data center capacity in India, high quality, good quality data center being made by industry in India, even today, India is 1/10 of what it should be. If we just measure the data center capacity divided by the population of a country, India is almost 1/10 of what a US is, what a Europe is, or what a Singapore is. So there's a long way to go to create infrastructure in India. By the way, another quote I normally say, if physical economy, 5 trillion economy, if that needs a whole lot of roads, railways, airports, malls, schools, hospital, if 1 trillion of that need to come from digital economy, the digital economy also needs underlying infrastructure, which is of data centers. And that is where people like us at Yotta are coming in. We are very new entrant in the subject. Let me say, as Yotta, I don't say these things as what we are doing. These are physical incarnation of a thought which we are having in our mind. But fundamentally, we are trying to do 2 things. Creating a very large, high quality, scalable, secure, safe infrastructure, which is either better or equal to any such infrastructure in the world across multiple cities in India, larger data centers in the prominent cities and smaller data centers in the edge cities across the country, and that is what we have done. We have launched 2 data centers in Mumbai and Delhi. Delhi one was launched just about 3 weeks back, and we are creating it in multiple different cities. We are creating edge data centers. Because customers put their businesses, they create the future growth in our data centers, we assure them by having every possible certifications, including environmental certifications, to ensure our customers feel safe and secure in our data centers. But much more than that, I wanted to focus on this slide, which is my last slide. When you are doing digital transformation, which can be very complex, where you don't want to put too much of risk when you're trying to toy with many ideas which may succeed or may not succeed. And if they succeed, they need to be scaled up much faster. If they fail, you need to fail and come out of that faster without any big liabilities. You actually need not just co-location, which typically are offered by data center operators to you. You actually need somebody who can provide every single layer of IT which runs below your digital transformation applications or the digital transformation idea. Much more than that, so many times it happens, and I have seen that in the last 2 years across my various customers' implementations which we have done, that you try to implement certain technologies to come out with that end product for the customer, and suddenly you find there are certain things which you cannot do, a customer cannot do, and there's a gray area. Now at that time, as a partner, whether you take a case, sir आप अपने आप कर लीजिए, इसको हमें नहीं आता है, या ये तो सर हमारा काम नहीं था, or whether you take a big picture, this particular customer or this particular organization is doing something which is great for its customers, for the country, and I as a partner, instead of taking it as a problem or as a not my job, I have a clear opportunity to get into that unknown area, serve the customer somehow by bringing some other customers, by other vendors, partners also, and deliver the end results. That is where I think that gaps comes in most of the projects in India, when the small things fall through the crack and the end projects do not get implemented. That is what as Yotta we are trying to do. While we are creating large physical data centers, we have created a huge range of product across the value chain, from data centers to network to our own cloud services, application services, security services. But when you implement the project for the customer, it has to be end-to-end. Anything which is falling through the crack, anything which does not fall into this, can you also serve that along with your partners and delivering the end result to the customer? This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm here for the next 3 days, and we can have an interaction on the counter outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil Gupta. May I request Mr. Suman Banerjee, CHRO ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Sunil Gupta for this very interesting session. Thank you, sir. And here is Mr. Suman Banerjee, CHRO ABP Private Limited, presenting a memento to Mr. Sunil Gupta. Thank you very much, sir. We request you to take your seats in the auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start off with this next very interesting Zoom session that we are going to have, we have a recce for the inaugural session, which is going to happen right now. So the governor's guards and a very cute dog has come in to do some check here. So we'll just take a couple of minutes, so please bear with us, and we're going to start off with the next session immediately after that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to this leadership keynote, Scaling and Transforming Organizations. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Nikesh Arora, Chairman and CEO of Palo Alto Networks. He's going to be live with us from California. Mr. Nikesh Arora is the Chairman and CEO of Palo Alto Networks. And he joined as the Chairman and CEO of Palo Alto Networks in June 2018. Before joining Palo Alto Networks, Mr. Nikesh served as the President and Chief Operating Officer of SoftBank Group Corporation. Today, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Nikesh joining us live from California. And we also have with us, as you can see, Mr. Harish Agarwal, partner EY India, moderating for this session. A very warm welcome to both of you, and I hand over the session to Mr. Harish and Mr. Nikesh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Tina. Good morning, everybody. Again, people who are in the room, and good evening, Nikesh. It's pretty late. I think nearly 10 p.m. I would imagine in the Bay Area. So thank you for joining us this late.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I'll set the context, Nikesh, and if I'll ask you a few questions if you're okay. I think the last 3-4 years have been quite tumultuous. The earlier speaker, one of the earlier speakers, Amitabh spoke about the VUCA world, how we had 3 years ago when we had the Infocom, the theme was the VUCA world, and then obviously COVID-19 happened. But if I was to look at the last 5 years or 6 years, even before the pandemic, we had a lot of uncertainty in the global markets, economically, technologically, changing consumer tastes. The supply chains got reconfigured before the pandemic, and then obviously after the pandemic, we had huge deficiencies in the supply chain. We've had a huge war on talent. We've had the Great Resignation, which is now, I think, coming under control. So I think with all of these, Nikesh, my first question to you was, how do best business leaders like yourselves manage through such disruptions?
Well, first of all, Harish, thank you very much for having me, and everyone, thank you for allowing me to do this on Zoom. You're right. Look, we've gone through a lot of changes, I would say. I think I would posit that disruption is a constant. There's always something going on that leaders have to embrace, whether it's at a global level, whether it's a pandemic or a potential recession coming up or supply chain constraints, or at a micro level within your own companies, or whether it's in your own market. So there's always something that we have to deal with as leaders. And part of the opportunity here, part of the challenge is you've got to figure out how do you embrace it, and are you constantly adapting your strategy depending on what new information shows up. Now, as you appreciate, the challenge is we have about 14,000 people who work at Palo Alto Networks now. They're expecting strong, consistent direction and leadership, because you can't make them get buffeted by everything that happens every morning. If they wake up in the morning, they hear there's a supply chain crisis, do we change our strategy? Tomorrow they hear there's a pandemic, what do you do? So our jobs as leaders is to find a way of both having a very strongly articulated vision and North Star to our teams, at the same time being nimble enough to be able to make sure that you're adapting the strategy. Well, the team needs to hear certainty. So the challenge is, our job is to take all that uncertainty, find a way of creating certainty for our teams. It's our job to embrace that disruption or that constant change and find a way that we can give reasonably clear, consistent, longer-term direction to our teams, because teams cannot change every day, every week, every month and say, well, we're going to do this today, we're going to do that tomorrow. When you start doing that, you create way more disruption internally, don't end up getting any outcomes. So I think part of the opportunity and challenge, as I said, is for us to embrace that disruption, find a way of creating certainty for our teams, whilst trying to internalize that uncertainty ourselves as leaders and chart a clear path.
Thank you. Thanks, Nikesh. Just continuing on the same thread, obviously the need for cybersecurity went up significantly in the last 2 or 3 years. So on the one hand, we had shortage in supply, and in your case, the demand went up significantly. So, a company like yours, Palo Alto Networks, how did, you personally guide your company through these disruptions? it'll be great for our audience to hear some of those steps that you took.
Well, first of all, let's give some context, right? So for those of you who don't know Palo Alto Networks, we are the largest cybersecurity company in the world. We employ about 14,000 people. We operate in 150 countries, and we're about a $50 billion market cap public company today. And as part of our opportunity, our job is to secure both nation states around the world as well as corporations around the world from potential cyber threats and cyber attacks. Now, what happened is at the beginning of the pandemic, as you rightfully said, we all went online. Everything shut down. You didn't have stores. People had inventory stuck in stores. The only thing that was working was online. So, and the entire focus of the business became, if online doesn't work, our business is not going to work. And that put a lot of pressure on technology departments. I think that actually accelerated the adoption of technology by 2 or 3 years because everybody had to make everything work on their mobile phones, on their laptops. We all had to engage in touchless behavior. Everything was being transacted in every part of the world using technology. Now, that was one effect. The other effect was everybody started working from home. So you have suddenly a situation where we would go to work, we were working in our offices, and you had to secure the campus or secure the office buildings. But today, you have to secure every employee sitting at everyone on their home. So in our industry, we call that the explosion of the attack surface. I'm no longer restricted to office buildings or offices or data centers. I am now in every employee's home because I'm supposed to protect every edge of the network that effectively is where you're accessing technology from. In case you're offering that capability to all of your customers, I have to be in everybody's customer's home to make sure that they don't get attacked or hacked, which might cause my systems to get attacked. So in that context, those are the things that were happening from a technology perspective. As you said, the demand was going up. At the same time, we had ourselves to deal with. We had employees who just woke up one morning or told, don't come to work for the next 4 weeks. That's where it started. Apple announced, Palo Alto announced, you all announced, for the next 4 weeks, you are going to work from home. And they never came back for 2 years. So what that did, not just from a technological level, that put a tremendous amount of uncertainty in our employees' minds. And the challenge was, I firmly believe that if you have uncertain employees, if you have people who are nervous, they don't do their best work. If you want their teams to do their best work, you have to provide them certainty, as we talked about. So me and our management team embarked in this program called Flex Work, and we went out and told our employees, we are going to create certainty for you. Nobody is going to lose their job at Palo Alto Networks. Come what may in the pandemic, we, the management team, are standing behind you. We will give you the certainty. You make sure your families are safe. You make sure you're comfortable where you are. You make sure you can deal with the pandemic from an economic, from a health perspective. We'll make sure that your employment is secured. That small act went a very long way in our journey of trying to become the largest cybersecurity company. We had one of the most dedicated, focused set of employees because they knew their job was to come every day and get their stuff done, come as in show up virtually on Zoom or whichever platform that they were choosing to work with us on, whether it was Teams or WebEx, whether they're talking to customers. And that sort of went a very long way. Coupled with the fact that suddenly, cybersecurity demand went up because technology demand went up. So we're effectively a correlated demand function based on how technically adapt aware your infrastructure is becoming. So from both those perspectives, we had to create certainty for our teams. We have to increase our productivity whilst working remotely. And at the same time, we had to make sure that our customers were getting what they need. And I think long story short, in the last 3 years, we've been able to double our business. And we're now slated to do about $7 billion in revenue. And about the beginning of the pandemic, we did about 2.5, give or take.
Thank you, Nikesh. Looking forward, I think, obviously Palo Alto Networks came out, much stronger through the pandemic, and like you mentioned, I think, you kept your employees charged up and, provided great service to your customers. But now heading in, there is this talk of, at best, a soft landing in the US, maybe a hard landing, so there's talks of recession to a great recession. How are you equipping your company and, keeping your employees charged up as you look into the next 12 to 18 months?
Harish, that's a great question. I don't think, I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but earlier this morning in the US, the Federal Reserve came out and said that they think that the interest rate hikes may have to slow down, or we may get a lower hike in December. So the markets are feeling a bit calmer. But having said that, we're not out of the economic pressures around the world. Natural gas and oil are still very expensive. People may have forgotten there's still a war going on between Russia and Ukraine. So, by all means, there's lots of macroeconomic uncertainty, which is coupled with the increased oil price, coupled with the supply chain crisis we went through, coupled with full employment in the US, there's tremendous amount of inflationary pressure. So the Federal Reserve in the US is trying to bring inflation down. You're seeing the dollar get very strong, which has a global impact from an import-export imbalance perspective. So there's a whole bunch of macroeconomic activity. How that is translating itself is it's creating demand uncertainty in the world. We haven't had demand uncertainty in the last 2 or 3 years because the US was flush with cash, everybody was flush with cash, they weren't traveling, they were spending money. So I know that India has a slightly different set of outcomes because India did not go through some of the pressures the US went through. But having said that, there's too much money that flooded the market, so inflation is becoming a problem. Now, because of everything that the Federal Reserve is doing, we're all talking about potential recession in various parts of the world, whether it's because of high inflation in Europe because of gas prices, or it's because of the war in Ukraine, or it's because of the Federal Reserve increasing interest rates. I think this is yet another form of uncertainty, right? Now we have demand uncertainty, we have economic uncertainty. I think for the first time in many years, we've seen tech companies around the world say we're going to slow down hiring. We actually heard of a lot of tech companies saying we're going to shrink our workforce because we may not need as much employment given that we're going to have these demand pressures. So this is a different kind of uncertainty. We're pulling out the same playbook we had at the beginning of the pandemic. We're trying to create certainty for our employees. We're trying to create certainty for our employees. At the same time, it's a different macroeconomic environment, which means we have to go out there and increase our sales activity. The good news is technology demand is not going to abate. We're all going to end up getting more and more technically deployed around the world. Still, there's a lot of technical debt in the world that needs to be paid. So a lot of companies have to spend a lot of time and effort in building up more technology, which means our demand is not going away in the cybersecurity business. However, because there's economic pressures, purchasing cycles will slow down, people will spend more time thinking about things, people will spend more time analyzing things, which means you just have to be better prepared. We have to have more precise value-added capability to share with our customers. So we just have to increase the activity of our business on the front line. We have to make sure that we're closer to our customer. We have to make sure that we're deploying in a much more flawless fashion. And we have to make sure we create certainty for our employees. So that's what we're going to be doing. And to be honest, I don't think that downward cycle is over yet. I think we still have 6 to 9 months of this to deal with until we reach a point of stability from which hopefully we can build again.
Thanks, Nikesh. And we in India also hope that the US comes with a soft landing, because in India we always get the impact with a lag. So if the US gets out of it quickly, then we'd be spared it. So thank you for that. Moving on, one of our earlier speakers touched about Web 3.0 or the metaverse, and we are talking about increasing complexity geopolitically, and you are mentioning that the need for cybersecurity would keep growing. At the same time, technology is evolving. How do you, and then there is this talent shortage. So how does your company, how does Palo Alto Network recruit, retain talent?
Harish, that's a great question. Look, I think India has built a phenomenal capability and capacity in technology savvy workforce. Given the demographics in India, hopefully we can keep training people in India to be more and more technically capable, which should be able to at least solve the problem for not just for India, for many of the countries that are served by Indian companies. So that's a good thing. Having said that, I think in the end of the day, you're going to see more and more adoption of technology in every company. So, I personally believe a lot of businesses are tech businesses. Is a financial services institution a financial services company, or is it a tech company because just moving bits and bytes? So you're going to see more and more technology adopted everywhere. We had a real problem in Silicon Valley about 6 or 9 months ago because we were at full employment. And what happened is people were changing jobs pretty fast. They were changing jobs in 6 to 12 months. They were looking for greener pastures every 6 to 12 months. Now, the good news is anybody who wants to work in cybersecurity, given what we've been able to achieve in the last 5 years, wants to work at Palo Alto. And it's always nice to be the largest company in the space and the most desirable company, in which case you get a little bit of the brand benefit that people want to come work for you. That doesn't mean they don't want competitive wages. That doesn't mean, people who work for you are on the lookout for their next big opportunity because they see everybody's hiring, there are a lot of jobs open. And that was the case about 6 to 9 months ago. Towards that end, our brand, our culture, and what we've been able to achieve helped us. I think that is also changing. I think the demand is slowing down for talent, as in, we were past full employment in Silicon Valley, which means there are more jobs and less people. I think that is stabilizing, and I think that's going to stabilize more. Perhaps we might see less jobs open in the next 6 to 9 months, as we talked about. So hopefully that'll stabilize things. But again, the only way any company can manage in a situation where there's a talent war and attrition war is going to be through their brand and through making sure that you take care of employees.
Thank you, Nikesh. My next question is, there's been a lot of startup activity, and now we are seeing that these startups are also obviously, some of these startups have started gasping for funds. Is this going to lead into a next round of consolidation in the cybersecurity, companies in that whole environment?
So Harish, it's interesting. I had the privilege of, as you know, investing in various startups in India many years ago, and obviously keep tabs on the Indian market as well as, I live in Silicon Valley, so it's all around us. And I think the euphoria had gotten way ahead of the actual reality in the world. I think, companies were being formed and they were racing to billion-dollar valuations everywhere in the world, and we were all boasting how many unicorns are being created every 6 months in every part of the world. And I know I'm as sure as you probably subscribe to this, I've always felt in India, we've always been a bit more balanced about letting companies run away with valuation than we perhaps have been in the West. But I was beginning to see that some of that, I think, infectious optimism was reaching India as well, because we were also talking about unicorns in India. So I think it's a good thing. I think this is called the Great Digestion. You talked about the Great Resignation. I think we're going through the Great Digestion. People had forgotten that startups have a probability of failure, which is very often higher than the probability of success. If you look at the venture capital industry for the last 40 years, approximately 1 to 2% of the companies actually make it to unicorn status, right? You're lucky in 5% of the companies if you can't even get your money back, and you lose your money in 93% of the companies that you invest in. We've kind of forgotten that. We were celebrating every company that was being created, and every entrepreneur thought, hey, I can go out, start a company, 3 to 4 years from now, I'll take it public, and I'll retire with a house and pick your favorite, holiday city, perhaps Goa for people in India, and perhaps, Hawaii for people here. So I think that euphoria, that excitement has balanced out. Even then, though, I don't think we've still reached the point where entrepreneurs have reset their minds to the new reality, because they still are fresh from their last funding rounds. They still have some cash in the bank. So to your point, I think the gasping has not started yet. They can see that there may be shortness of breath as they go up the hill, but the gasping has not happened. I think we need to get through that moment where people realize that they need to have real business plans. They need to have real paths to profitability. They need to have real visibility into how to generate cash flows. At that point in time, they will have a choice. They will have a choice of going to the market and raising money at perhaps what is a lot lower valuation than they had. That is, if investors believe they have a real business, or they have the risk of that business going under, or if they're lucky and they have some great technology, they'll probably get bought out. But I think we're still about 6 to 9 months away from real possibility for consolidation, be it in India, or be it in Silicon Valley, or be it in anywhere, to be fair, in the startup ecosystem around the world.
Thank you so much. I'll ask you my last question, Nikesh. It's about you as an individual. What's your mantra? How do you keep yourself charged up, running a multinational corporation? There are a lot of young people here in the room, what's your guidance to them, how to stay mentally, physically fit and, prepare for the uncertain world?
Harish, I'm getting older, so the young people, the problem is I'm supposed to come to India next weekend and do the graduation speech at Banaras University. And I've been spending a lot of time thinking about how do you give advice to young people. I can see there's ample amount of older people in the room as well as younger people in the room, and all of us slightly older people have a lot more experience. The risk is if you start talking from our experience, all the young people think we're old people, that we don't know anything, because young people have to go experience life themselves to reach that experience. So I think part of what the younger people have to do, they have to take risks and not listen to us, because if they listen to us, we'll probably risk manage them away. So my only advice to young people is get up in the morning. If you feel really excited about something, go out and do it. Take a shot, see if it works. If it doesn't work, just make sure you're resilient and you get punched in the face, you go back to bed, you wake up in the morning and you try something again. If they started listening to all of us older people about what we're telling them, they probably will just go back to bed and say it's not going to work anyway, because Nikesh said half the time this stuff doesn't work, or perhaps half the older people in the room told their kids that this thing's not going to work. So I think the reason we live in a highly dynamic, disruptive world, a highly entrepreneurial world, is because somebody younger than us comes out and says, let me show these guys how I can change the world. Let me show these guys what they don't know. And very often they do, right? If young people hadn't started Uber or Ola or Oyo or pick your favorite Indian company or Byju's, you'd all told them, are you crazy? You think people are going to sit home and watch videos and learn and get education? Do you think you're crazy that a cab driver is going to show up because you text him or you have a phone which tells you where you are? So all that stuff which we could have told them to rationalize away would have not been built. So my only advice to young people is take risks, understand the risks, make sure if you get punched in the face, reiterate, innovate, and get up again. And then when you get as old as us, you'll tell people what not to do.
Thank you, Nikesh. I think this is really, really sound advice. With that, we would take your leave and we would wish you good night. We know it's very late over there, nearly 11 o'clock in the night. Thank you so much for taking out time to talk to us. And I think I'm sure all of us would like to talk to you soon at a given opportunity. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Harish, and thank you everyone for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nikesh and Mr. Agarwal. I just request you to stay on stage for some time, and I'll request Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO of AVP Private Limited, to kindly come on stage to present a memento to Mr. Harish and to Mr. Anil Valuri. He is the MD and Regional Vice President of Palo Alto. May I request you to kindly come forward to receive the memento on behalf of Mr. Nikesh. And here is Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO, ABP Private Limited, presenting a memento to Mr. Anil Valuri. He is the MD and Regional Vice President of Palo Alto on behalf of Mr. Nikesh. And here is Mr. Pradipta Biswas presenting a memento to Mr. Harish Agarwal. Thank you so much for this very interesting session. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, and we request you to take your seats in the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, in a short while from now, that is in exactly maybe 40 minutes from now, we will be starting with our inaugural session. So we will just take a little break so that we can do the preparations for the arrival of the governor. And in the meanwhile, you can have your tea, you can sit around here. We're going to have a little interaction if all of you are willing to do that. And we will come back and we will start with this session at 12:30. Thank you. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, of course, like I told you in the beginning, please don't switch off your phones. Just put them on the silent mode and connect with us on Facebook. Do like us to regularly get updates on this event. Ladies and gentlemen, here's an information. A request to all of you to please be back in the hall by 12:20. For security reasons, please be back in the hall by 12:20 because the governor's program will start at exactly 12:30. So we request all of you to be back in the hall by 12:20. Yes, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are on Twitter with the handle @InfocomConnect. You can join the conversations and tweet about Infocom, and you can share your experience with the hashtags InfocomCal 2022, the age of change makers and change makers 2022. And since we have the spotlight session at 2:30 with Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, and what you can do is you can ask your questions with hashtag #AskSunny. You can put your hashtags as #AskSunnyVishi, and you can put it onto our different handles out here, different links, social media links. Of course, we are on LinkedIn as ABP Infocom. Please join the conversations, post your pictures, post your stories. It'll be very interesting to see all your stories. And please be back in the hall by 12:20.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hey, center, level call.
সাথে বেরিয়ে যাবে।
Sarnalda?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me outside this hall, may I request all the delegates present for this conference to kindly come in and take your seats. The Governor will be here with us any moment now, and we'll start off with the inaugural session. We request you to kindly come in, take your seats, put your phones on the silent mode, connect with us, use those hashtags that we had spoken about since the morning, and connect with us, tell us your stories, post your pictures, and we are good to go for the next 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we have a spotlight session today, and we request you to quickly have your lunch in just 45 minutes, refresh yourself, and return to the hall at exactly 2:20, because we will start off with the session, the spotlight session, at exactly 2:30 p.m. So please be here by 2:20. That is post-lunch. I'm talking about post-lunch. So you need to prepare yourself to be in the hall, back in the hall by 2:20. And for now, the Governor is going to come in and the Governor is going to come in any moments now. And in the meantime, if you have any questions for the spotlight session, you need to just use that hashtag and ask your questions. And the hashtag is AskSunnyVishy, and you can put it up on any of our social media timelines. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of West Bengal is here with us. He's in the premises of this hotel, and he's going to be with us in the hall in a short while from now, in just any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of West Bengal, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose is here with us. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I also request the other dignitaries to be seated with him to kindly come forward. Mr. Sharat Sanghi, Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Mr. Sunil Gupta, Padma Shri Kiran Karnik, Sri Arvind Kumar, and Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests. Thank you very much for being here with us. May I request everyone to kindly stand up for the national anthem. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that all of us have been waiting for. On behalf of ABP Group, I would like to welcome all of you to the 21st edition of Infocom, India's top business technology leadership conference, bringing together one of the largest congregations of ICT professionals, corporate leaders, academics, visionaries, and policymakers in the country. And now I'd like to request our esteemed chief guest, His Excellency, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, the Honorable Governor of West Bengal, to kindly inaugurate the event by lighting the ceremonial lamp. And I also request our other esteemed guests of honor on the dais to join the esteemed Honorable Governor on this auspicious occasion. A wonderful start to a 3-day conference. as we pray to the Almighty for a 3-day of a lot of knowledge sharing, we are indeed grateful to the Honorable Governor of West Bengal. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, Managing Director and CEO, ABP Private Limited, and Chairman of Infocom, to deliver the welcome address. Sir.
Hello, Chair. His Excellency, Honorable Governor of West Bengal, distinguished guests of honor on the dais, and my dear friends here at the auditorium. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the 21st edition of Infocom. Vladimir Lenin once said that often there are decades that nothing happens, and then there are years when decades happen. I think to some extent we live in times which bears testimony to that. In the last 2 years, your lives and this world has been turned on its head. All of us have been affected with the pandemic in some way or the other. Infocom has been no exception. There was a time when we were worried whether we will be able to continue with Infocom when the pandemic hit us. But like the rest of the world, we were resilient, and we vowed not to break the continuity of Infocom. So we took it to a digital format, and many of you would have experienced Infocom over the last 2 years in its digital avatar. However, we were resolved. At the earliest opportunity, we will bring back Infocom to its physical format, and here we are doing just the same. Thank you so much for your support, cooperation, and encouragement to help us bring Infocom back to its physical format. I'm also particularly delighted that we were able to bring it back to its original format in this year, because this year is a milestone year for the ABP Group as it celebrates its centenary. Thank you. Over 100 years, driven by a sense of curiosity, ABP Group has been seeking answers to questions which we do not know and challenging the ones which we know. And in the same spirit of curiosity, Infocom for the last 21 years has been exploring new paradigms and trying to chart a roadmap for the IT and ITES sector in the country. The world we live in is still very beautiful, but it is broken. We believe technology will play a pivotal role in fixing that future. How, what, where, when will be decided by a group of people who history will refer to as change makers. And hence, the theme for this year's Infocom is the age of change makers who will lead us to that future. Great innovator Charles Kettering once said, we should all be concerned about the future because that is where we are going to spend the rest of our lives. I think over the next 3 days of conference, or at the end of the 3 days of conference, Infocom, through its debates, deliberations, and discussions, will paint for all of us a hopeful and an optimistic future where you and I will spend the rest of our lives. I once again welcome you to Infocom and thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Mr. Sharat Sanghi, MD, NTT Limited, India, and EVP Global Data Centers and Marine Cable, NTT Limited, to speak a few words. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. His Excellency Mr. Bose, dignitaries on the stage, and all of you. It's my pleasure and honor to be here today, and I would like to begin by thanking the ABP Group, Mr. Mukherjee, and also Khalida. When Khalida invites, you can't say no. So, to address all of you today, and also for choosing this theme, the age of change makers. Change makers dare to dream big, and they find creative solutions to seemingly unsurmountable challenges. They demonstrate leadership, not only leadership by example, but also shared leadership with other team members. They demonstrate cohesive teamwork, and also they are empathetic. I see several change makers in our audience today. You've all helped your organizations navigate the pandemic, whether it's from arranging laptops for everyone to completely shifting workplace remotely. It's a massive achievement worth celebrating. You adapted your business to a radically altered environment and successfully protected your investments, guided talents, ensured the business survival, and most importantly, secured the livelihoods of several families while also supporting emergencies as and when they came. So I'd like to begin by giving all of you and asking everyone to give yourselves a round of applause and a pat on the back. As change makers, you will create a new normal. You will become catalysts not only for your organization, but your society and your country. So I will, change makers, as I said, dare to dream big. And I think all of you, by overcoming the challenges that the pandemic faced, have demonstrated this very amply. I'd also like to touch upon some of the opportunities that face all of us today. As per a recent NASSCOM report, the global digital economy is likely to make up more than 50% of the global nominal GDP at 53 trillion. This is expected to be driven by accelerated consumption trends in digital commerce, digital payments, digital health, digital education, hybrid workplace, to name a few areas. And we know that the pandemic accelerated digital transformation, not only in India, but across the world. And we have the opportunity to build on this foundation and to use this momentum to take India to a new level of digital maturity. In the enterprise context, digitally mature enterprises can scale their digital transformation initiatives and extend the benefits to its value chain of partners. Enterprises that will be best positioned for this will have the following characteristics. I'm just naming a few of them. They will derive a sizable portion of their revenues from digital channels. They will invest in long-term technology transformation projects, not be afraid of adopting emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, AR, VR, blockchain, metaverse, cloud, cyber, and of course making all of this secure using the latest cybersecurity trends. They'll have digitized a substantial portion of the enterprise workflow, and of course have a significant pool of talent, or digital talent as I say. And with keeping all of this will also keep the ESG norms at both regional as well as global levels. As change makers, we have an opportunity to take digital empowerment to all sections of society, not only for our enterprises, but to other sections of society as well. And this can be done by harnessing the power of digital tools to enable access to services that otherwise may not be accessible to to the masses and to other portions of underprivileged society. Tremendous work has already been done by the government in this. For example, e-governance that enables access to databases and online repositories using platforms like Aadhaar, public grievance redressal, financial inclusion, which is accelerated through RuPay, UPI payments, direct benefits transfer, and Jan Dhan Yojana. And of course, digital delivery of services like education and healthcare. As change makers, we also have the opportunity to think out of the box, again, the creative solution part of change making, and develop innovative solutions to address emerging needs, not only of the current customers, but also of the Gen Z or the next generation of customers, where convenience and online experience is everything. The new crop, young blood is very, very impatient and they want answers quickly. So everything is now about customer experience. Lastly, as change makers, we are called upon to seriously consider the impact of our organizations and our businesses on societies and communities where we work and live. So sustainable development is, the UN has devised 17 sustainable development goals, and it's very imperative for all our organizations to do that. At NTT, for example, we've announced that by 2030 we'll be carbon neutral. A recent study by Oxford Economics and SAP revealed businesses recognize the potential of sustainability to unlock business value, with 62% of companies noting that it is not difficult to be sustainable and be profitable at the same time. In the same study, 60% of the respondents of India also noted that regulatory mandates are the prime drivers for their sustainability initiatives. Clearly, our efforts need to go beyond token submissions and compliance, right? To do this, we must use technology to gather data, optimize business processes, and make more sustainable business decisions. As change makers, we must all walk the talk by clearly engaging with key stakeholders, whether they are employees, partners, policymakers, and use the transformative power of technology and data management to build a more intelligent, sustainable enterprise and vibrant community. Once again, I would like to thank Infocom for inviting me to be part of this forum and look forward to insightful discussions with all of you in the coming days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Senior Vice President, Regional MD, India, and NetSuite JPAC Oracle. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering, sir.
His Excellency Dr. Bose, my co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor to be present here today. And the theme is very, very apt. It's all about the change makers. With Oracle, for the last 40 years, if you see, the way we have worked with the industry, we have always the bellwether. The kind of technology we have brought to ensure that we can test ourselves and then take it to our customers, to our partners. Just an example, we designed the whole cloud with an investment of approximately 75 billion, just to ensure how do we onboard employees, how do we give them a digital experience, how do we do their learning, and how do we take them back to the market so that they can start working with our customers. We have been supporting our customers almost 24/7. And that itself is such a big game changer. All of you know, and Sharad just spoke about it, pandemic accelerated the adoption of digital. What are the big changes that happened? People wanted all the services sitting at home. I want services at my time, at my device, at whatever way I want to access it. So as an organization, we went ahead and ensured that we are able to change everything we have so that we can start supporting our customers. Change is constant, it's given. The kind of things which are happening around us, you talk about digital inclusion, digital payments, you talk about rural development, you talk about health services. It's going to change. Only thing is, are we going to be affected from these changes? At some times, yes. But overall, how we can be the change maker to see to it that not only we absorb the shocks, if any, but also lead it from the front. And these are the changes which are really making all the difference. Very, very important session talking about how data could be one of the big change makers, and we are going to have a detailed discussion in the evening. Starting from enterprise resource planning, supply chain, warehouse management, Oracle transport, all these applications are helping us to gather data. And this data helps us to give the insight and the vision how we can create the change and make the change. But at the same time, what are the kind of benefits that accrue? So collating, processing, and getting the analytics out of it. That has really helped as an organization to go back to our customers. We have approximately 450,000 customers across the globe, but that has really helped us to go and create these kind of changes. It's been really, really good to see how things have been progressing in the country. And when we see outside, when people started talking about, oh, there's going to be inflation, there's going to be interest rate change, there's going to be issues pertaining to geopolitical, people were scared of those changes. But if you see here in India, people have aspirations, people have growth, and everyone wants to see that how we can be the change makers to the world and create history. So really glad to be present here today and look forward to participate and look forward to have a detailed discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO, Yota Infrastructure, to kindly come forward and speak to the August gathering here today. Sir.
Hello, everybody, and a warm welcome to all of you. Hope you all are doing great. Since I had a privilege of having one detailed session before this, so I'll be very brief. Thank you, ABP Group, for inviting me to this prestigious platform. It could not have been a matter of more joy to be in the city of joy as I address this August gathering amid the gracious presence of His Excellency Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, the Governor of West Bengal. I'm also glad to be joined by industry veterans and torchbearers, Shri Kiran Karnikji, Arvind Kumarji, Shailendraji, and Sharadji. I congratulate the ABP Group and Mr. Mukherjee and Mr. Kali Mahapatra for marking their centenary year this year. Anand Bazar Patrika, as we know it more popularly, their role, their contribution to India's independence, India's modern history, and Indian journalism has been remarkable, which we have been reading, hearing, and listening all the time since our childhood. As I speak from the land of West Bengal today, I would like to take this opportunity to inform that we, Yota, are coming up with our data center park in Kolkata. I must thank the government of West Bengal for its wholehearted support, from fast-tracking land allocation to various clearances and approvals from various departments. West Bengal is uniquely positioned today as the gateway to the east. It already is an important logistical and industrial hub, home to excellent connectivity infrastructure, and soon to become a hub of submarine cable landing stations. And with the launch of our data center park here, we are sure to strengthen the region's digital fabric, generating a lot of direct and indirect employment, serve every digital transformation need of the region's enterprises, startups, MSMEs, global hyperscalers, and more. And of course, the vision of Digital West Bengal was serving as the backbone for states' digital transformation initiatives, bringing e-governance and internet services closer to the people and transforming their lives through digital inclusion. We have earmarked an aggressive investment for the state and our data center park to be built with over rupees 8,500 crore, which we signed with Government of West Bengal a few months back as an MOU, is a significant part of our roadmap for West Bengal. The data center park actually is a part of a 100-acre logistical and industrial hub, which our parent group Hirannani is building here. We are committed to catalyze the growth of West Bengal as a part of our overall effort to fuel the engine of Digital India through development of hyper-connected, hyperscale data center parks and various layers of cloud, security, and associated services which we deliver through these centers. I also would like to announce on this prestigious platform today that besides building multiple large-scale and edge data centers in the country, we are also working on developing our own, which popularly I call as India Ka Apna Desi Cloud, internally called in YOTA as Cloud 3.0, show that in India, we as digital Indian citizens, not only we have our citizens' data hosted locally in India, but we also have the underlying cloud IP also owned by we, the Indians. I want to end this note with YOTA's strong belief in West Bengal's potential, and I assure you that we will continue to feed this potential with our investments, with our infrastructure, and with our services. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Padma Shri Kiran Karnik to kindly come forward and present his address. Sir.
Dr. Ananda Bose, Honorable Governor, dignitaries, guests, invitees, good morning. First, let me congratulate Mr. Mukherjee and the ABP Group on the centenary of ABP. It is indeed a great institution, not just recording over the century the progress of our country, but in many ways pushing it forward. Infocom is one such initiative started more than 20 years back, and I've had the great pleasure of being associated with it for long. I'm delighted to see that after interregnum of not having it physically for 2 years, we are back again together. And today, there's special weight and prestige added to it by the presence of the learned governor. And really, we should be thankful to him for coming and adding prestige to this conference. This is a time when we are faced globally with difficulties. It's been a time of climate change, COVID, of conflict. It is in some ways the worst of times. Yet, if I recall the words of a famous novelist, that it was the best of times and it was worst of times, it is in some ways the best of times emerging now. We've overcome COVID, I hope so, and it looks so in India, and moving ahead. It's a time of hope. It's India's time. We've proven our resilience through COVID and many other ways, and we can see that the path ahead looks good for us. It's a time for India, and again going back to another famous author, it's the time when there's a tide which taken at a flood which leads on to good fortune. We are at that flood in India. It's a huge opportunity, and to me, technology is going to be the big contributor in this. Technology which will help to bridge the gaps, the chasm in our society between rich and poor, between regions, between people. That's the promise of technology. It's also the promise of technology to make a better life through better education, through better health for all our people. And importantly, from an economic point of view, it's a fantastic opportunity for India, which has such an immense pool of the best human resources, to see how we can help move our own country forward, but in the process, help others and also do good for ourselves. The IT industry has been immensely successful. It's the biggest exporter in the country, will continue to be so, continues to thrive and grow. But there are inequities and disparities, both amongst people and amongst regions. And for a long time, it's been my dream, not just mine, many, many people have shared this dream of getting the eastern region actively involved with technology. The north, the west, and the south in pockets, but they have moved ahead on this and done well. The east somehow missed the first bus for whatever reasons. There is now a huge opportunity. There are new technologies, there are changing times. This is the time to move forward. And the potential here is tremendous. The human resource potential, a huge untapped potential for the whole of the East. And there is an opportunity here for Bengal and indeed Calcutta to be the hub of this new growth, this new spurt, which will include the whole of the eastern region and take it beyond that. As we all know, the economic and in many ways the geopolitical locus of the globe has moved eastward. And there's no reason why much of the industry and the growth coming forward in technology now should not also begin to move eastward. This is the chance that we have. It's an opportunity which we must take and must not lose out on as we go forward. And discussions and conferences like Infocom, which bring together the professionals from around the country looking at growth for this industry in the whole country, but particularly in the East, have a big role to play in this. Today we've had already some very, very interesting sessions with speakers representing companies from around the globe. And we've already seen that there are lots of things happening, lots of possibilities. And I know that tomorrow there's a session on startups here, which will take forward what's happening here and move forward in terms of innovation and what can be done as we begin to move on this whole area. So I would say it's a time for us to move ahead and create technologies here, to create an industry here, and to put that to use to bridge all the various gaps in our society so that we all benefit from it and the country benefits from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request the Director General STPI, Mr. Arvind Kumar, to address the gathering. Sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. His Excellency Dr. C.V. Anand Ghosh, Governor of West Bengal, Padam Shri Kiran Karnik ji, MD Entity Limited Sarath Sanghi ji, MD Oracle Shailendra Kumar ji, Co-founder and CEO Shri Sunil Gupta, Dhruv Mukherjee ji, all industry captains, innovators, persons from media, ladies and gentlemen. It's really proud privilege to be part of this very conference, seminar, and I must thank ABP for inviting me for this very conference. I would like to mention 2-3 things here only. We have done wonders in IT service sector. Today, whatever export we are doing in the software, it is more than 50% of the revenue from the service sector. We have 7.5% of GDP, in GDP contribution of ITS services. Today we are looking for new India. This IT growth is because of the multiple reasons. We were the good English spoken country. We got the advantage of this. Suddenly Y2K problem came. We were able to understand the systems inside. We were having good talent. People enter into the software things. And we were able to do wonders in IT industry. But now, time is changing. Whatever has been done. Now technology on the different level. And there is no dearth of talent in this country. Today, technology means artificial intelligence, big data analytics, AR, VR, and so on. And Government of India and STPI, we are making all efforts to do something for new technology developments. And there are 3 aspects, I must say. One is liberate this technology company, startup companies from typical government BAB government machinery. This is first requirement. And the second requirement is some institutional mechanism to be created so that these startups can do wonders. And number 3, this is hand-holding. First, liberate from government machinery. Government of India is doing multiple things. You must have heard number of laws has been repealed. There are a lot of concessions to SMEs when they are participating in bid. So government is doing their all efforts so that ease of doing business has been created in multiple ministries, across the ministries. Silos are being abolished. Interministerial work is happening. Same time we are talking about IoT startup ecosystem. At the same time we are auctioning 5G spectrum so that both can go together. So silos are also good. Second, the institutional mechanism. Be at STPI has 63 centers. Out of them, 53 centers are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Because we also know that without this diversification, we cannot achieve the same growth which we could have achieved till now. We are creating centers for incubation. We are providing not only the space to them, but we are also creating center for entrepreneurship in this country. We have 21 center for entrepreneurship, which are domain specific, like for automobiles, we have at Pune, for AR/VR, we have at Hyderabad, for Medi Electronics, we have at Lucknow. So we are providing all types of the support to startup in terms of if they require a space of 3-4 seats, we are providing plug and play space to them. Not only in the tier 1 cities, but in tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. We are providing technology support, we are providing all lab equipment to them. They can go to them, they can check their ideas, they can incubate them. So this kind of the institutional mechanism we are providing to them. Third is hand-holding. We are providing market access to them, taking them to various conferences, pavilions, there they can meet to the fund managers, VCs. We also have created a fund which is called Next Generation Incubation Scheme Fund, where any startup can get seed fund of 25 lakh rupees. So this is the way. Now therefore, I request IT industry, best investment if you are investing in the youngsters. So today youngsters are there. IT industry should support them and support those startups which are coming forward. Actually they are future. They are future for New India. When I say New India, now if you talk, now India's position has been changed globally. Anywhere in the world, in any company, whether it is in US, whether it is in Europe, people are talking about the India story. Now India story is going on. And therefore, all IT industry come together. They should support all our youngsters, all new innovators, so that we can grow like we have done wonders in the IT industry. That's what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that all of us have been waiting for, the deliberations by our chief guest, His Excellency, the Governor of West Bengal, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose. Sir, may I request you to kindly come forward and present your invaluable address to the august gathering here today.
Most distinguished Sri Dhruva Mukherjee, Padma Shri Sri Kiran Karnik, Sri Arvind Kumar, Sri Sharat Sankhi, Sri Shailendra Kumar, Sri Sunil Kumar, and all the distinguished delegates and captains of the IT sector who are assembled here. I deem it a great privilege to be here in this distinguished audience in a function which is organized by the doyen of the media industry in this country, Anand Basar Patrika. I am asked here to speak about the age of change makers. What is change? W.B. Yeats, the Nobel laureate, Irish poet, he speaks about the change that can take place in society. All changed utterly. He speaks about the Easter 1916 uprising in Ireland, when young minds are ignited towards the need, the desire, the determination for change. What happened? All changed utterly. A terrible beauty is born. Beauty cannot be terrible. But when young minds, ordinary minds, are ignited, that transformation can never be called, it's a terrible beauty is born. I see before me, I see behind me, a terrible beauty is born in this hall today. We look forward to great things from you. And who are the change makers? Beside me, before me, I see the change makers who have proved their mettle. Yes, we owe it to you. Of Chaucer's characters, Dryden said, here is God's plenty. Pointing out at you, and here, I can also proudly say, here is God's plenty. As a student, I was taught by my teachers about the Wright brothers, Orville Wright and Wilbur Wright. When they were toying with the idea of a flying machine, everyone dissuaded them. They said, leave flying to the birds. The Wright brothers said, if birds can fly, so can we. If birds can fly, so can we. Because of that change, I am able to come here in an aeroplane. And then, the aeroplane cannot land in this hotel. Ford was toying with the idea of a motor car. Everybody dissuaded him. Even Edison dissuaded him. He said, it's a futile exercise. You're a great inventor, join me. Let us together do things that are good for the nation, good for the people. But Ford also stuck to his ground. Therefore, we have the motor car. So thank the Wright brothers and Ford for bringing me here, bringing you here. That is a change, that is a transformation. All change utterly. A terrible beauty is born. That is why the great change agent, the game changer of this nation, Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change which you wish to see in the world around you. That is the magic of change. That is the mystery of change. Yes, we are better to changing, but I have a complaint to the organizers of this meeting. You said this is only change agents. You are doing much more. This is not change. ABP, this is not change. This is transformation which you are making. Transformational India. I see the clarion call for the transformational India, which stems out of this. Out of the ABP humility, they are calling it change. This is transformational. No, it can even lead to a metamorphosis of this country when we can proudly say, my country great and strong. Yes, I would like to hear, my humble wish is that in the Raj Bhavan here, governors like Wellesley and Curzon were there. They told the whole world, Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. As a humble occupant of that abode, after this meeting, after a few months, I wish to hear the new generation of Bengal, the new generation of India, triumphantly saying, Bengal, Bengal wins the race. That is the process transformation which I am looking forward. I am a disciplined civil servant. I was told by my office that the governor has to read out his speech. A two-legged governor is told, sir, you have to walk on crutches. So I have brought my crutches, which also I will use, whether I know it. We know India, Bengal, is ready for a decisive thrust in digitalization, which will make the new generation the digital masters of the future world. Digital tourism, digital healthcare, digital supply, digital banking should bear testimony to the efficacy of the digital medium in transforming everyday life. Government should come to your doorstep, entertainment to your drawing room, education to your study table, healthcare to your bedrooms, and services should be brought to your homes. Technology-driven systems should ensure that every man's home is his office, his hospital, his cafeteria, his mega mall, and whatnot. Digitalization can bring this about. Figuratively, digitalization make you hold what the poet says, infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. That is the digital transformation in this country, the world over. Bridging the digital divide, increasing techno literacy should be the focus, and we should ensure that every household should have access to digital literacy and equipment. On the cyber highway, India should ensure its digital sovereignty without permitting the digital masterminds sitting abroad and trying to turn the wheels of self-reliant India. Broadband connectivity should be increased, optic fiber expansion to the panchayat should be speeded up, and the digital thrust should be taken up vigorously as a prime change agent of rural India. We should achieve software sufficiency and surplus so that export of software can give a fillip to cyber commerce in this country. Emerging as the most tech-savvy country in the world, the IT-friendly new generation of India is stated to be the command and control center of the IT-directed world. New generation India is slated to be the command and control center of the IT revolution in the world, from dependence through independence. The world has reached the state of interdependence. Governance has to meet the expectations of globalized world and hence should look beyond borders. I see before my eyes Bengal and India rising from its sleep like a giant and shaking its invincible lock. I am proud to say that Bengal owes its glory to the older generation of veterans, titans, heroes, icons, but Bengal owes its future to the new generation. Give them the command, go. The new generation of India, they are willing to take over the world. They can surmount any insurmountable, impregnable fort where knowledge, grit, and determination is required. I see India's future in the new generation. The new generation of India is second to none in the world. India is going to lead. Bengal is going to lead. Bengal will be led by the new generation. Let the oldies like me retire. I am a retired IAS officer. But Bengal has retired me and brought me back as governor. But I would like to see those days when the youngsters take over. You know, in the heydays of the French Revolution, it was said, bliss was it to be alive in those days, but to be young was very heaven. Yes, bliss is it to be alive in these days in Bengal, and to be young is very heaven. Bengal will lead. The youth will lead. There is nothing which is opaque from the youth, opaque from the new generation. Youth are not products of the past or custodians of the present. They are creators of the future. They should lead. They will lead. They will lead this country. This country, which was once considered one of the greatest countries. We are great. India is great. We should assert India is great. Bengal is great. We should assert Bengal is great. I do not want a fallen or a prostrate or a defensive or a diffident Bengal, a diffident India. We want a Bengal, we want an India which is ready to die so that humanity may live. We showed the path during the COVID. Is there any nation which could stand together and face the COVID squarely? Even Amartya Sen has complimented India for this. Bill Gates has complimented the people of India. Why? How could you do that? We had the inner strength. You know, in Sundarbans, you have tigers also. During summer, all animals come to drink from the lake there. The lake is infested with crocodiles. There comes a wild horse to drink water. The crocodile stealthily comes, catches its legs, pulls it down, that is finished. Then comes a bison, goes underneath, gives a big bite, draws it, that is finished. Then comes a tigress with her 2 cubs. She rests on the bank. The cubs are playing on the mother. The crocodile felt, I should have one of the cubs as my dinner. Stealthily, slowly, the crocodile comes to approach the cubs. The tigress senses something wrong behind. The tigress just raises its head. The crocodile is in 2 minds whether to go forward or backward. The tigress turns its head and looks at the crocodile. It runs for its dear life. The tigress don't do anything. The tigress just reflected its inner strength. The youth of India has this inner strength. One only has to draw it out. Let this organization, this conference, be a trigger which will bring out the best in our youth. Generally, about conferences, some cynic has said, a conference is a group of persons who individually can do nothing, but collectively can sit together and decide that nothing can be done. I'm sure this is going to be an exception to this. Certainly, we expect great results from this. With veterans like Kiran Karni here, I am sure there is nothing impossible. Nothing is impossible. As Napoleon said, well, as a governor I should be accurate. Napoleon did not say that. It is attributed to Napoleon that impossible is a word found only in the dictionary of fools. Even if you deny it, Napoleon cannot escape. It is his. Yes, if we say that impossible is there in the dictionary of fools, it means in Bengal there is no word called impossible. That is the merit of this. Yes, you have come to a land which Gurudev has said, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free. Where knowledge is free, he could anticipate that. This is a knowledge world. This world belongs to knowledge. We have to go through knowledge, and that is what we are pursuing here. I have some mischievous statement to make about ABP. 100 years, 100 years there in the field, which means when I come here, I feel like a tiny toddler with a great grandfather. 100 years. I compliment them for that. How did they succeed? A journalist should be able to see tomorrow's news today. I think they had that premonition. Otherwise, why this conference started today, not yesterday, why not tomorrow? Because they had the journalistic premonition that today, the momentous decision in digitalization is taken by the Reserve Bank. Digital rupee has been introduced. See, they anticipated it. That is ABP. That is why they are there. I do not want to take more of your time. I don't have to share with you, veterans, how to conduct a conference like this, but I have 2 tips to give. One, in Singapore, I am told, there is a law. No one can speak on the public platform for more than 5 minutes. If you exceed the time, there is an insurance scheme. The time of the audience will be insured. The speaker has to pay the premium. Either you can introduce that, or better still, the Greek model is better. See, in Greece, Athens, cradle of participatory democracy. You don't have to be an elected senator or a member of parliament or a MLA. Any citizen can come and move a resolution. but on one condition. He comes on a wooden platform, stands on a wooden platform, with thousands of commoners in front of you. Before he starts speaking, the city father, the mayor, will come and put a noose round your neck. Once you speak, if it is accepted, the noose will be removed from your neck. If not, the platform will be removed from underneath. I think the Greek model is better. ABP, please invite me also next time, but not to be on the platform, but in the audience to watch the fun. One more thing I would like to, and with that, what Shakespeare said, my half an hour traffic on the stage or 15 minutes traffic on the stage will be over. You know Al Gore, who contested against Bush. Al Gore later got the Nobel. He was a good candidate, but he took off for 2 days to chill out during the election campaign. He came to India. When he was going from the airport to the hotel, he saw so many people standing before the mic and speaking for hours because there's nobody to listen. They said, sir, this is the Panchayat election. This is the way to win it. Keep on speaking. He said, excellent model, excellent model. So he went there, and the presidential debate, as you know, hardly for 10 minutes, millions will see it on the television. There, Al Gore used this model. At the end of an hour-long speech, Al Gore said, we need educational reform, we need industrial reform, we need cultural reform, we need IT reform. Somebody said from the audience, but you need some chloroform. Before he said that, with your leave, I declare this inaugurated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that extremely invaluable and passionate deliberation. And we heartily thank you. We are privileged that with your graceful presence, you are here today for the inaugural session of Infocom 2022. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited, to kindly present the ABP Centenary Memento to His Excellency. And here is Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited, handing over the ABP Centenary Memento to His Excellency, the Governor of West Bengal, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose. Thank you very much, sir. And I will request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. We request everyone to kindly be in your own seats while His Excellency the Governor leaves. Thank you very much to our guest of honor and our chief guest for being in during this inaugural ceremony. And now for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lunch which has been arranged in the Sundarbans lawns downstairs. We will request all of you to please go downstairs, quickly have lunch, because I think we just have about
a couple of minutes before we start off with our spotlight session. And the spotlight session will start exactly at 2:30 p.m. We request everyone to please return to the hall by 2:20. By 2:20. I request everyone to kindly return to the hall by 2:20 so that you can all be seated well in advance and we can start off with our session at exactly 2:30. Thank you very much. And in the meanwhile, please don't forget to visit the exhibition. For these next 3 days, there's an exhibition which we have put up, and there are different participants. So they're all going to be participating with their products. Please visit them and please encourage them. Also, there is an experience zone near the refreshment area. Please visit it. And this is about real estates. So please do visit it and get some information, whatever information you want. And of course, we are all going to be back in the hall by 2:20 so that we can start with our spotlight session by 2:30.
ট্রেন কার্ডস রেডি? ট্রেন কার্ড এগুলো লাগিয়ে তো যাবে খেতে। সুদীপ্ত, সুদীপ্ত, ট্রেন কার্ডের লোক খেতে গেছে, ট্রেন কার্ড রেডি করতে হবে তো। হয়ে যাবে, নাহলে কাউকে একটা পাঠিয়ে রেডি করে এখানে লাগিয়ে দাও।
check, 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 check.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our spotlight session in a short while from now. In the meanwhile, like I've been saying since the morning, please do not switch off your phones. Just stay connected with us all the while. On Infocom, we are present as Infocom Connect. Do like us to get the updates. On Twitter, we are there present at Infocom Connect. You can join the conversations and tweet about Infocom, share your experiences with hashtag Infocom Infocom Cal 2022, the age of change makers and change makers 2022. And of course, if you have any questions to ask for our spotlight session speakers, you can give a hashtag, Ask Sunny Vishy, and you can post it on our different timelines and our different apps that we have. And in just about a minute to go, we're going to start with us with our spotlight session, but before that, we have another surprise for you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of conversation happening. I can see that there's a buzz happening and all of you are getting a little restless because we are waiting for the spotlight session to start. And our stars are on the way. They are going to be here soon. And in the meanwhile, I would like to know how many of you here get up in the morning and say thank you to the universe or thank you to God. How many of you do that? Can I see a raise of hands, please? All right, all right. Okay, I could see also Dhrupada putting up his hands. Great. So thank you is a huge, huge, huge thing that we can do. And somebody was asking me, one of my friends from Bangladesh was asking me, so what's happening with you? How come you've changed so much? And I said, the three things that I have in my life is prayer, meditation, and gratitude. The three things that I really pin by. Well, I think it looks like we have a guest here. Of course. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sunil Gavaskar. It's an absolute honor, sir, that you're here with us today. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, sir. We also have with us Mr. Gundappa Vishwanath. Warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before we welcome our guests onto the stage for the spotlight session, we have an ABP centenary video. As you've heard in the morning, this is the centenary year of the ABP group. And here's a short film celebrating the essence of this group and the 100-year journey. So let's set our eyes on the screen to relive the moments of ABP over the years.
पता नहीं मेरी बेटी से जाके मिल लो शायद उसे मालूम हो।
हाय बाबा ने भेजा है क्यूरियोसिटी नहीं क्यूरियोसिटी Okay. That's what brought you here? जो तुम्हें यहाँ तक ले आया.
Curiosity.
Such a beautiful video, I'm sure all of you will agree. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome the legends of Indian cricket by reading an excerpt written by their contemporary Mr. Raju Mukherjee. If Sunil Gavaskar was the architect, Gundappa Vishwanath was the artist. The two stocky batters helped fellow Indians to walk 10 feet tall. Just a year's difference in age, they combined and collaborated to take Indian cricket to rarefied realms. They differed in style, not in content. Both took pride in their passion as they used the willow to help Indian cricket to reach Himalayan heights. They were and still remain monuments to the cause of Indian cricket. In them culminated the long and difficult period of trials and tribulations that Indian cricket had to endure. They helped future generations to play and prosper. Every Indian cricket lover owes them a salute of respect. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Sunil Gavaskar and Mr. Gundappa Vishwanath. A big round of applause for both our heroes here today. Please, sir. Please take your seats, sir. Please take your seats. And a huge round of applause once again. And now, welcoming on stage the moderator for this exhilarating session, Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, a management consultant with more than 30 years of experience. He is a senior partner and founder of Inauguration Consulting LLP. He has been the consulting leader of PwC India and KPMG India and is now also a senior partner of the risk and management consulting firm Protiviti India and, needless to say, an avid cricket fan. This session will aim at bringing out where and how the attributes of a great cricketer and what world intersect with the same of corporates in their management style, sustenance and leading. Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, may I request you to kindly come onto the stage, and a huge round of applause for Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta as he comes on stage to moderate this very interesting session. Before I hand over the session to Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, may I request all present here to kindly refrain from taking any videos during this session, during this spotlight session. You can take photographs, but not any videos. Thank you very much, and over to Ambarish Da.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My humblest greetings to the dignitaries on the stage. Since the day I was told, or it was announced in the social media or in the print, that I will be between these two gentlemen, friends. Oh. So I have been really facing social media onslaught, verbal assault, that why would you be there? Who has never lifted a bat, never even touched a ball? What qualifies you to be between these two gentlemen? Now I said that doesn't exactly disqualify me, and I have a reason, a score to settle with them also. If these two gentlemen were not born or not played cricket, I think my class 10 board marks, my class 12 board marks would have been 10% higher. All those days, bunking classes, bunking the exams, and I was in Ramakrishna Mission hostel, cheating the Maharajas to have a small transistor in the room, and that also having the commentary of, at that time, Anand Setalwat, Suresh Saraya, Murli Manohar Manjil, and Narottam Puri, all those voices streaming in. And whenever they used to come in, we used to slap the transistor, and occasionally the transistor will blot out with that slap. And every time we get caught. So I deserve to be here to settle a score with them. Now, of course, the question comes that what is the objective of this session? I mean, to relieve the romance, definitely, of the cricketing romance that we all had in the 70s, 80s, people of my age, that lovely winter, the lovely misty, at least in Calcutta, the foggy, then the white shirts, white trousers, these two gentlemen on the pitch, slaughtering the West Indian bowlers, the English bowlers, the Australian bowlers, be it here, be it outside. Commentary was coming to the shortwave at that time, the international ones coming to the shortwave with a lot of crackling noises and everything. But also on top of that, there is another objective which the organizers have told, that how the intersection between the corporate and the consulting world happens with the cricketing world. I mean, though we really like to keep it funny and anecdotal, I will not really get into the serious part, but one thing I must say, at least to the gentleman on my right-hand side, Mr. Gavaskar, I had the opportunity of seeing him when I was with PricewaterhouseCoopers, when he came and met the leadership people out there. And he made a beautiful one-hour speech. And at that time, even the non-cricketing playing partners who were there, Australia, the US, Germany, Japan, they also later on took the address and email of Mr. Gavaskar to take them to his country, to their country to speak. Now, one thing I remember still, at the start, as usual, one of our partner went up, in introducing Mr. Gavaskar, said, he needs no introduction. And that was the biggest faux pas. Mr. Gavaskar came up to the stage, said, I refuse to speak. There was a stunning silence in the hall. Then he said, look, I told my son, Rohan, that you haven't seen me during my glorious days. You were too young or not born. So I told him to come with me to the PwC seminar, listen to the glorious 10-minute introduction that they will give to me. I bought his ticket, and now you're saying Gavaskar needs no introduction. With this, I will first tell Mr. Gavaskar to just start for the few 3-4 minutes of some stories from your side, and then we will go into the question answer.
He's still not introduced. Both of us. But thank you. I think it is... Thank you. I think it's a real privilege to be here because this is the centenary of the ABP, and I think if you've been a batsman, you know how tough it is to get to a century. Not always easy. You can get to a 40, 50, you can get to a 70, 80, but you can't always get to a century. And to be able to get to a century is a truly tremendous achievement. I want to congratulate the ABP and the group for achieving this. This is, and I think as we saw in the video, it is all about curiosity. If you're curious, you're going to get the answers. And I think that's what the ABP have been doing for such a long time. And so many, many congratulations to them. Also for this initiative of having Infocom. Now, I belong to the era when information was mainly through letters, or through, when you're looking at the outside world, it would be through the radio, not so much television. Television came a little bit later on, and also through the newspapers. So now, for the technology that has come in, it's absolutely amazing what the technology today does, is to be able to get news just literally within seconds of it happening. So it's not so much breaking news, it's to be able to, being able to keep up with the news. That's a challenge. And therefore, I think what we see today at the Infocom, the way things have moved is absolutely astounding. I'm technology challenged. I have to, I'm many challenged. I'm vertically challenged. I'm technology challenged. So I'm sometimes, speaking-wise challenged. To be able to see the youngsters take so readily to it is so good, because often it is, my son, not even so much my son, but my niece is much younger, or even now my grandkids, who actually help me with, something which I'm struggling with on the phone. And, they're able to, tell me, oh, do this, and you'll be able to get what you want to see. And that I think is just amazing, that to be able to do so much, so quickly, so soon, and really without having to do much. Earlier on, you had to actually go out of your room if you were in a hotel, out of your room, and pick up the newspaper, and then take it inside your room, sit down, and go through it. Speaking of newspapers, I remember many years ago, our newspapers used to be about 6, 8, 10 pages at best. And we landed in Australia. And we landed, I think, on a Saturday night. And Sunday, there were papers outside our rooms where we stayed, in the hotel that we stayed. And Sunday papers being the big thing in the Western world, so many supplements, inside. There would be about property, there'd be about finance, there'd be about all kinds of things. There'd be about, just living. So it would be really a thick sort of, paper. Thick sort of, along with the supplement, it would be really, really heavy. And my friend over here, my brother-in-law, friend first, now brother-in-law, and also a friend still, who with his usual dry sense of humor, picked up the paper, came back, and then when he came down for the breakfast, he said, yeah, because he was not really, now he is, but when he was playing, he was not really very fond of seeing the sunrise. So by the time, he would sort of get out of the room, everybody else would have, taken their papers, gone in, etc. But anyway, so he comes down to the breakfast room and he says, yeah, today they gave the whole team's newspaper in front of my door because the papers were so heavy. But I know today we don't really need to have that many papers. Today we don't, we just need our iPad or maybe a phone to be able to get the news, and that is the beauty of it. And I just want to say that more strength to this, because that actually makes life a lot easier for everybody. So here I am. I think that's basically what I wanted to say, to congratulate the ABP on its centenary and on this initiative. And now I'm waiting for your introduction. So anyway, I'll tell you. I'll tell you also, leave it. So my uncle Madhav Mantri played 4 test matches for India way back in the 1950s. And he was invited for a school sports day presentation, prize distribution. I was at that time the captain of the Indian team. And so the principal of the school asked him, how do I introduce you? So he said, don't bother, they won't know me, these children will not know me. Just ask them who is their favorite cricketer. And then say, I am the uncle. Simple. So the principal was absolutely delighted. He said, fantastic, that's a great idea. So the principal gets up, and the assembly of students is there, boys mainly. And he says, boys, today we have a very special guest. But before I introduce him, I want to ask you all, who is your favorite cricketer? All of you all. I want an answer from all of you all. And in one voice, the entire crowd said, Kapil Dev. So that's the kind of introduction that I had even there. So now, yes.
So now, moving to Mr. Vishwanath. Of course, you have anywhere throughout been considered, praised because of your artistry, because of the skill, the mastery of the square cut, late cut. In fact, a gentleman I remember that in our time, an illustrated weekly called a statistician called Arun Livingstone. He wrote an article on him. He mentioned that statistics is a sort of bikini. What they reveal is suggestive, what they conceal is vital. To describe you. That was long back, there was an article that came out. You also mentioned in the recent autobiography of yours where you published that the sound of the ball hitting the middle of the bat sometimes is much more appealing than even a run. So mere runs is not always that we play for. Now, few initial words from you. I mean, have you been always like that? If you have played cricket now, would you have given more focus on that artistry part of it, the beauty part of that cricket more? How did you really make yourself more focused on that?
No, well, I played my cricket. That's it. Now if I can't really play, but if you say so, I play cricket again. People are there to describe whatever they want. I'm not sure I was an artist or anything, but primarily I loved this game. I started playing very early age and kept on playing till I finished my career. And everyone says, hey, yo, you're an artist, and I don't know what is artist while playing cricket. So I just concentrated on my game. And other day I was commenting, commentary. The pitch was doing this and that. Suppose if it's like that, how would I have played? They asked me. I mean, I don't see the pitch. I just pick up the length of the ball or the bowler. I play according to that. That's it. I played my cricket like that. So for me, it was simple. I was able to play like that. It's not that I never got out. I always got out. But easy way to play cricket is pick the length of the ball and don't think about the previous ball or what is going to happen the next ball. And that's my cricket, and that's how I played my cricket.
And I know you mentioned somewhere that you have been throughout a very wristy player, but you didn't have strong muscles, and then the one idol in your life who has really influenced you, Tiger Pataudi, taught you to lift buckets of water to develop some muscle, that you should be picking up, lifting 5-6 buckets of water, and that gave you some muscle and therefore some power.
No, it did happen, yes, because when I started playing for Mysore then, because those days it's called Mysore, then it became Karnataka. And Tiger Pataudi earlier was playing for Delhi, and then he shifted to Hyderabad to play Ranji Trophy. Then, being in South, both the teams, so we started, I started playing against him. Then he saw me in 1 or 2 matches, and when I was really playing my shots, but it's not reaching the boundary. And, I thought it was a very good shot. And he asked me after the match, for one match, and he said, what do you do? For your workout, you go to the gym and, you lift something. What is gym? I asked him. I never knew, And, okay, then, at least you do dumbbells. I also asked, what is dumbbells? What it makes my muscle, this thing, power or something. Then, okay, forget all these things. You have buckets, in your house? I said, yes. I thought about my mother lifting the, to wash clothes or whatever, and I recognized that it's the buckets at home. Yeah, I said, yeah. So do one thing, just go there, fill up the water, don't just lift the empty bucket. And then, you do lift that bucket, both the hands, keep doing it at least 10 times in a day. I started doing, and I started, Then after a few months, it's not overnight anyway. So after a few months, the same shots I was playing, I was still watching. That's still, I never ran. It was reaching the boundary. And after that, I think I never ran for my boundaries. When I played my shot, I thought, oh, it's all over, you know. So he gave me that advice, on which I never forget him. Beautiful.
Coming to you, Mr. Gavaskar, of course, the artistry was very strongly there, but in addition, you were famous for that on a little bit on a serious side, on the focus, on the concentration that you had. In fact, I remember you saying somewhere, or you wrote, which so touched me. Somebody asked you that when you come down to the pitch, there were 100 crores of Indian population, their hearts beating with every step that you take to the pitch, whether we will win, you will get out, you will score a century, they're screaming, yelling, shouting at you. How do you really take that? And the answer that you gave was, that was really very touching, that I don't hear a single sound when I come to the beach, because I'm completely shut off from the world. I only know that I have to go there, do these things. I don't see anything. And even I remember on your 29th century when you touched Bradman, you didn't know that you have touched the 29th century. Vengsarkar came up to you and said that you have done it. So you were so oblivious to the surrounding, just focused on it. How did you build this personality up?
Firstly, luckily, we didn't have 100 crores then. We must have been about 60 crores or something of people. So that was that much less pressure, about 50 odd crores less pressure. No, but seriously, I think I didn't look at the scoreboard when I was batting, because every batsman has probably their own way of setting targets. Small targets is what the coaches tell you first, that reach a target of 10, then get to 20, then get to 30, and which is a good way. But the way I was looking at it is that if my target was, say, to get to 30, if I got to anywhere around 24, 25, I'd be very anxious then to try and get to 30. So I would then play a delivery which was outside the off stump or something, and then nick it and be out for 26. Trying to hit the boundary that would have got me to 30, so that then my next target, then I look at my next target, 40 or 50. So the best way I thought was not to look at my score, and just play each ball on its merits. And once you play each ball on its merits, then you're not under pressure to reach a particular target. The aim when you went out to bat, and the price that I put on my wicket was invariably 100. I always wanted 100. That was the minimum I wanted to do. Obviously, it's impossible. Even Sir Don Bradman couldn't do it every innings. So the whole idea was to try and bat. Then I put myself into a situation where I said, I'm going to bat sessions. So I'll bat the session, first session, then the lunch and tea session, then tea to the end of the day, that kind of session. So that's the way I went at it. And that's why I wasn't really aware of how many runs I was when Vengsarkar came down and said, because while you generally when you get to a half century, or when you get to a half century, there is applause from the crowd. It had slipped me. I don't know, for some reason it had slipped me that I hadn't really heard it. Maybe sometimes you get into a zone where your concentration, your focus is so good. And in India, when you're nearing a mark like a 50 or 100, what generally happens is there is a bit of a slow hand clap that starts in the crowd, which is actually to encourage you. It's not that you're playing slowly. It just that's been the way of the Indian crowd to sort of get prepared. And that did not happen that time when I was in the 90s. I don't recall that happening. And that's why when I reached the 100, I didn't have an idea till Vengsarkar actually came down and he said, hey, bloody hell, you've done it. So till then I had no idea. So I think there's no secret like that. It's just that, I had started to build my batting around sessions.
In fact, since I have to draw a little bit of a corporate similarity between the two things, I'm just trying that when Mr. Vishwanath, you said that I just played my own cricket. I don't know whether it was artistry or anything. So there are certain brands, some corporates, who really do not much care about the market capitalization, turnover, and the numbers. They actually just focus on the brand, their niche area, the beauty of their product, and play their own style. And when you mentioned that I go session by session and build up something, so I've seen so many of the strategy discussions with the corporates say that we build quarter by quarter. We build quarter, we do not really take a long-term plan, we go, how do we adjust myself and to the quarter by quarter. So it's a kind of a similarity to the way things are being run. But now, coming back to the game, you were asked in that PwC session, of course this question many people have asked you many times, that you never had a helmet. Later on you started taking up wearing skull cap, but never had a helmet, so the fearlessness and that. Mr. Gavaskar said that actually people invest in security devices when they have really costly assets to protect. I do not really have much asset. He said that. I do not exactly remember who was that. I think it was Malcolm Marshall, who, and some over on the first ball or in the second ball, made that ball hit you somewhere. And then the next 4 balls, you just hooked him and pulled him, drove him completely out of the field. That was a kind of a revenge statement. It was sort of, and that made me at that time, I was quite young, made me so proud. It seemed like a discrimination against the Indian cricket. Like Indian cricket were lollipop cricket, babies, and he, 5 feet 5 inches tall, Malcolm Marshall hit him in the first over, and in the first ball or in the second ball, next 4 balls, and hooking and pulling was something not that Indians were very much adept to. But you being so short and did that with Malcolm Marshall, how did you do that? Why did you do it? And you never played hook or pull so regularly later on. But was it some statement that you were trying to prove?
No, actually, it wasn't the first over, it was towards I'd been batting for a while. And after I got hit, luckily I got hit on the forehead. And in the sense that, when you bowl the bouncer, you've been trained as an opening batsman to drop your wrist. You don't try and play the bouncer, because if you try, then off the glove, it can pop up in the air, you could be out caught. So with the training that was there, which it was like second nature, I just dropped my wrists so that the ball could pass. But I forgot to take my head out of the way. My head was still in the way. I didn't do that. But luckily, again, I didn't turn my face. I was still looking at the ball, so it hit me straight down here. And, well, it was, it was like somebody had given you a nice tight slap. But the next ball I hit for a boundary, straight drive, not 4 or 5 as you said. And thank you very much for making, adding 3 boundaries to that. And that takes me to another story about another opening batsman, the one and only Sir Geoffrey. So again, and this again is in the West Indies, and this is when we were doing commentary. He was also doing commentary. He had finished playing cricket, and he had just finished playing golf, and he got into the taxi in Port of Spain in Trinidad. He got into the taxi outside the golf club, and the taxi driver, looked in the rear view mirror and saw it was Geoffrey Boycott, and Trinidad loves its cricket. So the taxi driver was very excited. So he started talking to Geoffrey. Geoffrey Boycott, oh, you are my favorite cricketer, man. I love your batting. I love the way you batted against us in 1974. When you scored 95 in the first innings and you scored 107 in the second. And that was, according to me, you were the man of the match, not Tony Greig, man. Tony Greig took 8 wickets, but you batted. That is the reason. That is the reason England won that game. You had enough runs on the board thanks to your 95 and 107. Geoffrey is listening to it, and 5 minutes later, he's nodding. 5 minutes later, the taxi reached the hotel. Geoffrey gets out of the back seat. The driver runs, opens the boot, takes his golf kit out, and so Geoffrey says, thank you. And he says, I didn't score 95. I scored 97. I didn't score 105 in the second innings. I scored 112. And anybody who takes one effing run off my cricket doesn't deserve to get paid, and walked off. In my case, I couldn't walk. I had to just stay there and face the next delivery.
Coming to Mr. Vishwanath, your life, as you mentioned, always has been very much influenced by Tiger Pataudi as a captain, your cricketing career, and you had a lot of personal as well as cricketing anecdotes with Tiger. You also mentioned that on your first test, in your debut innings, when you scored a 0, and of course that was a very devastating feeling, when he said that you will make a century in the second, which you did. And that has really gone to the history of the Indian cricket, that innings of yours in Kanpur. So tell me the role of a captain, because you also graduated from a cricketer to a captain at some point in time. The impact of a captain on you, and how did you see the role of a captain also in your life?
Yeah, very important, being a captain of the side, yes. Coming to Tiger Pataudi, because as I told you earlier, that he saw me playing in Ranji Trophy, and just before that, Prasanna, because I scored double 100 in my debut Ranji, so Prasanna told the Tiger that, seen a boy, he looks very, very good. So he kept my name already in Tiger's mind, and before he saw me playing Tiger, then I started playing against him in Minor Dola and South Zone together, and Ranji Trophy against him, and so that I think made him to invite to the Indian camp to start with. So there, it became much easier to assess me, and whether, that's where individual, the break or whatever you say, at the right time it comes. And for me, I think it was a big break I got, and he saw me earlier, and when my selection came after, I got double 100, then following year I played for South Zone. It's a formidable side it was, about 7 or 8 current test players then playing. So I was one of the batsmen then. So that he said, after all this thing, when I played against New Zealand in 3-day game, just before New Zealanders came, during that New Zealand series at Indo, I got 60 odd runs, and then the next one at Hyderabad, the test match, which I picked up as a 15th person player. Then immediately Australians came, and we had a camp after the New Zealand series, about 10 or 12 days in Bombay then, at CCI. Then they announced for the first test, which I was not there at all, because I never played the test match before. I was in the squad, and I didn't expect to be out of the side, because it usually happens when if you play, then if you don't score, even in one match, probably, those days, they drop. It's not a big thing. So, but I never played, but I was out of the side, and not in 15 in the first test, and I thought it's all over. I don't get a chance to play. But anyway, I'm here. Let me watch the test match, and I stayed with one of my friend, actually Sunil's friend only, Kishore Rao. He invited me to stay in his house, and that's how I watched that match. And then fourth day I was planning to go back to Bangalore, but Prasanna he met me in the evening at CCI. He said, no, don't go tomorrow, they're announcing, just wait for it. Then I said, okay, anyway, one more day I'll wait, and I waited. Next day, before the selection itself, Prasanna said, I think you're coming to Kanpur. That was a big thing for me, and then it happened. They announced, those days, probably even now, they don't announce the 11, and they announce only day of the match, just before the toss, whatever. But the day came, and Tiger said to the chairman then, if you're taking this boy, I want him in the 11. So, but chairman said, no, I have not seen. But I have seen him. Being a captain is always a big say, and Tiger is talking here. So it makes a lot of difference. So that's really helped me to play. That's why I said the break which I got. Otherwise, probably it would have taken some more time, or you never know once you go out of the circulation, or that break which you are supposed to be getting. Then if it doesn't happen, you have to wait till then next. But then I got it, and the rest is history. They say, like, I scored 0. The chairman looked at the Tiger. The typical Tiger smile he gave, and that's it. So second innings, I was more tense in the sense, because 0 already there in the first innings. And the first innings, when I was getting in there, as Sunil mentioned, about 60 crores you mentioned, people around, and I never saw that one that time, because more butterflies in the stomach that time, in the second innings. First innings, nothing, I didn't see anything, so I went. But second innings, more so, 0 already there. Then I saw, about 20, 30,000 people, but probably I think I counted that much, because I was so nervous. Then those days, early days, I never missed a single ball watching. And all the time I was watching. And whenever I got runs, because the early wicket, so that time I used to go and bat. But if they had any partnership, I never got runs. Probably I didn't realize it. Polly Umrigar, he told me later when I asked him this thing is happening. But coming to this, watching, and they had a partnership between Vadekar and Mankad in that match. And so I was totally, concentrating on every ball just to see what's happening, and no movement from the chair. And so there was a tap from behind. I just looked. I could see that, my side eye, it's Tiger. Just relax, boy, you're going to get 100. It's not that just because of that I got 100, but that tap and relaxing me at that particular time, the whole body has become, sort of totally relaxed. And that really made easier for me to concentrate. Then this thing happened about Palikakas, and he said, why I'm not getting runs when there is a big partner? What do you do? No, I watch every ball, till before I went in. So do one thing, don't do that. Okay, you watch for a while, you just see what's happening, who is bowling, because those days, no video and all. We never knew till we see the bowler, what's his action, how he bowls, whether eye action or whatever, So that's why, okay, you see that, but after some time, say about 20 minutes or so, then you just get back inside the dressing room and keep skipping or you roll your eyeball, and so just relax, and that's what I did. And even the big partnership, sometimes it's not that every time I got runs, but at least I started getting runs as my career progressed.
Thank you. This is very interesting, and I know how much. And I remember about Mr. Gavaskar, the raid on Mr. Jaisima. I think he mentioned to Tiger that what a player he is. He just goes to the pitch. He doesn't want to come back. About you, he mentioned, what a talent. He just doesn't. He said, no. He is an opener. If he goes out, he has to be for the whole day in the pavilion, and we have so many joy. You and I have so many other interesting things to do. The poor guy doesn't have, so therefore he will get completely bored. So he stays there, like that. So he has been actually very strong influence, as I can understand, on him as well as on you. Of course, there are many other players whom you have mentioned in your Idols book who have influenced you. You have any stories about anything that you like to narrate about Tiger or any other player that have really influenced you?
I actually played only a couple of test matches under Tiger Pataudi. My debut series was with Ajit Wadekar. And then when Tiger became the captain after Ajit retired from the game, when Tiger was brought back as a captain, I played under him one test match, and then where Tiger broke his finger taking a catch. And so I was appointed captain for the next test match in Delhi. But between the first test and second test, I broke my finger. So I missed out on that. Then I came here to Kolkata, got hit on the hand again in the nets, same finger. So again, that finger, it was swollen up. And so I missed when Tiger came back for that test and the next test. So eventually I played only the first and the fifth test of that series. Those were the only two matches, that I played under Tiger Pataudi as a captain. And after that, he also quit the game. But what I remember is, when we played for the Wazir Sultan Colts in the Moinuddin tournament, and that was a team where Tiger Pataudi was the captain. Everybody else was all young players, people who had just made their debut in Ranji Trophy or those who were university players. And that's why it was called Wazir Sultan Colts 11. And we actually didn't meet Tiger till the morning of the match. It was in Hyderabad. The Gold Cup is in Hyderabad. And so all of us in the previous evening, when we had just sat round, because we used to stay at the Fateh Maidan Club, the matches used to be at the Fateh Maidan, and so there were rooms up there. So we would just come out onto the sort of balcony where, there were rooms and you could sit outside. And we were all wondering what to call him, how to address him. And we didn't know. So it was decided in that evening that whoever takes the first catch, supposing we field first, whoever takes the first catch or whoever does anything, special, when Tiger comes to congratulate, he will be the one who will ask Tiger how to address him. Should we call him captain? Should we call him skipper? Should we call him Pat? Should we call him Tiger? There were so many options, but what do you call him? I mean, those days the word sir didn't sort of, come into mind as it comes so frequently. And as it happened, I was the one who effected a run out. So I was standing next to Tiger. So Tiger and me both went to cover the ball. I picked up the ball and threw it at the stumps at the wicket keepers and got a direct hit run out. So, Tiger clapped and the other boys came. Those days, it was like just coming and, shaking hands. The third man and deep fine leg would stay there, would not make the effort to come. So there were a few boys who were around, and Tiger was sitting down tying his shoelaces. So he's tying his shoelaces. And we were just sort of slightly semicircle around, and so I'm looking around, and these guys are saying, "You ask," because that was decided that whoever does that would ask Tiger. So you ask. So I said, okay. So I said, what do we call you? So Pat, skipper, captain, Tiger. I mentioned all these names. So as you know, Tiger Pataudi wore his hat or his cap pulled across to one side because that was the eye which was damaged. So he looked up at me and, put his hand on the ground got up and walked to his position. So we never knew what to call him, despite all that. And seriously, after I also, after he came back into the Indian team, I didn't know what to call him. For a long, long time, I would just go to him and start speaking to him without calling him anything. But, in referring to him, we always called him Tiger. Nobody else, he wasn't called Pat or Skipper or anything of the sort.
We have to go to the audience for the Q&A, but I have too many other questions. But I'll prioritize one question which has really been in my mind all throughout about you. What made you do one Marathi movie? I saw the movie also with the heroine, and you sang also with your flowing big hair. You were the hero in that movie. So what made you do that? Actually, it was a romantic scene that I saw with the tree. You were actually singing around the heroine.
Yeah. It was a romantic scene where I had to lift the heroine up. That's where my back problem started. No, actually, what had happened was the umpire, Pilu reporter, who was a test umpire then, we were at a match and he said to me that, he said to me in his Parsi Gujarati that his sister is wanting to do a commercial with me, commercial film with me. So I said, yeah, fine, not a problem. To sort of, he said, no, you give me your word. You will, you won't say no. He's an umpire, test umpire. I have to give him my word. Tomorrow he'll just raise his finger, my innings is gone. So I said, yeah, I will definitely do it. Anyway, so 2-3 days later, I come home after office and, his sister and her husband, who were at that time a pretty famous dancing duo in Hindi films. So they were there, and we sat, my parents had looked after them, giving them chai and all that. So they immediately started talking. They said, the camera will come to you like this, your back is going to be shown, and the camera will come to you. And he was also giving music while he was explaining the scene to me. The camera will come to you, and then you turn, and then they see, oh, Sunil Gavaskar, dang. He gave the music and all that. So I said, all that's very fine, but what is the product I'm endorsing? So he said, product? I said, yeah, Pilu told me that, you want me to do a commercial. So my thinking at that stage was commercial is like you do a commercial ad, for a soft drink, for a phone now, whatever. So that was my whole idea. So I had said yes, thinking that it is that they were producing a commercial for Iodex or Chiclets or Thumbs Up or Parle G or whatever it is. They said, no, we are doing a proper film. So I said, no, I can't do a film. They said, no. So the man went, those were the landline days, he dialed Pilu. Pilu is saying, "Tune to mane promise ki do. You had promised me." So I said, but Pilu, I didn't think it was, I thought it was anyway, as luck would have it, I said, look, let's wait. There was a match, there was a series against Sri Lanka, who were not a test playing nation then. And I got a double 100 in that. So the selection committee dropped me. They said, you're going to West Indies and New Zealand in 2 months' time. We want to try other openers. So we are giving you a break. So they gave me a break for 2 matches. So suddenly, about 15 days of time opened with me. So that's when I thought I'll do the film, which I did. I used to act in a lot of, stage plays when I was a kid. So I said, let me do it. So I did that. That's how the movie happened.
I think I should not be monopolizing the conversation because I can go for 2-3 hours. It should be going to the audience also who are raring to ask both of you questions. So please go ahead with questions, but please name who is this question for. A microphone there, please. To Debashish, microphone please to Debashish.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, my question is to Mr. Sunil Gavaskar. You know, I have always hero worshipped you, and I've been an ardent fan of yours. So I go back to that famous Australian Test series where the umpire had given you out LBW, and you were pretty certain that you had nicked the ball, and you know you reluctantly left the pitch. What were your emotions running then? I've been very curious to know then. At that point of time, what was the emotion running?
It was, what had happened was I hadn't scored runs at all in that series till then. I was batting well. I think we were behind by about 180, 190 runs. We had a partnership of about 160 between Chetan and myself, Chetan Chauhan and myself. And I got this thick inside edge, and the umpire gave me out, at which point, today if I had done that, if I had shown my bat, etc., today I would be fined by the match referee. But that was then the natural reaction. If you got an inside edge, you showed the bat. Sometimes people who didn't get an inside edge also showed the bat to try and mislead the umpire. So then Lily came running and said, "It hit you here." And I said, "Yes, but Dennis, it hit my bat before it hit me there." And anyway, so I was upset because I was batting well. We were still a few runs in areas, so we had to sort of, looking to set Australia some sort of a target. Anyway, I was angry, very upset. But like with earlier dismissals, even when you've got 100 and you've been clean bowled, because I love batting, I would come inside and I would really, go mad that I had got out. Here, I knew I was not out, but I was given out. So I was really upset, and I think that's exactly what I would have done. I would have probably trashed the change room, throwing stuff around. Not the bat. Bat is too precious to throw around. You throw gloves and all that. That's all, I would have vented inside. But as I've gone past Chetan Chauhan, the Australians abused me. So there were a couple of the Australians who said, obviously I can't say it here. And that's when if you look at the video, that's when I snapped and I came back. I said, "Chetan, let's go." So again, for this also there is a background. The previous day, when we were fielding, Alan Border, we thought we had him caught off Dilip Doshi bat pad at forward short leg. He was given not out. We thought we had him caught down the leg side of Karsan Gowri, given not out. We thought that he had been LBW to Shivlal Yadav when he played back, and he was right hit there, and he was given not out. He got 100. He went on to get 100, and then when he tried to play a sweep shot, he was bowled behind his legs, and so the wicketkeeper comes like that to collect the ball on the leg side, and the umpire hadn't seen it, so the umpire started walking to the square leg umpire to check with the square leg umpire what had happened. At that point, Syed Kirmani, the wicketkeeper, said to me, and I was standing around, he said, "Skip, if this is given not out, I'm walking off." And I said to him, "Kirimia, this is what the sport is about. You get the rough with the smooth, so this is what the sport is about." He said, No. This is questioning my integrity as a wicketkeeper. This is not about out or not out. If it is given not out, it means that I have taken the bails off and he's not bowled. So this is questioning my integrity, so I'm going to walk off. And the damned word walk off stuck in my brain. So the next day when this happened, so the next day when this happened, so I just came back, and said to Chetan, "Come on, we're going off." And Chetan was, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah, this is not the way, because we honestly, till then, we very seldom had anybody saying things to us. And even the Australians hardly ever said anything. Or if it was said, it was basically something, something like a joke. "Why don't you go and buy a lottery ticket? Like you're lucky today. Why don't you, playing and missing? Or, where did you, if you were playing in England, if you were edging the ball here and there, they would ask, where did you learn your cricket? At Edgbaston?" That kind of thing. But there was hardly anything spoken. So I think That's what happened. So a lot of people, to a great extent that misconception's been cleared about the fact that I got upset at the decision. Yes, I was upset, but the walk-off was only because of the fact that the Australians abused me.
Myself, Ajit Kumar Chaudhary, from Bokaro Steel Plant, Bokaro. I am a GM there. Sir, my one curiosity, the question was there that it came to in mind in 1977-78, when there was the match between West Indies and India. And you scored more than 200 in that match. And after that, Chetan Chauhan became out, and Sir Gunnappa Biswanath sir came with this match. So we were not knowing the two names because I was 7 and 8 years old. My elder brother was watching the match on commentary on the TV, radio. तो हमने पूछा कि भाई जी बड़े भैया थे कि अब ये दोनों कौन है, इतना बढ़िया कैसे खेल रहे हैं? तो बोले कि तुम जानते नहीं, these are the two little master of our Indian cricket, Sunil Gavaskar and Gunnappa Biswanath. So that from that same period that we have got curiosity to watch the TV match of yours and Gunnappa Biswanath ji and Chetan Chauhan. So that was the very the moment that we got interested and got curiosity about the cricket. That was very intelligent. That of course that match ended in a draw.
Thank you. Thank you. That's not a question or an observation, very nice observation. But if there is a question, if you can just give a question.
Excuse me.
I have been getting a lot of stares from the organizer that we have to now close the show.
I have a question and a mic.
Hi, Sani. Sambaran here.
Yeah.
Vicky.
तो इधर आके पूछना wicket.
नहीं,
You're a wicket keeper. Stand here and take.
Always break the stumps. No, I'm comfortable here. My question is, Sunny, is not a question, just nostalgic. Your highest first-class score, if I'm not incorrect, 340 against us. We are so tired, 2.5 days fielding. But how did he got out after 340? Can you remember?
Yes. I got out, stumped Sambaran, bowled Dilip Doshi.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your strong memory. My question to Bishi now.
Yeah, Sam.
Yes, we are colleagues sometimes anyway. A lot of people ask me about Sunil Gavaskar and Vishwanath's skill of batting. That is a different thing. But I ever say as the greatest human being in Indian cricket is G.R. Vishwanath. Greatest human.
Thank you, Samran.
So whenever Vishy used to play in Kolkata, we got some problem. One problem in club cricket. He used to play like this, his favorite shots. On the club cricket, I started like this and getting edge every day. Please don't come and play in Kolkata.
In other words, you're abusing me.
No.
Playing that shot.
Not at all.
And also saying that don't come to Calcutta and don't play cricket here.
We had a nice time all together. Thank you very much for coming to Kolkata. Thanks.
Lovely. So, thanks, Samran.
The original 355-degree player, not 360-degree player, was him. If you remember, and the reason I say that is when he late cut the ball, late cut the ball between the wicketkeeper and the slip. And then he didn't play the scoop. Of course, the scoop has come now. But remember, he played the paddle sweep, which also would go to the left, past the left foot of the wicketkeeper coming. So between the wicketkeeper and the leg slip. And that's why I said 355 degrees, because these 5 degrees he didn't play.
Sunny,
original 355-degree player.
Sunny, one I still can remember, we were playing Bengal-Karnataka match in KST Stadium. Dilip was bowling, Dilip Doshi. Vishy style, late cut, 44. Then I told my third man, please, upar raja, thoda, andar. Next ball, he just square, late cut, and aisa humko diya. So हम बोले कहाँ खड़ा करना है? You can't field up to 12 feet.
So with all these things, still you're not calling me to Calcutta play cricket.
Always welcome, boss. Thank you very much.
We'll take one last question, possibly, from you.
I think,
Okay,
Ambarish,
the mic
we have to stop here because
Quick one.
there's...
I had the privilege of watching your debut in Kanpur.
Oh, lovely.
And question for you is, your brother-in-law talks a lot. You don't talk that much. Why don't you? Why aren't you a commentator? Or is it because he doesn't let you talk?
So, well, after his cricket, he never got into any selection or, like match referee or anything. So he got into this commentary from the beginning. So now, after I finished my cricket, I became a first selector. If you are in selection committee, especially not a chairman, just as a selector, you're not supposed to talk too much.
Also, he planted a family member who is also talking in your house.
How do you know?
Wild guess.
No, well...
For that story, we'll need another 2 sessions.
Still not talking.
This actually should have gone for 1 more hour. This is so entertaining. I think we now have to
Yes, sir.
end this.
I
and
think we
it's
have to wrap this up,
really giving
sir.
it a very disappointing, abrupt end to a fantastic talk by the 2 gentlemen. I know one gentleman on whom a country calypso song has been written. This gentleman, I remember a journalist from Anandabajar, I think his name was Vikraman Nair, I'm not very sure. He once wrote that, I don't believe in God, but today I went to see a match where there will be 13 players, 11 on fielder and 2 batsmen, but I saw there were 12 players and 1 God coming from Karnataka. So that was one journalist in Anandabajar, he wrote one. So these are the 2 gentlemen on my 2 sides. Couldn't really ask all the questions. I don't know how to thank them all. The only parting question I would love to keep for Mr. Gavaskar, which I will get an answer, not here, but later, is that he's a fearless guy. He has actually beaten everybody, no pacer, no spinner. But why is he still afraid of dogs? I have heard that Ian Botham actually locked him up in a telephone booth, keeping a huge dog outside so that he doesn't come to bat. But I'll take the answer later from Mr. Gavaskar. And thank you so much, and Mr. Vishwanath, it's such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Huge round of applause for our respected guests, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar and Mr. Gundappa Vishwanath, moderated by Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta. We request you to remain on stage, sir. And I will request Professor Dr. Samit Roy to kindly come on stage. He is the Chairman, Rice Group, and Chancellor, Adamus University, to present mementos to our guests here. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, sir, for a very, very interesting and very passionate session. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Gundappa Vishwanath, thank you very much, sir. Keep the applauses coming. This has been a very wonderful session. We would have carried on forever, had it not been for the time. A beautiful memento from Adamus University. And here you can see Professor Dr. Samit Roy, Chairman, Rice Group, and Chancellor of the Adamus University, presenting a memento and felicitating Mr. Sunil Gavaskar. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, sir, for this wonderful session. There's so many questions that the audience had to ask, and I'm sure they can ask you offline when they meet you in person again. And I'm sorry, audience, that we had to cut this short. And I would like to request Professor Dr. Samit Roy to felicitate Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta also. A huge round of applause for Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta for moderating this wonderful and very interesting session. Thank you, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar and Mr. Gundappa Vishwanath. Thank you very much. Thank you. We request all our guests and the delegates here to remain seated We will be starting with a very interesting panel discussion, efficiency and sustainability in data center design or IT infrastructure. I will quickly request the panelists to take their seats on the dais. We will just take a moment to do the setup. This session is going to be very interesting because it'll be chaired and moderated by Mr. Sharad Sanghi. Our first panelist for this session is Mr. Jay Chowda, Head of Engineering, PhonePe. He is responsible for building and scaling data centers for the organization and has been with the company since its inception in 2016. May I request Mr. Jay Chowda to kindly come on stage, please?
Pointer, sir.
So we have our second panelist who is already here with us on stage, Mr. Xavier Kurian. He has over 21 years of experience in the IT industry with skills spanning across enterprise architecture, data center design and optimization, consulting and building technologist teams. He also has in-depth knowledge with respect to the Indian enterprise market and trends across the university. And as you can see, our moderator and chairperson, Mr. Sharad Sanghi, is already here with us. Mr. Sharad Sanghi heads the global business of data centers and marine cables of NTT Limited across APAC, EMEA, India, and US. He is responsible for scaling the entity. Mr. Sharad is also the managing director of the India business for NTT Limited. He is a pioneer in the Indian cloud computing space. Mr. Sharad is an industry veteran with over 30 years of extensive experience. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will hand over the session to our chairperson and moderator, Mr. Sharad Sanghi. He is into this panel discussion, efficiency and sustainability in data center design or IT infrastructure. Over to you, sir.
So first of all, thanks to Anand Bazar Patrika for allowing us to have this panel, and also congratulations to them for completing 100 years. So just as a context setting, I just wanted to quickly introduce what NTT does. NTT provides not only data center services across the country, but also network services, system integration services, managed services, cloud infrastructure services, and also now with the integration of NTT Data, application services. So we are the only truly end-to-end company that provides a full stack of IT services in the world. So with that background, I'll just start on the topic itself. So the topic is efficiency and sustainability in data center and IT infrastructure design. And with me are two very esteemed panelists. We have Jay Chowda from the CTO of PhonePe, and we also have Xavier Kurian, who's led the design that we're going to talk about from Dell. Okay, so just a couple of other points of context. One is NTT as a global business, has aligned itself along for sustainability is one of the key pillars for us, and we've adhered to goal number 11 of the UN Sustainability Development Goals, and that is to build sustainable and smart cities across the world. And in addition to that, we've also made a plea that we will become carbon neutral across all our businesses by the year 2030. So very quickly, we've joined many companies like Google, Microsoft, SAP and others towards adhering to UN sustainability goals. Also, just in terms of data centers, we design next generation data centers that are secure and green and of course resilient data centers. And just in terms of green data centers, before I open it up to the panel, we have optimized power management, renewable energy sources, highly energy efficient equipment, a lot of which we'll be talking about today. We align to ASHRAE cooling standards. Most of our data centers are platinum or gold LEED certified, and this results, all these measures result in lower PUE, lower operating cost, being environment friendly. And one of the good things in reducing the carbon footprint, one of the good things in this is that it's a win-win. So the environmental goal or the sustainability goal is also a business goal of being more competitive and making it more cost-effective for our clients. So that's the context, and now I'll quickly introduce our panel. And on my right is Jay Chavda. So Jay, Entity, PhonePe, Entity, and Dell, along with our design consultant Sudlos, decided to pioneer the concept of liquid immersion cooling and DCLC in a production data center environment. So Jay, first to you. In the fintech industry, how critical is sustainability for your business?
Thank you, Sharad. So I would take it this way. Sustainability is not just the responsibility for fintech as an industry. I would say for any ethical organization, sustainability comes as something they should look into. Now, taking PhonePe into account, for us the motive or the goal is to go green while providing the best experience for our customers and giving them the maximum value.
Thanks, Jay. Xavier, now to you. As a voice for alternative cooling technologies, can you tell us about the work Dell has been doing and the options that enterprises can consider? And for the audience here, I'm talking about liquid immersion cooling, DCLC, these are all buzzwords. Can you just explain that to the audience, what exactly that is?
And thanks, Sharad, for this. So Dell as an organization is extremely committed to its, what we call ESG goals on sustainability and what we do to give back to the environment. Now, we've done a ton of things over the years to go and towards that goal. For example, we brought in titanium-rated power supplies. It's 2% extra efficiency, but it's that 2% that you're giving back to the environment. We've also brought in technologies like multi-vector cooling that use air, but it uses the right amount of air that is required to cool a specific component. The next step to all of this was what we call alternative cooling. Now, this has been done elsewhere in the world, and we realized that India was the right place to go and bring some of these technologies. Let me explain what it is first. So, air is a bad conductor of heat. All of us know this. What DCLC aims at doing is to find the hottest components within a server and use a coolant to cool that portion, which means that you have pipes going into the server. It runs through a heat sink, which takes out the heat using that coolant. And you can cool some portion of the server using DCLC technology. The next evolution of that is what we call LIC, or liquid immersion cooling. And as the name says, it's about taking a server and immersing it inside a dielectric liquid. It's not as simple as taking any server. There is some amount of work that needs to be done on the server for it to be able to work. But instead of having racks that are vertical, you have racks that lie down, that are filled with a dielectric coolant, and the server is dipped in and works perfectly immersed inside that liquid. That liquid can then be cycled through a heat exchanger to take the heat out of the data center. So interesting technology and very efficient at cooling.
Fabulous. Thank you, Xavier. Jay, First of all, you talked about going green, right? That's one of your goals. But on this initiative, it had never been implemented before, right? And nobody had done, in production, had done liquid immersion cooling. I think there were some elements of DCLC that had been done, but nobody really did this. And we did a blended setup. So how did it shape up and what helped the management decide? Because you ended up investing extra capex to go green. And obviously the returns would come over a period of time. So tell us a little bit about how did you guys go about thinking this? Because really, to make it very clear to the audience, it was really PhonePe who decided that they wanted to try this new technology. All of us had read about it, every server vendor, including Dell, would tell us, that look, the new wave is liquid immersion cooling, etc. But nobody had the guts to do it. But PhonePe actually had the guts to put money where the mouth is and actually implement it. So just would like to know the thought behind it from the management perspective.
Sure, Sharad. So just to give you a slightly broader view, so we are still growing. Like India is a huge marketplace and we are constantly evolving to add new and new offerings for our customers, our users, and give them a better performance and better avenues to explore this fintech space. Now, when we do that, our fundamental resource that is needed to enable us to offer new and new offerings is servers. Now, we are constantly adding more and more footprint to our infrastructure. With that in picture, we are currently at around 15,000 servers running. Now, this requires us to have much more denser deployments. When I say dense, the requirement of space and power both comes into the picture. Now, given the situation in which, geographical situation in which India is right now, we have an acute problem of power. It's not that power is readily available. Climate is not very favorable for very dense deployments because as you start scaling up and go into newer technologies, like we were on Intel Skylake series of processors. Now as technologies keeps on going ahead and ahead, the processors also keeps on getting innovated and the heating requirement and thermal cooling requirement keeps on going up and up. Now with that coming into picture, the ideal solution that we thought of is to innovate on how do we efficiently cool our systems. And with that thought process in mind, the solution that came or stood right in front of us was the liquid immersion cooling. We partnered with Dell, we partnered with you guys, and we figured out that this might be or this can work out. And we took a leap of faith over there. We made a case in front of board. So again, like any other company, we have a board and we have investors to answer to. So we made a business case, projected our ROIs, and numbers looked feasible. And with that in mind, we started evaluating and implementing the liquid immersion cooling setup.
Thanks, Jay. Xavier, give us your perspective on how this design and this green data center came about.
So PhonePe's initial brief to us was how do we go save power? How do we reduce our carbon footprint? And there's a lot of technologies that we can use towards that. But what we realized is that given where India is, it became extremely important to go find a different way of taking heat out of that data center. I remember, it seems like a long time ago, but I remember the early conversations where we were bouncing ideas off each other, and Sudlo's as a consultant that was there. And it was an engaged process to go and try and figure out what can we do. Immersion stood out as a clear, most efficient method of doing it. But immersion doesn't work for everything. There are some types of workloads that you just cannot immerse. And therefore, we decided to do a mix of three technologies. There's some amount of air cooling. There's about 35% of DCLC, and about 35% of the environment is immersed. Now, you should understand that this is 4.8 megawatts of IT power. This is quite a bit of of equipment that is running in there. And setting this up was quite a challenge. It took a lot of collaboration. It took weekly catch-ups. I think it took a lot of leadership commitment and the willingness to work through those problems. It absolutely would not have happened without it.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how apt this is to the theme of this conference, because theme is the age of the change makers, and I think this is truly a change-making experience that we've all gone through. And it also aligns with entity's history of pioneering new technology to support the client's business. So for here it was as PhonePay's initiative along with Dell, and we had an existing data center already set up, so we had to retrofit that. We had to make some alterations to do this, but it was a great experience for us as well. And the results have been extremely encouraging. We are, and we are looking at, what we did also was we set up a proof of concept lab in Bangalore first before we deployed this in production. So we got all the chinks ironed out, and we've shown that lab to like hundreds of clients.
Yeah.
Right, so for us also it's been great because a lot of hyperscalers, it's even more efficient than their designs. They are the ones that are trendsetter. They are the ones who are pushing the envelope in reducing the power usage efficiency. But a lot of them have also come and seen the design. So, you won't be surprised, we'll start getting a lot of calls, Xavier, for more business.
I think that POC environment was the proof of the pudding. The first time we set that up, even we were a little, it's been done outside the country, but can we make this happen? So I think that was the key to it.
So to both of you now, first Jay and then Xavier, this project is clearly an industry first, right? There's not been anything like this in the country, and in fact, I believe Burjit was the one who said that, the Intel CEO actually in his earnings call referred to this project, called this out. Tell us about some of the learnings that you've encountered, because many in the audience may want to actually implement this in the future. So what are some of the learnings? I would ask both of you turn by turn to answer that.
Sure, Sarath. It's a very interesting question. So while we decided to do LIC, or that is what we call it, liquid immersion cooling, the intention was right, but timing didn't fit well for us. For a specific reason is we kicked off this project and COVID hit. So we did face lot of logistical issues, lot of manpower issues. What worked out well that time for us was the consistency in the team that was involved in making this a reality. Like hats off to Nentity for sticking with us, making sure this gets delivered. We had some hiccups in start, but then we delivered this project right on time. Learning wise, as we say, there is not a single size that fits all. The standard air-cooled setup in today's industry is pretty much hardened. Everybody knows what to expect, what not to expect, how a particular component is going to behave in that environment. When we went into LIC or liquid immersion cooling, we discovered a lot of surprises, right from the part where when we immerse a power cord into a liquid, the behavior of the casing of that power cord is going to change and it might get brittle. Fiber optics does not behave in the same way it behaves in an air-cooled medium as it will behave in your liquid immersion cooling setup. Our typical operations on our servers, for example, all our hard drives are hot swappable hard drives. When we decided to do liquid immersion cooling, the way in which servers are mounted is generally power goes up and hard drives goes down. If you do that in liquid immersion and you immerse the server, if I want to do a service of the hard drive, I have to take the entire server down. Defeats the purpose of hot swappable drive. So we had to redesign the entire process in which the servers are mounted, redesign the racks in which the mounting happens. Interesting findings that we saw is the failure rate of the servers drastically reduced. There is a lot of reasons behind that, and we'll cover it further in this session. But another important learning that we got is how well Indian tropical climate, even though it is generally warmer than rest of the places where data centers are deployed, since we use water as the medium to cool the cooling medium of the liquid immersion system, your ambient temperature is just about enough to cool it. So our power requirement went drastically down when we moved to an LIC-based system. Xavier?
Xavier, from your side.
See, this was the first immersion setup that we did in India. And while it has been done internationally, and we could talk to a lot of my colleagues outside in the Americas and Europe that they'd done it, we learned a lot from them for the initial stages. Then we learned that India is a very different place. You have to train the people that have to go manage those servers. You have to train the people that are going to deploy the immersion, the equipment itself. You have to make servers ready to be able to be immersed. You can't just take any old server and dip it inside. For example, servers have to work without fans. In a traditional environment, a single fan goes down, you get system alerts saying that, hey, something's wrong. And you've got to get a full server to work without fans. So it's not just the learnings on the DC, but there were learnings on IT infrastructure, how we arranged network, how we cabled the entire thing, and every one of those things was a phenomenal learning by itself. It was and at this scale, it was quite a challenge. And I know that we needed a lot of help to get through this. And the folks at PhonePe were very, very amenable, and your teams as well were absolutely on the ball.
Thank you, Xavier. So, Jay, ever since, now it's been a few months, more than 6 months that the data center has gone live, has your application performance been negatively impacted in any way, or, and tell us about the biggest benefits that you're seeing since it's gone live.
Sharat, I'm going to take this by risking taunting Murphy's Law. So, fingers crossed, but so far we haven't seen any negative impact. The impact that we have seen is, like, I would take it in this way. The biggest, like, we all are here because of the air we breathe. But this same air is the reason why most of your electronics fail. When we did liquid immersion, you took air out of the equation. It's completely oil. So as soon as you dip or immerse a server in a liquid medium or an oil-based medium, your risk of corrosion, your risk of any kind of contamination goes away. With that, your lifetime or the mean time between failure of server significantly improves. And we saw it happening. We saw a great increase in the stability of our systems. With that in place, another important factor, like in my early days, I used to sit out of a data center and work. And for all you have been in a data center, you might realize how noisy it can be. And with liquid immersion, it's pin drop silence. Like, it's like a hall full of tens of thousands of servers and no noise at all. And that's a pleasurable environment to work in. So yes, no negative impacts. We started seeing great ROIs in terms of stability of the system. When your temperature of your entire system is at a stable or a optimal range, your servers or your systems automatically start to behave in the way they are supposed to behave. Like if there are sudden fluctuations in temperature or thermals, your application, your systems will not behave in the way they were designed to behave. But when you put it in a medium which regulates the thermals of your system, everything starts behaving in much more deterministic way. So that was the biggest takeaway for us, that once we started seeing this result, we are like, okay, we have done the right thing over here.
Excellent. Just for everybody's background, and maybe I should have done this earlier, 10 years back when we designed data centers in India, with the Indian climate like Bombay and other places in India, the PUEs that we would see in the market were in the range of 1.7 to 1.9. Most designs today, the PUEs are in the range of around 1.4 to 1.6 today. But with this technology, in this blended PUE designed is 1.27, but the liquid immersion part, Xavier, would be around 1.1. Yeah, and the DCLC part would be around 1.3 and 1.28 or so. And then the normal cooling would be around 1.5 or so. So the blended PU in this 30% design that Xavier mentioned, we've got roughly one third of all three technologies in one room is around 1.27. And now in future designs, PhonePe and hopefully other clients will also look at more of LIC so that the PUE can come down even further. So Xavier, there are many in the audience who may want to go green in their data centers, right? Not only they've heard this talk that it's actually possible to do liquid immersion cooling, but there are a lot of other measures that they can take. So what are the key things that businesses should consider while evaluating green data centers for themselves?
So the first thing I want to say is that very rarely in life does doing the right thing and the best thing for the organization work together. Alternative cooling is one technology where you can do the right thing for the environment and save money. Normally, if you wanted to do the right thing for the environment, you're going to be spending a little extra money. This is one technology which the ROIs work out in about 3.5, 4 years, and it can pay you back over the life of the data center, which is about 10 years. It's the other piece that I want to bring out, and this is to the audience that wants to try this. The recovery of that money happens over OPEX. And unfortunately in our industry, very often CAPEX sits with IT and OPEX sits with facilities. So it's important to start looking at this as an overall environment and start seeing where is it that the net savings can happen. The other piece that I want to really call out is that experience in this really matters. We thought that with all the experience and learnings that we had globally, with a lot of people explaining it to us sitting outside the country, we thought we could pull this off, and it was a big learning curve. Find the right partners, find the right people to help doing this, and experience really matters. The environment in India is absolutely right for it. If there is an aim to go save net power, to reduce your carbon footprint, and you are using a fair bit of power in your data centers, this is a technology that can definitely save a fair bit of that environment. Sharad, you were saying that 1.5 to 1.6, this effectively means that 60% of your IT power is being used to cool. If you can get that down to 1.27, you've just saved 30% of your data center, of the power you're using to cool, which is the right thing to do as well.
Absolutely. Jay, your advice, I know Xavier just mentioned about what people should consider, but what is your advice? You took this ambitious task of doing this, and what is your advice to other potential enterprises who are planning their own green data center?
So my advice from learnings that we had is start small, iterate a lot, learn from the process. But most importantly, choose the right partners you work with, because those are the people who will help you see it through. We partnered with NTT, we partnered with Dell, and we got good results. When you are trying to venture into a unexplored territory, for us, liquid immersion in India is an unexplored territory. We gave a wide range of thought on how to do it, how not to do it, what can go wrong, what will work. And still after that, after doing great amount of groundwork, we still had surprises. So yes, the choice of partner matters. Starting small does matter. Like we did a small POC, ran it for a few months in Bangalore. It worked out well for us, and then we decided to make a bigger investment in OPEX and CAPEX, and then go ahead, do a wide-scale deployment. Places where this works out well, as per my experience, is if you are doing a greenfield setup, like you are starting up fresh into a new facility, liquid immersion is probably the better choice to go with. If you are doing a retrofit, like you don't want to invest into tweaking into your servers, just want to do minimal changes to your server and get things going, DCLC or direct contact liquid cooling, which is the second technology that we implemented, will work out best. The scenarios where the alternate cooling, or when we say liquid immersion, will work well is the conditions where you have micro pop kind of an environment, where you have to set up something small but spread across wide area, like a micro edge or a micro DC. This will work well. Or if you are doing a large data center deployment, tens of thousands of servers, or at least more than 5,000 servers, for example, this will work out really well for you. If you are doing a mid-sized deployment, I would say this might not be the right time for it. But having said all those things, my opinion is this is primarily a initiative towards giving back to the environment. And for that to happen, the colo providers like NTT played a big role for us, and this infrastructure providers will have to scale up the capabilities and build processes around this so that enterprises like us can come and easily adopt these technologies.
Thank you, Jay. Now to both. First, since Jay just went, I'll go with Xavier. Looking to the future, what technologies, in your opinion, can even further improve the PUE, or how can you make it even more green?
See, LIC, immersion cooling, is actually really efficient. It can achieve a PUE of 1.1. Very simply, you've got oil that's sitting at about 40, 42 degrees. It's nice and warm to touch. That is being cooled. Now, cooling something from 42 degrees or to 46 degrees to 42 degrees is insanely efficient. So LIC is a very efficient system. Now, there are other technologies as well. So fresh air cooling is fairly popular in some of the Scandinavian countries, for example. But in India, air quality and outside temperature typically play spoil sport there. Long term, if you look at it, the technologies exist. The adoption and what works in India is fairly critical. Outside of cooling technologies, there are other technologies as well. For example, compute is switching from traditional CPUs to alternative methods of arriving at that same capacity. FPGAs and other accelerators are a good example. There's a lot of improvement happening on the application side and the platform sides as well that are improving efficiency. So efficiency of a system is more the entire ecosystem. Efficiency in cooling, how you arrive at that efficiency, but also look at other forms of efficiency, and we look across the entire spectrum.
Awesome. Jay, from your perspective, the future, what does the future hold for making it even more energy efficient?
So Sharad, as we know, this industry is constantly evolving. Like 10 years back, probably liquid immersion or DCLC would have been something that a research institute might do, or a university might try it out, or probably a PhD student will experiment with it. Having said that, now that LIC is in place, there are newer and newer technologies coming into mainstream, like we have piezoelectric cooling, we have nano cooling coming into picture. All of this, once they become mainstream, we will see much and much better utilization of power available for us. More and more research is going into efficiently designing the microprocessors and systems so that the heat dissipation is low. So it's going to be an interesting time when we go ahead to see how far we can go. Of course, you cannot go below 1, but as close as possible, we'll try to be there.
Thank you both so much. But before I summarize or conclude, I'd like to open it up to audience. If you have any questions on this technology, we've got two experts here, who've designed this. One of the first. I don't think anybody's deployed 4.8 megawatts of liquid immersion cooling and DCLC in the country. I think very few even in the world in third-party data centers.
And so if there are any questions, if you are curious about this technology and how is adopting, we'll be happy to answer.
Shall I?
On an average.
Yeah.
So the cubic, it's not about cubic meters, it's about temperature, right? So the way the system works is that you take a server, you immerse it inside a dielectric oil, and that oil needs to run between 38 degrees and about 42 degrees, 45 at outer extreme. That oil is then transferred into what we call a CDU, a coolant distribution unit, which has both the coolant and water flowing through it. And the water is then carried to the roof into a dry cooler. Now, each of those tanks, which have about 48 servers, has about, I'm going to say about 300 liters, and don't hold me to that, of oil in it. And there are servers immersed inside. The question...
48 servers. 48 servers
are submerged inside each tank. Now, the question to ask is not how much oil is in that tank. The question to ask is how fast the oil is flowing. And the oil flows at, the oil circuit flows at about 0.7 liters per second. The water circuit flows at about 32 liters per minute. So, and that's the factor of how much heat you can carry out. What you should remember is that oil and water are far better, have a much higher calorific value than air. And therefore, the total amount of heat that can be carried out by a liquid is significantly higher than what air can carry.
So just to answer your question, it's not about how many kilowatts you need. The oil is never getting spent that fast. It's a circulation loop. So your oil gets heated up, it gets cooled, and comes back to the same tank. So the lifetime of the oil, if I'm not wrong, is 5 to 10 years. So once you fill up your tank, so if your tank is say 1,000 liters of tank, for 10 years you don't have to look at it again. You fill it up. It's similar to how your car's coolant works, right? Till your coolant dries up, you don't have to look at it again. The same way, till your tank oil is there and it is giving the same thermodynamic capabilities, you don't have to look at it. You just have to cool the oil so that it starts cooling your server.
And in which organization you have implemented this at Bangalore?
Again, please.
At Bangalore, you have implemented this project.
Yes, we have a proof of concept. So we are happy if you want to come and see it. We'll be happy to show it to you. It's in production, but it's in a small room that we first tried that out. So they actually have production servers, but with their permission, we can show it to you.
This is in a POC stage.
No, it is production. The LIC is a POC state, but the DCLC is in production in Bangalore. So we have a small room where we've implemented it. In Bombay, where they've put at 4.8 megawatts, that is something we can't allow visitors because that's, that's production. But in the Bangalore data center, we're happy to show you if you would like to come and visit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay.
Good afternoon. My question to Mr. Jay, how many of these centers are you planning? And are they exclusive data centers for PhonePe or is it for others also?
So we are present in 3 data centers, and all 3 as of now are co-located by NetMagic or entity. And the halls are typically exclusive, but more details Sharath can provide.
Yeah, so the way it works is that they have exclusive server hall areas. So even though it's a multi-tenanted data center building, but that particular floor or server hall is exclusive to them, because in other halls we may use other conventional technologies, because not all clients agree, because they have to change, as Xavier was mentioning, they have to change the servers they use. The standard servers and standard networking equipment may not necessarily work in a liquid environment. So what we've done is we've given a complete dedicated server hall where they've deployed this technology. And in future deployment, they're doing another deployment in the next data center with the same technology. That should go live sometime mid next year.
Okay. And when are the commercial centers opening? The liquid emulsion controlled centers? Like you mentioned, right now it's at POC stage. So when are you opening them
No,
commercially?
this is live. Sorry, the Bangalore one, I was talking to the gentleman that the Bangalore one, before we went production, just stop. Before we went production, we did a POC in Bangalore. That is something we are opening it out to others to take a look. But the productions data center went live 7 months back.
Okay.
So it's actually in production, right? 4.8 megawatts deployed in production.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that was a bell to signal that we're out of time, so I don't think I can take any more questions, but I'd like to thank both Jay as well as Xavier for sharing their insights. First of all, to Jay and to PhonePe for having the vision and to be a true change maker in coming up with this concept. We all, as I said earlier, we'd all heard about it. We've heard Microsoft has got data centers under the sea. We'd heard, we had seen videos on YouTube of people immersing servers, but never thought that we would actually do it or we would convince someone that we could do this. And it was actually great to actually get this, not from our side, but actually from the client side, asking us to do something like this. So thank you, Jay. And thank you, Xavier. Xavier is actually the champion who actually really put everything together. So it was NTT from a data center perspective, it was PhonePe from a compute perspective, it was, Sudlos from a design engineering perspective, but really Xavier got everything done together and, came up with this solution. One of the best guys I've come across in the industry in this space. So thank you, Xavier, for coming here. And thank you, everyone. You've been a great audience. Just to summarize, from PUEs of 1.4 to 1.6, you can actually achieve a PUE with pure LIC, even in a climate like India, below 1.2. And so keep that in mind when you're designing your next data centers and go with experts like Xavier and hopefully us when you choose your partners. Thank you so much. You've been a great audience. And thank you especially after such a great event from Gavaskar and Vishwanath that you stayed back. We're really deeply grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for moderating and chairing that very interesting session. Thank you, Mr. Sharad Sanghi. And of course, our panelists, Mr. Jay Chowdhury and Mr. Xavier Kurian. Thank you very much. May I request Mr. K.K. Mahapatra, Head of Infocom, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our chairperson and moderator and our two panelists. One minute. Mr. K.K. Mahapatra will be here to present the mementos. Thank you very much, Mr. Jay Chowdhury, for that interesting and interactive session. Thank you very much, sir. And a round of applause, please. Thank you to our chairperson and moderator. Thank you, Mr. Sharad Sanghi, for that interesting session that you moderated and chaired. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Mr. Xavier Kurian. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And sirs, we'll request you to take your seats in the auditorium, and we'll get on with the next session. Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our keynote, which is Advancing Digital Innovation for the New India. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Shailendra Kumar. He's the Vice President Regional MD, India, NetSuite and NetSuite JPAC Oracle. Before I invite him onto the stage, I will take a couple of minutes to introduce him before you. Mr. Shailendra Kumar is currently the Senior Vice President, Regional Managing Director, India and NetSuite JPAC, responsible for driving business and customer success through NetSuite solutions across Asia-Pacific region. He is a committed leader with more than 30 years of experience building successful teams and running successful businesses. I will request Mr. Shailendra Kumar to kindly come on to the dais and speak to the gathering. Sir.
Thank you. Thanks for the lovely introduction. Gavaskar didn't get it, I did. So thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving us this opportunity. Absolute pleasure to be here today, talking about advancing digital innovation. And thanks, Khalida. I couldn't see him. Khalida told me around 2 months back, and I made it a point to be here today. So let me talk about how things are changing and some of the things we also discussed in the morning. The world is becoming really uncertain. You talk about geopolitical tensions, you talk about inflation, you talk about costs, talk about interest rates, talk about energy challenges. Things have been different. And things went to the extent then people started talking about the customer demand is going to be really bad. And everyone is looking towards slowdown. And then you see what happened last week during the Black Friday sale. That kind of thing, 9 billion in a day, that kind of shopping has never happened. So world is uncertain. World is changing. We don't know how things are going to unfold. But the moment you come towards India, things are looking much better, though changing very, very aggressively in a very positive way. What we see is the digital revolution happening in the country. You talk about e-payments or digital payments, which are picking up by the day, and some of the examples I'll speak about. You talk about digital education and how digital education has picked up. Again, it's been such a big game changer. You talk about digitally how agriculture is getting driven. You talk about rural development, and everywhere it's digital, it's getting affected. But overall, from the country standpoint, the demographic dividend is really paying off. The way our Gen X, Gen Y, they have been coming and embracing all tools has been such a big game changer. The number of internet connections, number of smartphones, the way they're emerging, that's really helping the digital journey to go and move very, very fast. You may have seen a report that came from Morgan Stanley and published by Financial Times a couple of weeks back, talking about India achieving 7.5 trillion by 2031. People have been talking about 5 trillion by 27, 28, but they talked about 7.5 trillion. And of course, the third biggest economy. What does it mean? That in the next 9 years, every year we have to grow something like 400 to 500 billion. Not an easy job. Not an easy job. Which means the way we learn, the way we train, the way we develop our applications, the way we interact with our employees, our customers, everything is going to change. There's going to be a big change as we go forward. And when you talk about change, no one knows it better than Albert Einstein. And Albert said, if everything is changing around you, you can't be achieving a position of status quo. If you don't change, it will lead to disappointments, it will lead to failure. During our discussion in the last 3 years, there has been just one point. How do we make our organization digitally enabled? And this has been discussion after discussion after discussion. There was a survey done by BCG, and BCG said, of all the people we interviewed, the digital innovation or digital transformation came out in the top 3. Top 3 agendas for the board. And that's how digitally everything is going to change. And when we talk about digital, why digital? Because it is fast, it is efficient, it is always available. And then the kind of flexibility it gives to our customers. They can use it anytime on any device, whenever they feel like. But when we talk about digital, the things that we really need to maintain is availability. And again, we had a very wonderful session talking about 15,000 servers, but managing that, it's such a big project. So how do we ensure that we have the critical availability, we have the performance, and we have the security that is needed? And that's the reason the whole cloud journey becomes very, very important. So from a big opportunity that India offers, to the changes which are happening, to the digital innovation or embracing the whole digital journey, we need to ensure what is the best way we can do it. And that's the reason the data strategy becomes very, very important. We believe without data strategy, digital transformation is not possible. You need to have a right source of data, irrespective of wherever that data is residing. We need to modernize the application so that at every level, the analytics are available. And which means, again, the data is available and you can filter them, you can get the insights in whatever way you feel like. We should be able to connect and integrate. Gone are the days when people used to talk about silos or getting the data from one side and then running a different kind of analytics. Those kind of things are totally gone. Then getting the insights, and that's the reason analyze and act becomes very important. And then everything about protect and secure. And we have seen what has happened at some of the places in the last 3-4 days. If your infrastructure, your platform is not secure, it's going to go for a toss. But what is the kind of security you can provide in-house compared to a hyperscaler like us, where you have thousands and thousands of customers already located? So talking about cloud, let me talk about the portfolio of applications and infrastructure. We started as a database company. We are today the biggest database company. Almost 90% of the world's database, the world's data resides in Oracle database. So we understand this business quite well. And that's how we have been evolving and ensuring our customers, the benefit of that innovation, what we are doing, or the kind of research development we are doing, that accrues to our customer. As started as database, then we went to the middleware, then to various applications, and then in the last 10 years, we have spent almost $75 billion to redesign what we call the fusion applications, talking about enterprise resource planning, enterprise performance management, human capital management, customer experience, and the list goes on and on and on. But on top of that is the layer which is the vertical application layer. And that again has been a big game changer. And when you talk about digital, if you don't have these kind of applications, then the journey is not complete. You are then doing in bits and pieces. Talking about communication, in fact, all the telcos in India, for example, they have been running our billing, our mediation, and all other vertical applications. Financial services, starting from core banking to mobile banking to internet banking to risk, taxation, everything which happens in the BFSI industry. And similarly for healthcare. We acquired a company called Cerner around a year back, a $28 billion acquisition. But that is really being the game changer. Again, a company which is totally, rather born in the cloud and running totally on the cloud. And then some of the other verticals, including taxation, utilities, etc. But what is the more important part is on what you see here. Where is the present? Here. Yeah, sorry. What you see here is the infrastructure and the platform services. Compute, networking, quite easy. But what is the game changer is the database. And what we have, the latest innovation, is called autonomous database. If you have a very, very big data center, say something like 5,000, 10,000, what we heard in the earlier presentation, how do you manage if you have to run database on 1,000, 2,000 data center, on data servers? How do you manage them? And that's the innovation Oracle has done by coming out with something called autonomous database. And autonomous is all about self-driving, self-securing, and self-recovering. Think about a scenario, our data center that has 4,000, 5,000 customers. Anything happens, it's going to be a disaster. But at the same time, how many people you can have to manage those 5,000 customers or thousands and thousands of servers? So autonomous has been a big game changer. After autonomous database, we came up with autonomous Linux. And again, a big, big, big success globally. And now we are running towards making all our services autonomous. Because as users, someone who's running the data center, you need to focus on your core application, core job, rather than managing these things. And the other thing, the most important part is security. Security is in our DNA. And many of you will know that Oracle started because of a project from CIA. And that's the reason every bank in India for sure runs Oracle. Every telecom company, every mission critical application which is provided by government, all of them use Oracle. Because we don't have security as a bolt-on. That will be a failure if we design everything and then talk about how we are going to make everything secure. In our case, we make it at every layer. It is inherent at every layer. And that's the reason it's such a big game changer for us. Talking about Fusion applications, we are the only one that talks about complete integrated and suite spanning every category. And remember, we're talking about advancing digital journey, advancing digital automation. Things will be different that you have ERP that doesn't work with HCM, or you have HCM that doesn't work with, say, supply chain. Things will be totally different. And then the kind of experience we have created. You have ERP, you have supply chain, you have human capital, but what's the kind of experience you're giving it to the customer? On one side, your employees are clamoring, give us digital, give us digital, give us the complete flexibility, but at the same time, same kind of experience you need to give it to your customers. And then talking about AI to automate tasks or IoT bots. The other application is NetSuite, which I run as a line of business, which again is a big game changer. That is primarily for small and medium businesses. And not just an accounting software, everything that is needed from an enterprise resource planning. Startups, almost 65% of the startups who have gone to IPO use NetSuite. And we have many, many examples in India. Maybe sometime in the evening we can have a discussion on that. Overall, 40 Oracle Cloud Infrastructure regions. We have the highest. There is no other hyperscaler who has 40. Another 9 coming up next year. But what is the more important part is the interconnect. The interconnect part, which is a big game changer. And this is the discussion that happened between our chairman, Larry Ellison, and Satya Nadella. What they said, what our customers are asking? Our customers are asking that I need to have an environment where you have Microsoft on one side and you have Oracle on the other side. But I don't want to go to different places. Why you guys connect them? And that's how it started. So already 12 regions have got interconnected, and slowly it's happening globally. So you can run Oracle from a Microsoft console. Oracle database residing in our data center, or any kind of analytics that you can want to do from Oracle onto the Microsoft data center, those kind of things are possible. So that's been a big game changer, and that's what Oracle is really, really proud of, creating that multi-cloud options for our customers. Not only Oracle and Microsoft, we have gone a level ahead. If you have VMware environment, the whole VMware farm can be just lifted and shifted onto Oracle Cloud. And again, there are many, many examples in India already where it's happening. And that's the real advancing your digital automation. A lot of people were saying, oh, AWS has some of the databases like Aurora and RDB. We created our MySQL HeatWave and ran it on AWS, giving better performance. And that as a service is available from AWS now. Our database running on AWS. So that's how we have been changing the world. Palo Alto is another option, running on OCI. So giving options to our customers, giving flexibility. And if you see overall scenario, a lot of our customers are saying we have our own cloud strategy. Different kind of strategies include, there will be customers who are saying, we want to exit data center completely to run our applications. We want to make our customers, partners, employees, everyone digital natives, but at the same time, we don't want to run anything on our own. That is, everything goes to public cloud. Then there are customers who are saying, this is the application which is, I'm going to run on-prem, this is on the cloud, this is public cloud, private cloud, and different kind of setups. So making a hybrid. But there are many customers who have come to us, and especially from the regulated industry. What they said is, we want to run our application on cloud, but we don't want data to leave our premises. Or we don't want data to leave because of latency reason. So to provide flexibility of whatever kind of environment you have, multi-cloud, hybrid, public, we created something called a dedicated cloud. A dedicated cloud that can run within your data center. Suppose your data center provider is entity or you have Control S. You can have a dedicated cloud running in your data center. Your data doesn't go anywhere, but at the same time, you get all the benefits from a cloud standpoint. This has been a big game changer globally. The biggest example we have is Nomura. Nomura controls almost 75% of the Japanese capital market. And Nomura was the first globally to start, and they started from first to second to third now. And now we have more than 500 customers globally who have gone for this kind of dedicated. Let me talk about examples of how we have been helping organizations advancing their digital journey. 3 years back, when we had discussion with some of our customers, no one was talking about cloud. Was pandemic and real accelerator? Yes. Otherwise, they had their journey planned for 5 years, 10 years. In 2018, for example, I had a discussion with CEO of one of the banks, and he said it's going to be 2026, 27 plan. But now those things are implemented and things are the past now. Things like UPI, where you don't know, if I'm a banker and I manage this application, I don't know how many transactions are going to happen today. In fact, the CEO of a bank asked me, he said, whenever there is an event in the evening, like IPL or football matches nowadays, why the transaction goes up? The answer is very simple. People tend to eat out. There are, eat out in the sense, order food from outside. Then there are companies like Swiggy, Zomato, they'll give you so many options. The options will go up. So and on a given day, how many transactions are going to happen, no one knows. And if you don't have a cloud, those things can't be managed. Now, UPI for ICICI Bank runs on our public cloud. But if I talk about Axis Bank, they wanted our cloud within their data center. I was talking about digital payments, how they are changing the world. That's another big thing. When we spoke to stock exchange in 2016, 2017, they had all know about taking the IPOs to cloud. But those kind of things have started happening. So if you have to think about the change makers, we have really in the market gone and created some of the changes. What people were not tuned to, people were not accepting those kind of things, but now are happening. You may have read in the newspaper around 3 weeks back. Niti Aayog is basically talking about an application to track fake drugs. And when I had my discussion with the chairman at that time, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, I was really surprised. India is producing and exporting something like $1 billion of fake drugs. But that's nothing compared to the number of lives which we endanger. So we, along with Apollo Hospital, Strides Pharma, started working on a system, blockchain-based system, that when it starts from the warehouse and by the time it lands at a pharmacy shop, how we track each and everything, and how do we ensure whether it's been replaced at any point of time or not. Even today, you want to use it, you can scan the barcode, you can see the complete tracking, and you can track how it's gone from one place to the other place. So this is the kind of projects. Talking about autonomous cloud, we did a project with Niti Aayog again on the aspirational district. Because Prime Minister said, how do I know which are the districts which are really, really bad and what's the kind of action we are taking and what is that action leading to? So kind of digital phenomena or digital revolution which is happening in the country, and I'm really, really proud to say we have been really at the forefront. Many of you may have heard about ONDC, the Open Network Digital Commerce. We are working for one of the parts called SLDE, which is Secure Logistics Document Exchange. Where on a portal, again a blockchain-based portal, you have the importer, you have exporter, you have their respective logistics companies and their respective banks. So the first transaction was done almost 8 months back, and it was a domestic transaction, went very successfully, and slowly, domestic, international, all those things are happening. Similarly, a lot of partners came to us. They said, the kind of stuff you are already doing with the customers, giving them a dedicated kind of thing, why don't you give a similar kind of environment so that we could run for our customers? That is, as a SI or as an ISV, I can provide services to my customers, in many cases white labeling it. And those kind of things are also happening. Just the last thing on the global impact. We heard about sustainability. We from our side, internally, we have already announced it that we are going to be carbon neutral by 2025. But at the same time, we are working with all the organizations using NetSuite or our Fusion ERP to help them measure what's the kind of carbon content they have been generating and what are the best ways to replace them. A lot of things on the public health side, again, as CSR activities, also on the public records, the Cerner thing I was talking about. We run, this is very important because it's not that we are helping everyone on the digital side, making everything digital. We need to also give right kind of skills to the students in India. So Oracle Academy runs our education practice, and a part of that from the philanthropy side, which we are extending to ITIs, polytechnics, and colleges. So thank you, and thank you. Really appreciate, and if you have any questions, we can catch up during tea or sometime in the evening. Thanks again, Mr. Mukherjee. Thanks, Khalida. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Suman Banerjee, CHRO, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Shailendra Kumar. Thank you very much for this very interesting session. That was a lot of information you've shared with us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this next very interesting panel discussion, which is on aligning the organization with customer centricity. We're just taking a minute to do the setup, so please bear with us. And then I will introduce the chairman and the moderator. While the setup is being done, just to save the time, I'm going to introduce before you the chairperson and the moderator, who is Mr. Raghavendra Rao. He's a senior marketing and communications professional with over 27 years of experience in the industry. Mr. Raghu is currently the global marketing and communications lead for Accenture's operations business. Our panelist for this section is Mr. Vimal Kaur, Head of Product, Data Center, NTT Global Data Centers and Cloud Infrastructure. Mr. Vimal Kaur is the Head of Product, Data Center at NTT Global Data Centers and Cloud Infrastructure. With more than 2 decades of industry experience, Mr. Vimal is responsible for effective data center capacity management. Our next panelist for this section will be Mr. Rajesh Ranjan. Mr. Rajesh Ranjan leads Everest Group's business process services, research and advisory practice globally. He has authored numerous horizontal and industry-specific industry reports. And our Another one of our panelists, very interesting panelist, is Nupur Sharma. She is the Director Marketing of CrowdStrike, professional with holistic marketing experience around developing strategy with focus on customer understanding, identifying relevant differentiators, and building a targeted communication while providing a complete brand experience. And of course, our fourth panelist will be Mr. Jimmy Tangri. Mr. Jimmy Tangri love for music has got him into DJing since February 1983 and radio since February 1994. With over 39 years of DJing and over 28 years of radio, he's truly established himself in the domain. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have our moderator and our panelists here already, and I would like to request everyone present here to please give a hand to our chairperson and moderator, Mr. Raghavendra Rao, as he takes over, and our panelists, Mr. Vimal Kaur, Rajesh Ranjan, Nupur Sharma, and Jimmy Tangri. Over to our chairperson and moderator, Mr. Raghavendra Rao. Sir.
Thank you so much. Is this mic working? Can somebody put on the mic, please? It's not working. Can you put it on the mic? All right. I don't think I need a mic. Can you all hear me? All right, great. Okay, so let's get started. Sorry, we are running a little short on time, a little delay, but thanks so much for patiently waiting towards the end of the day. I think the only thing that's keeping all of you here between this and the next match between, I think, Morocco and Canada today at 8:30 p.m. This like really shows that you work hard and play hard. All right. Okay. So the topic is aligning the customers, aligning the organizational customer centricity. That's what we are here to discuss. I'd like to set a quick context before I pass on the baton to all my colleagues and friends on the panel. So we do a lot of research in Accenture to figure out where the customer sentiments are periodically, quarter on quarter, year on year. And we recently released research which was conducted across G2000 companies around 1,700 C-suite. And it revealed that most of the enterprises today are looking at investments in digital. And while they're doing that, they also realize that they are only keeping head above water. So the customer expectations are changing so frequently and so differently and so rapidly that even all the investments people are doing is not able to make up and keep up with it. So what is it really that's driving this entire trend? So people are looking at how to invest differently. Also, there is a group of people, a small group of people in any industry, which is ahead of its peers set because they are changing the focus from being a product-centric to a customer-centric to being a life-centric organization. What does that really mean? What does that really mean? There are 4 or 5 things that really determine what you are when you move from customer-centric to a life-centric organization. And this is applicable both in the B2B and the B2C space. The first one is, how do you view your customer? Right? How do you view your customer? It's a very complex persona in terms of an enterprise, complex in terms of a human being. So how do you really move that? The second piece is all around how do you add value, which is more than what you sell. One of the clear examples is that of sustainability. There are a lot of customers who are adapting to cloud worldwide, and they're asking the question on how green is your cloud. So the second piece. The third piece is about transcending industry norms. So if all of us are familiar with cab riding apps like Ola, Uber, etc., who were designed earlier for getting a person from place to place in a cab. That really evolved, and as it moved on in terms of trying to become more customer-centric and more life-centric, it started shipping food, goods, other consumer items. So it became a medium for growth, moving people from point to point and goods and services from point to point. And the last piece is all about how do you get your customers, how do you get your organization aligned to all that you're doing in terms of your marketing, your sales, your service, how do you align all those functions in one linear way where they come together to think about the customer and just not think about what their function is doing? So we have enough and more to discuss. We have around 30-35 minutes. I will open up with Vimal and ask him to give us some inputs on how he's seen the entire business on data centers moving in India over the last many years, pre-COVID and post-COVID, and what is it that they're looking for in terms of their customer challenges, and how are they messaging to the market? Vimal. Sure.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. We are because of you, the customers, and probably the topic is around that. So, if you look at us as an industry, data center industry, probably we started in 98 or 2000s, as commercial, but there was very small business into it. So we're like, small server rooms. I personally joined this industry in 2004. Before that, I was in RFID, and it was a dying industry at that point of time, and I jumped into this data center industry. While from 2004 to 2012, I think probably this was becoming a glorified real estate business, and there was not much business or traction. And suddenly, the hyperscalers decided to come to India. And at that point of time, I still remember we used to have data centers which were like 4 megawatt, 5 megawatt, 7 megawatt. And suddenly customer is talking about 30, 40, 50 megawatt and hundreds and megawatts in multiple cities. And that's where the gear changed. It was hyperscalers who actually gave that requirement to market. And from there, brownfield became greenfield. So the first greenfield came in around, which was like completely BTS, was around in 2015. And post that, now that's history, Everybody is making greenfield data centers. But now, after pre-COVID and post-COVID, customers, the volume is becoming so much in this country that they have decided to make their own data centers. Which means that not only we have, the requirement changing, so we need to also change. So we are doing BTSs, we are not product-centric anymore. Whatever customer requirement is, we are aligning ourselves to that. And I think that will be a pretty much similar solution in the next 10 years. And as and when the customer's volume increases, technology changes, we have to adapt, and we are fully focused for that. Apart from that, it is not only the hyperscalers, the enterprise, the government policies, our enterprise customers, banking, finance, everything is growing. But this market needs some changes. The traditional data center, what we are selling, what we are making for them, we need some changes, and we are adapting to what customer needs are, and precisely we are delivering those products. So this is what I think probably our industry has been, we are changing constantly as per the customer requirement and needs. Thank you.
Well, thanks. So I will move to Jimmy from Friends FM, and he's from a very diametrically different end of the spectrum. If we go from B2B to B2C, he is dealing with what we can call the TikTok generation, who need innovation on almost a hourly basis, if not a daily basis. And he's at it all the time. And he's working on multiple initiatives with his channel. So Jimmy, can you tell us your insights on how do you deal with your customers, your clientele, and how is their aspect of life sensitivity determining your business trends?
First of all, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure being here, being with all you beautiful people who actually, I'm learning a lot from you guys, basically. That's the way I look at it. Let me rewind a bit. I'm into the business of radio, but I'm going to rewind a bit. Our grandfathers, long time ago, they used to work for money. Basic idea was to make money, go home, look after family. Our fathers said, okay, great. We are working for money, but we also want to enhance our standard of living. Today, when we look at the youth or the Gen X who is going forward into the earning world, they're not just looking for money, they're not just looking for career, they're not just looking for enhanced lifestyle. That's all there. They are looking at being content, they are looking at being happy, and they are looking at loving what they are doing. Now, rewinding a bit back to radio. When I joined radio in Feb 94, you know, those days we used to play audio cassettes in broadcast radio stations. DATs, vinyls, records, and CDs were just introduced. So, radio has gone a long way. You know, from those days, today, we are totally computerized. Music is also absolutely scientifically put in, what we call mood mapping. And I'm just curious, okay, I'm just going to ask you guys a question out there. How many of y'all are bored, feeling tired? Okay, how many of y'all are in Josh? Can we have some hands up? Yeah, come on, I know y'all have had a lovely lunch. Great. Okay. Where I come from, just imagine you're fast asleep in the morning. And at 6 o'clock, you know, when we were young, mom and dad or someone came in, shook you up, yaar beta chalo utho, pulled you out of bed. Would you like that? Would you like it? Come on, yaar, why? I can't hear anything. Would you guys like it? No. Suppose mummy came, beta, ud jao, please, slowly, aaram se, with all the loving voice. I think you would have stretched, felt a little easy on the eyes, and slowly, slowly got up. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what radio is all about. Mood mapping. Just imagine at 6 o'clock in the morning, you open the radio, and the first song you hear, lungi dance, lungi dance, lungi dance. You'll say, yaar, kya ho raha hai, yaar? Ultimately, you say, what the hell is this, yaar? Forget it, this is not my radio station. So, radio, or what I call the audio, synergizes with human psychic. What we call mood mapping. In the morning, we build up a rhythm slowly, then we get into high energy while you are going out of your houses. And then, of course, various TGs, then housewives and shopkeepers, then the youth. Then as we move into the night again, music softens. So it's all about mood mapping. And what is mood mapping all about? Making you feel relaxed, making you feel happy, making you want to listen to radio. Those days of radio, it was all about a sexy voice and music. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just the base of radio. When someone asks me, oh, Jimmy, you're with radio, I say we also do radio. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are an audio business. If I have to say something, and if I say it with a lot of emotion, I can make you cry, I can get you excited, I can get you angry. That's the power of audio. And that's what we do. Today, in today's generation, we've gone way ahead. Just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, Facebook was introduced in India. And I still remember my show. I also RJ a bit. In fact, that's my passionate way I enjoy the medium. We started the first Facebook Live on radio using a telephone. Using a mobile phone. And before the pandemic, and just as the pandemic started, we took a call as a radio station that we will go on air and we will also go on digital. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to say we are one of the only stations in the world which is using a software called Restream. And as we are broadcasting on air, we are conversing with the listener across the world, and we are streaming to about 7 of our pages. Means on radio, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook Live, across, and even on LinkedIn. It's all about connecting. It's all about ensuring that the customer is happy. Today, you may give the best of service, but it's okay for me, theek hai yaar. That's not the way it works. I think as we are moving forward, we are looking at the happiness and the way the client reacts, enjoys either the service or the product, which is going to be a key to success. It's not about, yaar, chalo, I've got the best product in the world. It's not about, but does that best product make the customer happy? Does that best product of the world really incite the customer to engage with it? We have to give it a serious thought. And a lot of things come into it. So there's a lot to talk about, but you're Raghav, you're looking hot and happening. So let's get on with the next. And we were deciding actually, we were contemplating, should I rap or shouldn't I rap? There's the smile.
We will get you a rap towards the end. We'll wrap up with your rap. So Jimmy, thanks so much. I wish we could transpose that mood mapping to our enterprise clients as well. That'll be incredible. With that, I think I'll ask Nupur the next question. In terms of enterprise, so Nupur, you spent quite a number of years in public relations and then with enterprise IT and so on. Even now you're doing that. And a lot of things that we talk to as value to our clients is beyond what we really sell. And sustainability is one of them. Just want to understand from you your perspective on trends that you see in terms of customer centricity, and number two, specific to sustainability. How much does that really resonate with your clients? How proactive are you in terms of taking that message to market, and how much are clients soaking it in?
So taking on from, are you able to hear me? Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. And taking on from what Jimmy was talking about, you ultimately want your consumers to be happy. But imagine that one morning you wake up and that radio doesn't go on or the music doesn't play. Imagine that your corporate or your organization has got breached, or there is an attack that is not letting you do at that point of time what you were supposed to do. So talking about sustainability, at CrowdStrike, we really believe in having a human-centered approach. It's not just about what are the business or the technology considerations that we have today. What is more important, and in fact the factors that we need to keep in mind, is the human behavior, the human needs, the human preferences in today's market. We believe in predicting and preventing breaches and threats. We provide protection at endpoint, in the cloud, like we were talking about the cloud security piece, also with identity, and also protecting data. So imagine whether it's data centers or it's cloud or it's your organizations, remote or in-house, it's all about really protecting your data, identity, and cloud. So with that, it's very, very important to have a human-centric approach. At the end of the day, in this digital transformation age, it's very important that we have our organizations safe, we have our people safe, we have our identities safe, and most importantly also, as it extends into this world, we have our children safe. We are all in the cyber world. What is it that we can do together so that we are all safe and life can continue to grow better?
Rajesh, over to you. So you heard all the perspectives, and with Everest, I know that you interact a lot with global clients, global enterprises, both from the service provider and the buyer side as well. Where does all this fit in your assessment of how we headed in terms of keeping clients at the center, obviously, but then how we approach them in terms of selling and in terms of work?
No, absolutely. Great perspective. Again, thanks for having me. I mean, I'm an industry analyst, right? So for sure, I need to talk about some data or kind of analyze why we are talking about this particular topic. At one level, we understand, but if I try to put this in the broader business perspective, global business perspective, a recent research came out with this finding that 70% of the top CXOs or the key executives are putting customer centricity as the top priority in the coming years. And why are they doing it? Because the research suggested that those enterprises who put the customer centricity, superior customer experience at the heart of what they do, they generate 15% higher top line, but they also lower the cost to serve by 30%. Now, a lot of times when you think about, hey, we need to create superior customer experience and create greater customer centricity, the notion is that you need to make a lot of investments across multiple things. Actually, that's not true. The data that I just suggested, you can increase your top line by 15%. You still reduce your costs to serve by 30%. So how some of these global organizations are doing it, some of these leading organizations are doing it, right? Of course, if you look at research, if you look at this, there are a lot of building blocks of creating an organization and making it customer-centric. Of course, we talk about data, analytics, tools, technology. We live in the digital era. We're going to be in metaverse era, so on and so forth. Operating model, business model, and all are valid components. But one of the key things that I have seen, which play a very, very important role in making an organization customer-centric, is actually the culture of the organization, internal culture of the organization. And it's not about the sales department or the marketing department. We're talking about organization. How do we align the entire organization to become customer-centric? In fact, one of the greatest correlation is between employee experience and customer experience. You cannot have and cannot create a superior customer experience if you don't have employees and the human part of the picture, as we're kind of talking about, are really on the same page. In fact, if I can give an example of, and I can quote this because it's in the public domain, Grab, right? One of the tax-hailing companies. One of their organizational mantra is, for everyone, the organizational mantra is, your problem is my problem. In a lot of organizations, you will see, hey, this is not my problem, this is not my remit. You got to cut through that silo to be able to kind of achieve that. So again, the point here is, irrespective whether you are in B2B setup or B2C setup, again, a lot of building blocks, all valid building blocks. The focus, attention on building that organizational culture, and right from the top to the bottom, is critical, is crucial. And that same gets reflected into third-party relationship like service providers and so on and so forth, right? So that's the point, right?
So Vimal, can you give an example of how you bring that to life in your organization? How do you really align teams together when you finally have to go to market?
So first of all, the kind of industry we are in, the customer is giving his heart, right? So it's like you can't stop it, right? So the commitment comes from a from the management level actually. So when the management commits to the customer for whatever services, technology we have to implement for them, then comes the role of the middle management, wherein all the top, whether it is projects, whether it is product, whether it is procurement, engineering. So, all have to collaboratively work. And for that, the focus of management is always there so that we don't lose track. And as he correctly said, everybody has the same goal that we have to deliver what our management has promised to the customer. So everybody, so we do weekly meetings, monthly meetings, and probably, we try to also in between, everybody gets to talk to a customer also, to understand his requirement so that we don't have a gap in between teams. So, but focus has to come from management, and I think probably, everybody has to work together to deliver what customer needs.
So let's switch the dial a little bit and talk about innovation. I think we've all heard a lot of speakers. This is how we do things differently, how we need to reposition ourselves, etc. So let's switch the dial to innovation, and I'll turn to the B2C end of the spectrum. And Jimmy, can you give us some examples of how you brought changes and how you innovated in your programming in order to keep up with the audience's requirements, and also how maybe you've done things that put you ahead of what your audience could even think of?
See, radio, as I said, is all about the feel, the perception, The key success, especially in radio, is not just doing a show or doing a good show. It's connecting with the audience, engaging with the audience, and interacting with the audience. The first mantra, which sadly not many stations do, you need to be live and real. If I am doing a good show, the audience over there would love to engage with me. But if it's going to be a recorded show with a sexy voice and great music, and that person is listening to it, then why shouldn't he listen to any song anywhere in any of the channels or the Spotify's or whatever, basically? He wants to engage. That first observation of radio, the first objective of radio, is to engage, connect, and interact with the consumer. Very, very important. That way, he feels very close to the medium. He knows he can pick up the phone or send a message on the digital and he's going to get an instant response. So he feels very close to the medium. It's like a family. I get calls. I'll just share maybe a 30-second story. It was a long time ago, I remember, very, very late night at 1:30 in the night. I got a call from someone on air live, and the first thing he said, Jimmy, I don't want to live anymore. And that was at 1:30 in the night. So I spoke to him, and I spoke to him for 16 minutes on air, which is unthinkable. But that's how people think, how close they can confide on radio. He was standing on the 4th floor of the ledge, holding a mobile phone, and he was talking to me. After 16 minutes of conversation, I understood. He had someone to hear. His dad was busy with business, no time. Mom and kitty parties, no time. He was talking his life out on air. Absolutely, and the world was hearing. After 16 minutes, I convinced him to get back down, back to his room. Today, he is one of the biggest lawyers in the Calcutta High Court and a very good friend of mine. And whenever we meet, he says, Jimmy, radio gave me a second life. Now tell me, which product or which thing can make you so close that you can give a call feeling कि यार चलो यार एक तो दोस्त है वहाँ पे जो मैं बात कर सकता हूँ. It's not innovation. It's coming out reality. Talking about innovations, we have to innovate every day. And remember, radio is not just about on air. Radio is not just about creating amazing content. That has to be there. You have to differentiate. But radio is all about on air, on ground, and digital combined. I'll give you a small example. There was a very big beverage client. We did something for a very big beverage client. There was a huge festival. We had taken one of the huge parks in the city, and we used a hot air balloon. And inside that hot air balloon, which was about 22 feet, where about 10, 12 people can stand, we created an entire radio studio. On the move on air, about 100 feet in height, we were broadcasting live from a hot air balloon, engaging with those 10 winners there. Innovation. Way back I talk about, we created a radio studio on a hoarding in the city of Calcutta, right on the main Kamak street. We had 500,000 cars passing it every day, and the engagement was so good that we had told the people, if you're passing by, why don't you dip your headlights? And all the cars in the evenings were actually dipping the headlights. That is the connection. You just can't just play music, or you just can't have a great voice and tell the person, okay, give me a call, we are having a contest. That's basic radio. You need to innovate, you need to refresh, you need to create a differentiation. You need to take a baseball bat and charge out and give a big hit, rather than just a normal slap. Trust me, that is the game which needs to be done, because ultimately, you also can't hum a song for 1 year. You will hum it for 1 month, and then you'll love some other song, you'll start humming it. And that's the way it works. So radio is a continuous ongoing process of innovation. And as we said, 2 years back and right now, we are huge into digital. We are into the audio business. We have started our podcast. We are engaging in a big, big way across the audio dimension. And this is just the beginning.
Thanks, Jimmy. So Nupur, I'm going to pick up on one of the conversations we had over the last day or two and ask you, given that we discussed about all that you've done in the last many years, I'm going to take you to the story about the hills, right, where you set up this fabulous place. And obviously, everything is got to do with business, and it's an enterprise of its own, like you told me, and you get customers over there. So it's a different experience for people to go there, even if they are customers. So what is it they're looking for, and how is it that you bring these elements together? And that's something that you put a lot of personal effort into. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Thank you for surprising me. This was not supposed to be here as a question. But if I got your question right, you're asking me, with that whole enterprise setup, how is it that I'm putting my learnings from there into the current state of things? The other way as well? Well, okay. So Thank you for putting me on a spot. This is not something I prepared to answer, but I will try to. So what he's referring to is that I've spent few years in the industry, almost about 25. I've worked with Cisco and Symantec and Lucidius and various IT networking cybersecurity companies. And about 2 years back, just when COVID started in 2020 early, we had a little home in the hill, and we just, as a family, packed up our bags on a Friday night and left the city. And we went and lived in the hills for 2 years, me, my husband, and I have a 12-year-old daughter. So 2 years, and I quit the corporate world, and I set up a little wellness resort over there, just few mud huts and cottages. Did that in a very sustainable, eco-friendly way. And trust me, everything that I thought I had learned in my corporate life is something that I can go and use in this new business that I was setting. It was my start of a journey of an entrepreneur. Well, there were lots of things I've learned in my career and in my networking and IT life and cybersecurity, corporate world, but most of those things did not really apply. What really applied, again, and going back to the point of my earlier conversation, is it was a human-centric approach. It was really the people that I brought together. I employed my whole team from the local villages. I gave employment to the laborers there. And this is a really secluded place in Uttarakhand where, you know, there's, in 10-kilometer vicinity, there's nobody else. We're like really in the forest. But I kind of helped in uplifting the people, their lives, their families, you know, sponsored education for children, got, you know, employment for even the women of the villages and all of that. Did that for 2 years, and that enterprise is now really running on its own. It's outsourced, and it's a lot of joy. So whatever we learn in life, somewhere or the other, we do use it. However, this was a completely different situation for me, and it has really worked out well. And what truly gives me the joy is that I'm able to support families. And it's a small start. Just, you know, just 11 people are employed with us right now. But imagine if each one of you in this room start to think like this. And each one of you could take up a village and say, all right, we're going to bring this ground up. And we use technology. I have 100 Mbps broadband line. I have people who come there and do vacations and work from mountains and all of that. So, so try to mix technology with the village life and all of that. And in my current situation here, while after coming back, I've actually been able to empathize more with people. I'm able to understand people more in my organization. I'm able to, you know, bring down my ego in a lot of things. And I'm able to limit myself in needs that I would have for my life. So both ways, it has been a wonderful journey. Thank you.
Thanks. I think the audience is going to really remember that story for sure when they take off from here. Rajesh, back to you. How much of human-centric innovation do you see in the enterprises that you interact with?
I would say it's a kind of a mixed bag. It's a journey of sorts, because if you think about innovation, I think there are 2 or 3 fundamental questions. One is, what is innovation? Right? It's like, you know, transformation. Everyone uses the word, but you need to contextualize it, right? So for purposes of our discussion, you know, to me, innovation is how we are creating meaningfully better experience for customers, right? So let's say once define it, the second question then becomes is, you know, how do you create it, right? And traditionally, you know, the way it has been thought about it is, you know, a particular innovation office is going to do it, a particular R&D department is going to do it, blah, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is, you know, this is your employees, everyone, anyone and everyone possibly is contributing to employee experience, right? So on this question, Raghu, the way I see progressive organizations doing it is really kind of harnessing the power of almost all individuals in the organization. And it's not about, hey, big I innovation fundamental. There are a lot of incremental innovations which can have significantly superior experience in the, so I'll give you a quick example, right? So for example, there's this payroll outsourcing company, right? So they process payroll for a lot of organizations. And they also, respond to, queries that employees, their clients or their clients' employees will raise, right? There's something. So one of the things that they saw, and this is one of the, the people, some of those people, they saw that, invariably, the number of queries were much higher when the actual pay is anyways different than what the typical pay is, right? And that is when the, phone starts ringing, they have to kind of provide the inquiry. So it's a kind of fundamentally then going back to say, why are people kind of, calling up, right? And anyone, as you know, all of us know, we don't want to call up a customer service. That's not a kind of a, thing that we look forward to, right? To that extent, we want to eliminate that, right? So the simple thing that they saw is that they kind of looked at it and they say, hey, actually, the most number of queries are coming during that time period, and the reason why it is coming is because of this differential. So why can't, when we are kind of providing the pay slip online, all those things, anytime there is a differential, right, they highlight that. The employee, the user in this case, can double click on that and get the reasons. If then there is any issue, right, you can call up. So again, this improved the experience significantly. So the point that I'm trying to make, which is going back to the human-centric approach, going back to the experience part of the picture, if you look at a lot of things in today's world, they can be replicated, right? Your marketing message definitely can be replicated. Even your data, technology, tools, even to the business model, right? If you see, this startup comes up and within 2, 3 months, 5 months with a similar kind of model, there are so many others who come up. So those are replicable, repeatable. That is what we are saying, replicable. What is difficult to replicate, which is going back to my original point, I'm kind of possibly harping on that, but it's very related to the human element of it, is the culture part of the equation, right? And as they say, cultures eat strategy for breakfast. For sure they do.
Yep. Thanks, Rajesh. So we have only around 2 minutes left. I'll quickly ask Vimal, if you have a message to give to all our friends in West Bengal, in Kolkata, Vimal, what would that be?
Oh, sorry, Vimal, sorry. I got it. Message. Okay, so message is that we were in core cities and tier 1 cities as a data center provider. So we have finally decided that Kolkata will be the first tier 2 location where the construction will start. And I promise you that from NTT that the customer experience we have in core cities will bring the same experience, same infrastructure within Kolkata in the next 12 to 14 months time, depending on how quickly we get approvals. And I have been visiting Kolkata from so many years, but the kind of response I got for the last 6-7 months, I think this city is geared up for change, and we promise our contribution, and we promise to be customer-centric at the end of the day. So, thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vimal. Rajesh, very quickly from you. What is that one thing that you believe is the biggest factor in the success of a client-centric organization?
Biggest factor, I said, continue to be the culture part of the equation, the employee experience part of the picture, how organization internally, not one department, every one of us, everyone, right? How are they, which is going back to this Grab example, or to Grab, the taxi hailing company of Singapore, right? As every employee start to understand, hey, this is, this problem is my problem, and the way they galvanize, that's the key, right? Of course, you can have the right tools, technology, all those are important, everything is important. This is the place where I see organizations miss it.
All right. Parul, one thing that you want everybody to remember about CrowdStrike?
About CrowdStrike? Well, there are quite a few things, but one thing that I can talk about is that we at CrowdStrike really believe that when we do need help, and this is from an organization, people perspective, when we need help, we seek out help, which means that we can actually look for opportunities where we can co-create, even with our customers and consumers, with all the people that we touch with our products or solutions. We can actually co-create with them so much in the market that together we can all win.
Great, thanks Parul. And Jimmy, always, like I promised, we will wrap up with a rap from you. I'm going to give you 4 words. Meta, data, changers, makers. Let's see you do a rap song for us, and the bell is just rung.
Meta, data, changers, makers. Yo, 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 check it out and go. It's a meta world. You gotta say, show. Everybody say, put the data on hold. You gotta go, go, go. Everybody say. The change makers are the makers, and that's what life is all about. I hope I was satisfactorily with your line. But
excellent.
But okay, I just got to say one line about us at Friends FM, or Radio as per se. Interact, engage, connect, spread happiness, and we are there for you all 24/7. So give us a buzz whenever you need us, so we can spread happiness together. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Please give a big round of applause for our panelists. A great pleasure to have you in the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Moderator, for that excellent panel discussion. We request you to kindly remain on stage, and I'd like to request Mr. Suman Banerjee to kindly come on stage and present mementos to our Chairperson and Moderator and our panelists. Extremely interesting session, I must say. Thank you, Chairperson and Moderator, Mr. Raghavendra Rao. Mr. Vimal Kaur, thank you so much. Mr. Rajesh Ranjan, thank you very much for that very interesting session that we had right now. Ms. Nupur Sharma, thank you very much, ma'am, for this interesting session that you had with us. And Mr. Jimmy Tangri, thank you. That was so interesting. The rap was excellent. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Shall we ask them to come to the front? Yes. Gentlemen and ma'am, moderator, sir, and ma'am, I think they want a picture. The photographer has been waiting, so they want a picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. We request you to take your seats in the auditorium. We'll start off with the leadership keynote, and I request all of you to remain seated as we do a little bit of the setup here. This leadership keynote is on cyber and the changing face of modern warfare. What an interesting, absolutely interesting leadership keynote that we're going to have, and the keynote speaker is Mr. Diwakar Dayal. He is the MD of Sentinel-1. And I will request all our dignitaries who are standing outside, our delegates who are outside, to kindly come in. This is going to be an interesting session for all of you, and I promise that if you're not going to be in here, then you're going to miss a lot. So before I call Mr. Diwakar Dayal onto the dais to take over the microphone, I will do a bit of introductions for him. Mr. Diwakar Dayal is the Managing Director and Country Manager, Sentinel-1 India and SAARC. Mr. Dayal is a cybersecurity industry veteran with 25 years of experience in India and Asia-Pacific region. He has led high-growth security products, platforms, practices, services, and solutions, businesses in leadership positions with global companies. Mr. Diwakar is the Managing Director and Country Manager for Sentinel-1's business across India and the SAARC. And put your hands together for Mr. Diwakar Dayal as I invite him onto the stage to give you this very interesting note on leadership. So, here he is. Can we hear a round of applause, please?
Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Looks like it's been a very long day, and most of them have retired outside, either at the bar, if it's already open, or maybe tea. Hey, so I'll keep this really short and crisp to make it interesting for you. I know there have been a lot of speakers ahead of me. I wish I had a very fascinating topic to talk to you about. All, great stuff happening. Unfortunately, it's not. Really, what we are seeing today out there is a very dark, gloomy outlook, right? And some of you are already following the war in a different continent. There are repercussions to that happening in this country as well. And those repercussions are not just around oil, energy, and other crises, but more of crisis coming from the whole cyber domain. And clearly, if you're somebody who's looking at the news day in and day out, one thing is for sure. It doesn't seem like we are able to win the war against attackers, adversaries. Why? Company after company, organizations with all the might in terms of skill sets, in sense of tools, people are today failing to defend themselves against attacks of different kinds. And these are examples that I'm showing you. There are plenty of them. The idea really is not to kind of educate you here about how these attacks are coming in, but about the inevitability of these attacks. Clearly, there is something that is going wrong. Otherwise, the top banks of the country, the top ITES organizations, the largest government functionaries, the largest hospital in our capital city has been devastated for the last 1 week with inability to function. They have patients who show up at the hospital because there's no system to take an appointment. And all that is happening because today, most organizations are failing against adversaries and attackers. And why is that happening? Clearly, there is this underestimation of this domain. Cybersecurity by itself is way too big, with a lot of challenges across different areas within cybersecurity. And for the last 2-3 decades, we've been trying to solve the problem in the wrong way. And why do I say that? I used to work in a cybersecurity domain almost 23, 24 years back, when it didn't exist in its true name. And a lot of IT leaders back in 2000 used to look at me in a very condescending manner, or look at security folks, simply because it was an annoyance, right? Compliance, stopping business. But things were easier then. Back in the 2000s, you had a bunch of smart kids who got angry and wrote some simple scripts which had very fancy names. I use the word jargon because the problem has not changed. The nature of the problems have changed. We had a simple problem called viruses. We had a very simple solution. We threw a file which kind of understood how bad files looked and looked for them. And that was called the signature-based era. And then we went to this entire cloud adoption 10 years back. Hackers got smarter. They started cheating the signatures, right? They started introducing new jargons, APTs, ransomwares, malwares, very cool words, but basically doing the same thing, fooling applications, operating systems, and whatnot. And then a lot of technologies evolved. It came from taking the power of the cloud to be able to solve the problem. Where we are going today really is this challenge that those technologies today are not able to stop the kind of attacks that have come in. Clearly, in the last couple of years, accelerated by this digital transformation that's happened with COVID and the pandemic, the hackers or the adversaries are on steroids in terms of taking down companies. And why are they doing that? Because it's easy, and the technologies that is supposed to defend against them is not available today. Unfortunately, there are a host of companies, large ones, who make very good switches, routers, operating systems, sometimes firewalls, and then they come together like this bunch of kids collecting stones in the playground, coming up with this everything that we can solve for you. This whole hoax of putting together one security stack from end to end, the story has failed many times over the last 2-3 decades. And that's how we're also digging the grave for a lot of organizations in having a false sense of cybersecurity. Because of which they fall for these plots and then again come back to, hey, why am I getting attacked again? Clearly, if you look at the budgets that are going inside, it's over 250 billion across the world. Even in India, it's a behemoth number. Most companies are spending more money today in cybersecurity than they did 5 or 10 years back. I hope you agree. But unfortunately, they are less secure today than 5 or 10 years back. So clearly, there is this gap that's evolved. And this gap is coming in from the fact that A, the attackers are taking just milliseconds to come in, and B, the technologies that we are using today to defend against the attackers are pretty much useless. Of course, when we look at the things around, the various analyst report, they publish them with a view that, hey, these technologies have a great, footprint. But unfortunately, these footprints are not helping stop these attacks coming in. So what's the way forward? We believe it's very simple. We got to flip the balance of power from human-driven approach, which is what we've been trying to do for the last couple of years, to a machine-driven approach. And we believe that is the only way you can keep pace with the speed at which you have relentless attacks, the scale at which we have attacks today, and most important, you have a millisecond to get it right. So how accurate can you get it right? And that gives us the whole new birth of this concept that you got to create a defense that is autonomous, a platform that can work on its own. What do I mean by that? When a bad packet comes in, from wherever it does, email, USB tokens, or whatever else the manner, you do not need to look at a past signature, nor do you need to go to the cloud to check if I've seen this before. That is truly autonomous. And this is more relevant today in India simply because 70 to 80% of us are still working from home, but the bandwidth at home is not the bandwidth at the office. Do you agree? So how do you then expect split-second security when your security software needs to go back to the cloud, wherever it is in the world, and then figure out if this program is doing the right thing? And that's what we mean by autonomous cybersecurity platform. We believe our company, Israeli-born company, our CEO was a hacker back in Israel 10, 15 years back. He worked for various groups within Israel and came up with this wonderful technology, which is completely AI-driven, way ahead of its time, with a few patents that really gives us the power to be able to stop attacks in real time at the scene of the crime, at the laptop, the computer, the server, the container, wherever the workload works, without really having a dependency to go back and check multiple layers. That is the power of the autonomous cybersecurity platform, and this is the era that's starting now, which will help us get some respite from this onslaught of attacks that we're seeing day in and day out. Clearly, this platform is powered by a single data lake called the Singularity XDR. It basically means we don't care about the agents. We don't care about what devices you use. Your cybersecurity is free to really take the power of data and then apply the same efficacy that we've built and detect, protect, and remediate in real time without dependencies of human beings, without dependencies of really a fatigued SOC team, which today is failing. and most importantly, with least false positives and getting it right every time, which is cybersecurity's biggest challenge. The company itself, over 2,000 plus sentinels spread across the world, across all continents in terms of sales, research, tech support, as well as development. And clearly, we have established this security platform as a world leader in being able to stop attacks in real time across different landscapes. If people are familiar with these words, MITRE right in the middle is like the Oscars of the technical world. They rank vendors, not based on how big they are, how much money they make, how beautiful their marketing slides look, but can they stop an attack or not? And every time, the last 3 years, we have passed the test as the #1 company to detect attacks in real time with least dependencies. And of course, there are other analysts who looked at us and say, hey, wow, it's a cool technology, it works great, and it's really positioned well to help customers succeed in how they stop attacks. Over 9,000 plus customers. When we did go for an IPO, it was the biggest cybersecurity IPO of the world. It kind of proved that the message and the product we brought to the market is bang on in terms of solving the right problem. Not like those stones that bunch of kids were stacking up, saying that's my security solution. Because most of those tech vendors today, they have customers across every vertical, and all of their customers have got breached. So there must be something wrong with what they're offering. From an India perspective, I was employee #1 back less than 2 years, back in Feb. We have grown close to 200 plus employees today, and all that has happened because of the way the market has embraced us. We have customers that we're adding on by weeks and by day, and most important of all, we have a development center in Bangalore, which we acquired with a wonderful company called Ativo, which is a leader again in identity and cloud security, and then be able to offer the best of support locally to our customers here in the Indian time zone. We also have something called the S1 Investment Fund that clearly works on identifying leaders in the space and startups who can help or who are driving innovation to help solve this problem. And the reason I call this out again is a lot of times when large companies acquire 10s and 20s startups, eventually the culture of the company walks out of the door and the technology follows behind it. Which is why you see most of these big stack vendors getting outdated, which is why it's very important to keep the startups in the mode that they are. We have the largest customers from a point of view of different verticals, be it the largest airline of India, be it one of the fanciest and the fastest growing airport of India, right? Indian government agencies who use a lot of on-prem solutions, large automobile manufacturers. So across verticals, we have been able to establish SentinelOne's value in terms of A, protecting them every day, every night, B, being able to really make it easy to embrace and migrate to SentinelOne, and C, offer them world-class support. We've also committed to investing in the country in terms of a local data center, local investments in, like I said, in development and whatever else, and that has powered the kind of growth that we've seen in the last less than 2 years. We are known as a rocket ship sales company across the world, in a very light manner, simply because of the growth that we've been able to establish in every region that we function. And I'll just leave you behind with this one little picture. When people buy any cybersecurity solution, what do you think they buy? Are they buying tools? Are they buying platforms? Are they buying licenses? Absolutely right. What you buy when you buy cybersecurity is one night's sleep. And I tell you why. We get approached by a lot of organizations, at least 2 to 3 a week, who get breached, who get breached, sometimes as bad as the one in Delhi hospital, sometimes not as bad. They approach us saying, can you help us? Right? Because they're using outdated, current, those fancy technologies that's being sold out there. And what they lack really is this peace of mind. All of us went to school, and I'm not sure how many of you had this thing called Monday morning blues. Do you remember them? I had it when I was in school. Sunday evening and Monday morning is the worst time of the week because I'm suddenly nervous. What homework have I missed when I'm going to school? Most security leaders and IT leaders today have Friday evening blues. As soon as they go out of the office heading to the weekend, they dread an office call saying, guess what? We just got ransomware. This is the peace of mind that we believe we want to provide to our customers here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Dhruva Mukherjee to kindly come on stage, please, and do the honors of felicitating and presenting a memento to Mr. Diwakar Dayal. Sir.
Thank you.
Here is Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of AVP Private Limited, presenting a memento to Mr. Diwakar Dayal, MD of Sentinel-1. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our keynote address. This is leveraging the digital to grow your business, and our keynote speaker is Mr. Sudipta Sen, President of TCG Digital. No. We are having the session now. So before I invite Mr. Sudipta Sen onto the dais, a few words to introduce Mr. Sen. Mr. Sudipta Sen is the President, TCG Digital, and he brings over 3 decades of rich experience in analytics and IT domains. His illustrious career encompasses significant CEO partner level exposure and a demonstrated history of working in management consulting, analytics, IT and software industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Sudipta Sen, President of TCG Digital, when he speaks on leveraging digital to grow your business. We'll just take a couple of minutes to get this session started. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. We will be starting in a short while from now. And in the meantime, I hope you have been using our different connects to connect to us and to also put up your pictures, your stories with the hashtags that we have given since the morning. I will mention about this once again. Tomorrow also we have a very early day, so all of us should be here by 9:30 so that we can start off on time. Today we're very much on time, and today we have a very interesting person who's coming, one of my favorites. He's a mythologist, Devdutt Patnaik. He's going to be here. So I expect that all of you are going to be here, and you're going to have a very interesting session. I follow Mr. Patnaik on Twitter, and Mr. Patnaik writes extensively. He's got several books to his name, and he writes extensively on mythology. And it's interesting to know about Indian mythology when Mr. Devdutt Patnaik speaks. So I'm expecting our next speaker to be here any moment now. And like I had told you, Mr. Sudipta Sen, he's the president of TCG Digital, and he's going to be on stage with us to speak on a very interesting topic. And he's going to speak on leveraging digital to grow your business. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. I know it's the end of the day, but then I'm sure you have a lot of strength inside yourself while I invite Mr. Sudipta Sen onto the dais. Please put your hands together for him. Sir, please. Come.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, my great privilege today to be sharing my thoughts on this exciting event. Let me kind of share with you what the agenda that I have planned today. First is introduction to digitalization, followed by drivers for digital transformation, technology enablers, impactful case studies. That's where I'll be spending my time more in today's session. And finally, some inputs on way forward. So here is an interesting word. This word came from Chancellor of Germany last February. The word is Zeitenwende. It's a tongue twister, but it became actually a viral word with many of the media companies across the world picking it on. And this word basically means time is now, specifically in the light of the Black Swan event, of the war which probably you and I are watching for the last 200 days. That's not the only Black Swan event which has come in front of us in the recent times. The memory of Corona is something which is very much there with all of us. Such events actually create so much of disruptions, whether it is scenarios with respect to the political alliances, to scenarios with respect to disruption of the complete supply chain, to issues which are really impacting us as individuals, as folks within organizations and the country. But despite that, organizations who have taken the adoption of digitalization have actually gone ahead and created phenomenal value, whether it is organizations, whether it is governments, and scenario is exactly the same here in India as well. So what are the drivers for digitalization? Basically three things: data, AI, ML analytics, and digitalization framework. When we are referring to data, obviously all of us know that within an organization, we normally look at all the structured, semi-structured, unstructured data which is sitting around. But more than that, the moving data, which is outside at times the realm of the organization, has become extremely pertinent and important. So two things. One is the type of data. Second, being moving data, which becomes imperative and important for the organization, has become a reality today. How do we harness the humongous amount of data which comes in is through AI, ML, and analytics. Here again, conventionally, we were looking at things like usual time series analysis, which looked at the past. Surely past is an indicator of what probably might happen tomorrow. But tomorrow's indicators in terms of what is likely to happen, what is the best that can happen, can only be done through the high-end, what we call algorithms, such as the regressions of the world, to neural networks of the world, and so on. Third piece, the digitalization framework. Let me kind of show exactly how it is turning out to be. It's a bottoms-up scenario on my slide that I have written out here. It begins with the leadership of an organization who have to have the courage to take on such decisions which at times could be disruptive. Post which comes in the decision of choosing the right technology as well as adoption of the right digital platform. And that's not good enough. The most important piece is how you execute that. So they say that devil is in execution. And I, for one, whenever we have engaged in some of these transformational projects across the globe, we have seen that the change management becomes one of the biggest impediment if it is not handled right. So good news is, when we get on to the journey of doing any such transformational project, one of the biggest challenge which comes in is because data is never sitting at one place. If we have to create the data lake, we have to pull the data elements from various such islands of information, and more so today from all kinds of what we call devices which could be outside the realm of the organization, whether it is IoT devices, sensors, or even moving data coming in from the social media feeds and likes of those. To put them together requires investment on a platform. And here I've given the example of TCG Digital's platform, which is called M-Cube. So essentially, a platform would perform 4 key tasks. Task number 1, data integration. Task number 2, creating the storage where you put in different kinds of data out there which can be utilized in order to kind of solve any problems. Third piece is the analytics, which is starting with the simple time series, going up to the complex ones which are sitting out there. And fourth is the BI piece on how exactly the output of this you provide to the end user who has to take the decision. So using this, it is possible to create the digital framework which has resulted in significant benefits to various clients whom we have engaged in our journey so far. So let me kind of share with you some of the impactful use cases. So here is a slide from McKinsey. If you look at this slide, the key adopters in terms of who are sitting right up there is the industry which is travel and hospitality. So it goes without saying that today we no longer go to airlines, we no longer go to a hotel to book the reservation, nor we go to a travel agent. We do that with looking at a digital interventions. And that's where comes in the adoption that we have seen. Primarily, the adoption obviously is higher on travel and hospitality, but the other industries are catching up. So the examples which I have thought today that I will share with you are from insurance industry, from banking industry, from energy as well as government. So while insurance, banking, and other commercially viable industries, we get to see the matrices associated with enhancing the, let's say, the revenue, the EBITDA, and so on. But the ones which are being used by government in terms of the digitalization initiatives are also equally important because they may not be addressing scenarios with respect to revenue alone, but saving the lives of the citizen, creating opportunities for the citizen to be able to make use of the services provided by the government agency itself is an important piece which currently being used by the various digitalization initiatives that government has taken both at central level as well as at state level. So let me give you the example from the insurance industry. In good old days, if I banged my car and I wanted to reach the insurance company, I would probably call the insurance company and the agent will show up either in my doorsteps or at the garage where I've left my car. Today, our clients, those who are making use of our product and services, what they do is to drop that app on the smartphone of the end user or the garage. And guess what happens? After you have got that app on your smartphone, either the garage owner or the end user could take the picture of the damaged portion of the vehicle and upload it to the insurance company's designated center. And that's where underpinning all this is the power of our platform, which takes care in terms of deciphering whether it is a dent, if it is a dent or a scratch, and if it is a dent, what is the severity of the dent, and so on. So the complete process of claims processing, therefore, is crunched to hours, which otherwise probably was taking good 10 to 15 days. So what's the advantage to the insurance company? Insurance company is saving tons of money by not having to send the agent to that particular visit. With that itself, with some of our clients, they have actually saved millions. And not only that, in terms of giving higher satisfaction to their end users is another big thing which helps them to enhance their customer satisfaction. And this is particularly important in this part of the world because unlike in US, if I bang my car, I would get a loaner car from the insurance company. That's not the case in India. That's not the only area. There are multiple other areas where the insurance company's digitalization has been very impactful, including management of the fraud. So even in the same application, while I'm taking the picture of my damaged car, it guides me to start off with the chassis number. But while doing so, the application actually puts the date and timestamp, including the lat long, to make sure that I don't take the picture of my car and then take the picture of a damaged car, which is somebody else's, to get a fraudulent stuff being done in my favor. Having done this, here is an example of the kind of benefit an organization achieved. One of our clients, we could add economic value of almost $25 million by taking care of multiple digitalization use cases, which got implemented after putting the data lake project. And this could be achieved primarily because the platform had the capability of not only looking at the data which was sitting inside within the realm of the organization, but also ingesting a lot of data through computer vision and what have you. Let me now take you through the scenarios which we have observed in the banking piece. As users, obviously this is something which is interesting for us to have observed during the recent past. Not so long ago, one of the currency in our country was candies. I don't know if you'd remember, you bought something from a store, or even while buying vegetables, the guy did not have change and he would return candies to you. Today, it's so easy to put your phone and just take a picture of that QR code, and within minutes you are out of that store. And exciting piece is, this is something which is available with roadside vendors, including tea stalls and what have you. But digitalization is not just at that end alone. Inside the bank, most of the digitally savvy banks have invested significantly in creating the control and command center. So typically in the control and command center, which is not just the dealing room alone, which had feeds coming in from Bloombergs of the world to Reuters and what have you, it also has actually feeds from the various news channels which are showing up. So visualize as a bank, if I have acquired assets by lending money to youngsters who are part of a voice BPO segment. And suddenly I get to see here a ticker which goes on which says that new generation bots are becoming very popular with the BPO segment, which will reduce the investment of people which hitherto was required. On the other hand, one of the news items which probably is showing up on the TV shows that the center of gravity for voice BPO segment is moving towards Philippines or Dalian. Now these two are isolated two such things which are sitting around, one coming in from a Bloomberg feed, one coming in from the TV news, and visualize that such things are going on, so many of them. Physically it is not feasible to kind of figure out what could come and impact your risk profile of the complete portfolio of the bank. And that's where comes in the power of analytics to throw up, so that whether you are using NLP, whether you are using many of these different techniques which are available, for the risk officer to know that, hey, if this segment is getting into stress tomorrow, I should stop lending money to folks in that particular segment. And therefore, help the bank to be managing their risk a lot better. So by using scenarios like this, obviously the banks are today, who are making use of the digitalization process, are getting into a different league altogether. And especially in India, I must say that we are way ahead of the curve as compared to many of the organizations elsewhere in the world. In the manufacturing space, here again we have added significant value, again by making sure that we have pulled in data from the various devices and then creating what is called the digital twin. The digital twin is nothing else but mimicking the complete plant which is sitting behind. This plant has n number of assets, and typically whenever there is an asset which tends to breach the parameters, automated information goes to the person who is managing that device to know that this particular asset is likely to fail. In any continuous process industry, unplanned outage could be extremely expensive, and that's where the power of digitalization comes into play. So this is not the only area where digitalization is helpful, but many other areas, including supply chain optimization, to even grade sequencing and likes of those, which we have done to solve and add value to a very large petrochemical conglomerate who have actually saved upwards of $56 million by adoption of what we have done. So having shared this, let me kind of talk about something from government. Here is an example which we are doing actually for the state of West Bengal. This is a project called, which is Mission Mode project with one of the corporations where we are integrating the GIS layer with the details with respect to the property registration, payment, etc., and so on. The same platform, besides ensuring that the corporation is in a position to enhance the revenue, it also gives the citizen ability to get the services such as if you happen to spot garbage in front of your house, you could take the picture and upload it to the corporation. An automated scenario would ensure the janitor will be informed in order to take the right action to remove it. That's not the only area. We are also doing exciting work in order to ensure the safety of the individuals. And this is one of the very large projects which is governed by an initiative called Nirbhaya Initiative of PMO. And in this project, we are essentially ensuring that 1,000 odd locations are connected by the camera. And behind that is the analytical layer which is doing face recognition, spotting scenarios with respect to changes which probably can be monitored in order to make sure that the safety of people is achieved. So let me now conclude by bringing out one more example from the agriculture as well as pisciculture area. The reason I'm bringing it out is because there are two statistics, one which is good statistics, which is the fact that 20% of the GDP of our country is from agriculture, good part. So if you are going to be a 5 trillion economy, 1 trillion is going to be from agri. Second, which is not such a good statistics, is the fact that about 350,000 deaths have happened during the last few years because of farmers committing suicide. Can we stop this? Yes. 2 states in India have actually embarked on this by doing something very interesting. So for example, for paddy plantation, how to kind of ensure that water supply is optimized, at the same time to ensure that paddy yield is in line with what probably it was thought through. Similarly, even on pisciculture, scenario is the same where IoT devices are being used in order to figure out what is the pH levels and how much feed should be given, because if you save 1.5 kg of nutrients that is required for 1 kg of prawn, it's a big savings. And by doing this, the state has done phenomenally well in order to address this, one of the gory statistics of reducing the deaths. So before I close, only one slide, I call it, I'm taking a commercial break. This is about our organization. We are part of the TCG group, which is a multi-billion-dollar group promoted by Dr. Punendu Chatterjee. So we have a dozen odd operating companies. So in Kolkata, all of you are familiar with Haldia Petrochemicals to Mitsubishi Chemicals, which we acquired and so on. On the tech space, we have a bunch of companies, including Lummus, TCG Digital, LabVantage, and so on. And finally, the TCG Crest, which is the university here, where we are doing phenomenal amount of research work in the area of new generation batteries as well as quantum computing. So thank you very much for your attention. I really appreciate that, and all the very best. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee to kindly come on stage, please, to present a memento to Mr. Sudipta Sen for that very interesting session.
Thank you very much. Oh, wonderful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for that interesting session. And we request you to take your seat on the dais, in the auditorium. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next panel discussion, and this discussion is going to be interesting, I promise you. It's on driving outcomes in the global knowledge economy. And while we do the setup, I'm going to introduce the chairperson and our moderator and our panelists to all of you. Our first panelist for this session will be Mr. Abhijit Guha. Mr. Abhijit Guha is the founder and global president of the Data Consultants Corporation, or DCC, and has an experience of over 42 years. In 2016, Mr. Abhijit and Debashish Ghosh collaborated and DCC was formed in India. Today, DCC USA, DCC India are working together under the banner of DCC for global clients. Our next panelist for this session is Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay. Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay is currently the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata from January 2020 onwards, and was the founder, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Kolkata from 2015 to 2019. Our next panelist for this session is Mr. Shaumik Dasgupta. Mr. Shaumik is an experienced digital transformation and SAP leader with over 22 years of rich and extensive experience leading technology and digital practices in sales, strategy, delivery, business development, and innovation. Mr. Shaumik is a partner at PwC India, based out of Mumbai. And our chairperson and moderator for this session will be Mr. Aparup Sengupta, founder and chairman, Arch Global Foundation. Mr. Aparup is an entrepreneur at heart, having built 4 successful startups. He now mentors young professionals and actively supports philanthropy. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our chairperson and our moderator and our panelists for this discussion that we're going to have, driving outcomes in the global knowledge economy. May I request the chairperson and moderator, Mr. Aparup Sengupta, to kindly come on stage, and also our panelist, Mr. Abhijit Guha, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, and Mr. Shaumik Dasgupta. May I request all of you to kindly come onto the stage. Put your hands together for this extremely vibrant panel discussion that we are now going to have. And I will now hand over the entire session to Mr. Aparup Sengupta, our chairperson and our moderator. Sir.
Thank you very much. Check. Thank you very much. I remember there was a very interesting story I heard when I was a young boy, that there was a singer who was singing and he was very impressed because there were only a few audience members who were sitting there. And I'm getting that feeling. And then finally, when he finished his singing, he asked those guys that you are really a great classical connoisseur. You loved my singing. He says, no, I'm the decorator, sir. I'm just waiting when you will finish so that I can take it off. So I'm getting that kind of a feeling. So I'm just getting that kind of a feeling. But just, I think it was just a joke to lighten this whole atmosphere. It's a privilege and honor for me to be a moderator of this session. I will not say chairperson, because we are just coming off a wonderful heated dialogue that we were having in the speaker's lounge. And I think it will be a best idea for us to continue with that model and keep it pretty much informal so that you have the ability to ask questions, we'll debate, and we will have conversations. So the topic, as I say, is driving outcome in a knowledge economy. Very heavy topic for a short half an hour, 40-minute discussion. But I think I will start by asking a provocative question. Is at the backdrop of India becoming the 5th largest economy of the world. And therefore there is a kind of a sense and also a sensibility that everybody is thinking that India is going to be a nation finally, from the ING nation to the ED nation, which is a developing nation to a developed nation. So that's the whole idea.
So my first question goes to Mr. Abhijit Guho. How do you think India can become one of the top 3 economies of the world, if that's the outcome, if the country wants?
You already know my answer.
Yeah, but I think yes. Okay, go ahead.
So we were talking to him in the speaker's lounge. And I said, what did I say? I said, we should be the #1, not China, not United States. It's a shame that my associate put the PowerPoint together, although I am from India, born only 30 miles from here, but now my country is America. So, India should be #1 because we are holding something great, knowledge. We don't have that in America, we don't have that in China, we don't have that in Russia, but we don't know how to sell it. We don't really know how we are always thinking that we will engage 200,000 people, 300,000 people. That's not the way to become #1. And that's the discussion we are having in the speaker's lounge. I said, let's do something different. By the time 2030, 2040, 2050 comes along, we should be able to sell our intellectual property. What are we good at? Indians are good at science, math, and engineering. Everybody I remember back in 1970s and 80s were going to engineering school. Not medical school, not business school, engineering school. And why? Because we knew that that's the way to go forward. Today, we are trying to send those same people to United States, my home country. And I'm guilty as well. I bring people from here to work for us. But India has a great potential to beat my current home country, US, to become #1. How? Build the software technology here, which rest of the world has to buy. Just like Chinese go to buy the German machines to make the manufacturing easier. We must do that because that's our key. Manufacturing, sad to say, India is not good at manufacturing. India is not good at what America does. Package everything from rest of the world and sell it to the rest of the world. India can do that very well. I am 100% sure if we do that, we will succeed, and before my time goes, we will become #1. We are at 6.5 trillion. Who can tell me how much time it took us to become #5? Less than 10 years. Less than 10 years. So 15 years. So in 15 years, if we could go from what position to what position to become, I'm not very good at those statistics. Huh? Right. Okay. So at this rate, we are growing, America is growing at 1-2% right now, right? If we can bring this up to 7-8%, which doesn't seem very unlikely, doesn't seem that it's that difficult to do, we should be able to catch up with both America and the United States. My friends of the United States who are going to see this video, they're going to hate me. But at the end of the day, I was born here. So I love helping this country. I formed this company, DCC Services. I'm representing here because long back my dad told me you have to have something here.
So thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Guha. I would love to call you Abhijita, but just calling you Mr. Guha because of the formality of the session. You started a very thought-provoking kind of an answer that we want to become #1 in this country. And going back to the roots of our age-old wisdom, karmanyevadikarestu ma phalesu kadachana. So which means at the heart of outcome, which is the result, there was a lot of emphasis that was given by our rishis about the work that you do, the passion, the love, the intensity with which you do that work. So as a consultant, Shobik, I wanted to ask you this question, Shomik, is that as a consultant, as an advisor, when you're advising large organizations who are looking for outcome from you, there is a cause and effect. So what are the elements of cause that you believe lead to better outcomes?
Before answering that, I would look back and see, talk about the topic and say that, in the earlier days when we had the agrarian economy, land was of a great significance and use. Then we moved to the industrial, revolution and industrial economy, where machinery, plant, and equipment, they became the bedrock of growth. Now, we are in a very, very strange juncture where knowledge-based economy is becoming the driving force. And that means, what actually, Abhijit or Mr. Guha was talking about is bang on, that patents, software, information, people, upskilling of people, these all things put together is becoming the knowledge-based economy. And tomorrow, just by pumping people into a particular country, or just by even manufacturing stuff, it's not going to be enough. Because today, if you know, I hold an Apple phone, and what it says is that designed in USA, made in China. But if you see the revenue of Apple, the amount of revenue that Apple is taking for the design, for the patent, is probably more than 100 or 1,000 times what it takes to make this particular product. And that is the power of knowledge, which is actually ushering, what exactly Mr. Guha was saying. And I just thought I'll contextualize that to my understanding and with a practical example to say that that is where the economy is going, that is where the money is, the idea, the entire thought of doing something different, being bold enough to do something different, to be innovative, to be creative is what is driving it. Now coming to your direct question, as a consultant, most of the time customers come to us for either opportunities or problems. Now, opportunities could be, a copycat opportunity where somebody else is doing something and, you don't want to miss the bus and you have the fear of missing out and you come to a consultant to say that strengthen my business to be able to compete in the market. There could also be a problem where, again, maybe there's sagging revenues or there is, could be outdated technology or multiple things for which a company comes to us. But again, the core is that very few companies come to us to say that I want to do something different and I am bold to do something different, help me do that. So igniting this passion of innovation is extremely important in India, and that is what we as PwC are trying to do going forward as we enter into this next digital era, to see as to how we can help companies think differently and do differently and make the conventional obsolete and leapfrog towards a new, more innovative world. And I don't want to beat India a lot black and blue, because India has been doing quite decent and quite well. And we have been consulting a lot with fintech companies, with payment banks and stuff like that, where India has actually moved way ahead than the world in those areas. And there's an assurance of innovation which has come in, and it's a domino effect. Once you start into that cycle, you keep moving on and it keeps building from that. I'll take a pause here.
Absolutely. So I think, thank you very much. My son's friend came from Berlin, and he was mentioning that it takes 3 days to transfer money from one account to another account in Germany. And today with Google Pay or Paytm or whatever, it's in seconds. So that's something that he feels very proud that this is what the country that I belong to, and it has really leapfrogged. So at times when you start late, you basically cross the chasm and skip some of the steps and get into a leapfrogging kind of an environment. And I think India is poised for that. So in that context, one of the key elements of this whole journey or revolution has to be done with people. So as a Vice Chancellor of a university, Professor Chattopadhyay, how do you think our youngsters are thinking? Are they in that age-old kind of a framework of chakri or job and then qualification and a stamp and a degree? Or are they taking bold steps to maybe leave college and start something on their own? I mean, where do you see the young minds, the future of India, as the governor said, that they are the custodians of today and the leaders and the craftsmen of tomorrow? How do you see those students as a professor?
Thank you for bringing this particular important question to me, because I think one of the very important thing that today when we are sitting over here, we just came to know a couple of hours back in G20 we got the presidency. So that's a very important information, because that's what the Prime Minister is trying for a long period of time. And you know that the one where we are talking about this global knowledge economy, this particular terminology itself says that, as very rightly mentioned by Mr. Guha, that it is actually based on the concept of STEM. In general, in academics, we call it STEM, where the science, technology, engineering, and management, which gets quite a bit of importance in our Indian academics. But the way we used to look at it is from a point of view where it is more bookish than really practicing. So when we're talking about that realization itself, that here we have to understand how we could make this, our young generation, the employability of them, and make this combination of the academia and industry a reality. We are talking about this for a long period of time, but you know that in the industry 4.0 and academy 4.0, when they join hand together, and particularly the introduction of the NEP 2020, where this particular importance has been given, there I am quite sure that what is actually mentioned by my co-partner, Mr. Dashgupta, that igniting this particular young minds is going to occur actually now in a much more higher speed, and we can really see number of innovations. What we have seen during this Corona period, COVID period, that in a very short period of time, how much we can come out of the large number of our dependence on the Chinese. We have done a lot of things by ourselves, though it is at the very lower stage, but that's an indication. Yes, the knowledge economy is becoming a driving force for India also.
I think excellent point you made, that how do you ignite these young minds. In that context, I would like to provocate this whole panel, which, as I am spending more time with youngsters, clearly in our generation, and also probably it is continuing, there is no freedom to fail. I mean, as parents, we do not allow our children to fail, they are reprimanded. In fact, I run a school and their target is 90 number pe ther. Okay, that's the target that parents are setting up, not setting up as to what they will become in life as human beings. So freedom to fail and freedom from ridicule, these two freedom is still not there with us, and I'm giving this provocative question. We have professors, we have entrepreneurs. Where do you think, what should India do? And I'm bringing the American concept that if a Mark Zuckerberg leaves Harvard or a Bill Gates leaves Harvard, does not complete it and starts a company, he gets supported. How do you think India can have that kind of evolution of that mindset, especially in a society where we are still a parental society? I mean, the children live in their parents' home and there's a huge amount of influence that they have from the parents. How can that come into this country that you have seen in the US? So this is for a question for you.
So I have a youngster at home. I look old for most of you, but I had 3 youngsters home, 3 boys. Each one of them told me that the oldest son told me yesterday he wants to join the army. Why? Because he loves going and doing fast cars, building fast cars. When he started writing college essays, just like what you said, I wanted him to go to Harvard, MIT, all the good schools. He came and told me, Dad, that's your dream, not mine. I want to do what I feel passionate about. And he chose a school 40 miles from my home in Chicago, and he loves it. He loves doing what he is doing. And I just pay the tuition and say, whatever you want to do, if he wants to go, that's what Indian parents are not allowing their kids to do. Most of it. Now, some of you might disagree with me. I am an Indian father, right? My wife is an American lady. She says, no, you're wrong. Let him do what he wants to do. And my 2 other kids are also the same way. That's what we have to do. We have more, from what I have seen in the news, India has more teenage and kid suicide because of doing bad in school than anywhere else in the world. I don't know if that stats is true or not, but in America you are not going to find that because kids do what they want to do. And that's why they're successful. They fail, they get up, they fail, they get up, and then they do it again. And I was when I went to school here in Narendrapur, I had option to try many different colleges. I only gave one exam, JEE. And my father asked me, if you don't get it, I said, I'll get it. And I got it. And I was confident. You need to instill that confidence in the kid's mind. You need to instill that confidence in the kid's mind that they might fail, but when they get up, they will succeed. If they fail 10 times, 11th time, they will succeed. I learned that hard way in sales, and Debashish, my colleague there, he told me the same thing. He said, never give up, and if we instill that in our kids, you will have a lot more successful kids than the kids who do not want to take a chance. So that's my good answer for you, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but I wish parents in India thought like that, to give people an opportunity. Now, going back to that question of outcome, and outcome is an end state, and that there's an intermediate process of how you reach that outcome and steps. In that steps, one of the key element which I picked up by studying a lot of psychology, especially done by Martin Seligman at the University of Pennsylvania, along with Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. They talk of this research of young students who have been in the university and have been working. They found that there is an element of purpose and meaning that drives an individual towards a certain goal. It could be liberal arts, it can be somebody trying to be a guitarist, it can be somebody trying to be a singer, it can be somebody trying to be a poet, it can be somebody trying to be a STEM guy, which is science, engineering, mathematics. So if that is the kind of an ecosystem that needs to be built, and therefore passion has to be the key ingredient of creating an outcome, as a consulting organization, when you are advising corporations as to how to transform the workforce to think in those directions, how do you go about bringing that change? Because that's the big thing that I see is an impediment of mindset, that I will go the beaten path because that is what I have seen as a success over the last 10 years, and they are basically extrapolating that success as their future and not taking those bold, risk-taking steps. So how do you go ahead and nudge companies to allow these individuals to do things which are not in the book and go out of the book and do things?
So before that, Aparupda, again, if you allow me, I'll just backtrack to the question that you asked, Avijitda, and then go to this answer.
Sure, sure.
Because it's so interesting that let me try to answer, and I was also thinking as a parent as to, would I allow my child to fail, and how would, and I have 2 little children and whom I love a lot. Now, that reminded me that when Edison invented the light bulb, he was asked as to, what was the most important thing that you learned from it. And, there's a saying that he says that, he failed 99 times and in the 100th time he succeeded. So he said that now I know how not to make a light bulb for 99 times and I know the right formula to make. So he said that the failure was more important, that gave him the learning, and that was a path to the success. Now when I put it to the real world, it's easier said than done. And as you just said, we need the schools with 90% mark, and it's a mindset change that is required for us to be able to accept that failure and the stigma associated with that failure, or probably the perceived stigma associated with that failure and stuff like that. Now, the moment, you look at us as consultants, we have very little room to fail when we are on the job, because we are taken in as consultants to succeed, not to fail. If a company had to fail, then they could do it on their own and fail. So that puts a very thin line for us to figure out as to how we create our own labs, how we create our own internal mechanisms for people to ignite that particular passion and try things out in a different way. At the same time, not lose track from the path of success. We encourage young people. We are one company who hires a lot from the campus. We are a strong believer of campus hire and the young talent that comes in, which would usher a lot of knowledge. So if we ask the youngsters who come in to perform the prescribed way, they get very bored nowadays. And, so there is one line which we follow, which is, yes, okay, go ahead and prescribe, follow the prescribed way. The other line is an extension of college where we say, okay, this is your R&D lab, try and experiment and do something different. So that type of ecosystem helps us not only keep the passion alive for the youngsters, but also try to achieve some of the outcomes which could be possible. Now, this is again, a cyclic process. US has been doing it, as Abhijita said, for a very long time. But in India, look at the number of unicorns and startups which have been coming of late. And we have been doing a decent job of creating a lot of such companies here in India. And again, we are probably leapfrogging some of those, areas and moving ahead. Like we were talking to the head of SoftBank, and he said that who would have thought that, in India, not an established, conglomerate, but Ola would come with the largest EV factory, scooter factory in India, right? So today we can dream that a startup can also come and open up such a large, such a large setup for a cutting edge thing. I mean, established motorcycle and, two-wheeler companies are there. Age old, generations old. I mean, at least 2 or 3 generation old companies are there. But this company out of the blue suddenly said that we'll set up one of the largest, electric scooter company in the world. And they actually did it. So it is, I guess, this passion has to be ignited and the belief has to be there that we can do it. And I think that is what we are seeing in the next generation. And the access of knowledge across mediums is helping people to not only generate ideas, but also to tap funding, also to tap investors, also to tap people across the globe who believe in their ideas and to make things happen. I think that's the best thing that is happening in India.
Okay, that's a very interesting point. Yes, go ahead.
So, forget the mic. So, I think there is some mindset change is necessary for sure. All the colleagues of mine who are sitting here, they know that my mindset is very different than when I started here. The mindset change is extremely important because right now all the students are still trying to come out from the university and want a job, right? They are not thinking about starting a business. And if you don't have the entrepreneurial mindset, it's very difficult to say, I will succeed one day to a point where I can afford to buy a Porsche or whatever it is and be very successful. They see that only happening in America. They don't see that here as much. If they start seeing that, people are going to do it. Government definitely, people who are here from the government definitely needs to inject money in those areas, because it's not always possible for private companies to support that kind of an effort, right? VCs are there right now, VCs are supporting, but startups, the number of startups in India have grown, as he was saying, but the startups are still nowhere near what it is in US, what it is in China, and we need to get there. India needs to
I will just differ with you on this.
Okay.
US did not do any capital investment for creating entrepreneurs. It was private capital. So the issue today we are seeing in India is that there is a lack of risk capital. I mean, we do not allow, that means I as a person will not try to forget $1 million and give it away to a bunch of 7 or 10 kids thinking that, oh my God, I'm going to lose my money. So this fear of loss, that whole idea of possessiveness, that savings is still there, risk capital is still not a mindset. Even today as a sovereign, if you look at Temasek or others which are Singapore private equity funds, there is a government allocation of billions of dollars that can be potentially lost. So they are going ahead and taking those steps, but I have not heard of a sovereign fund in the US that is promoting startups. But it all starts in the universities. If you look at all great startups, I mean, they start in the university. So how will you go as a vice chancellor of the university, how will you go ahead tomorrow and say, you know what, I came out from this seminar, here is, I am launching a program that the best startup who will basically create a business while studying will get this prize, and let's say this is a 50,000 rupees prize that will be given, and we as sponsors will probably, let's say, go ahead and support it. How would you go about bringing that change of people trying something beyond the curriculum and whatever they study?
Yeah. Thank you for asking me this question, but I start with the one where you started, the peer pressure, as well as you mentioned about the freedom to fail. That particular thing is not there. And that itself making the students in such a way that academics is something different from what they are going to expect from their employability and other things. Now, coming back to where we stand, I just wanted to share with my friends present over here, things are changing. You know that this very much dependent on the curricula. The curricula we are going to actually give this opportunity to our students, that's going to change quite a bit. And that's what we have seen in our university, our experience is that, because we actually giving this choice-based credit system in such a way, you will be happy to know, all of you, that even the engineering students, they used to take the elective as dance. That is, they had that passion in their mind, but because of the peer pressure, they have gone to engineering. But in our university, we have given them the opportunity. You can have music, you can have dance, you can have political science, and you can see that absolute changes in their mindset. They love to do the paintings. They can go to the art school. So this is actually what I could find, that if we can make our curriculum in such a way, we can make them dynamic in nature. So this is the first step to change their mindset. You should not have any taboo in your mind that, oh, I am engineer means I don't have to have X, Y, Z. And I think Mr. Gohar rightly mentioned that it's a duty of us, the teachers, actually to change this whole mindset in a much better way. The second point, what I just wanted to share with you, what I could see that in general, whenever we have our orientation program and others, we always say that, yes, you will try for your getting the employment, but think about generating employment. From the first orientation day, we try to actually get them this particular passion in their mind. You have to think about, why don't you going to be a job giver instead of a job seeker?
And that started actually quite a bit of change in the mindset of them. So there are the ways where we, the teachers, we have very important role to play in changing this thing. And at the very beginning there, we could get some sort of resistance from the parents, but you know that we have our parents students meeting where we try to actually explain them. So this is actually not only our university, there are several universities right now in India is trying to do this thing, and that is only possible by changing the mindset regarding the rigidity of the curricula. You have to pass, you have to fail. Right now it's a grading system. Right now it's not even the pointers we are giving. The students are going to get this grade or that grade. It's not that 90%, 100%, that thing is gone. And normally what we say that this particular distribution of marks is actually, if in a particular class, most of the students gets highest, they are going to the B grader, because that's how the secondary response curve actually goes. So these are the different things which we have to introduce, and that's being introduced by a large number of universities, and that's a positive sign.
Well, that's excellent. I mean, it's so great to hear those green shoots being seen. So now we have about 8 minutes left. I would throw open this August gathering for questions from the audience. So if you can, somebody from your side can just float a mic around, it'll be great, because it's always great to ask the audience some questions. Yes. Can we get a mic for him? Yes, it's right there.
The thing is, just now you said that your friend was in Germany, your son's friend was in Germany, and he took 3 days to transfer money. And in India, it is doing fast. I had been to Germany a couple of years back, say around 10 years back. I didn't face this. So do you think that this e-wallets and all these things are not prevailing there in Germany? I'm serious, I'm asking you.
There's nothing like NEFT, RTGS, bank to bank, it's not there yet.
This is for my knowledge. Okay, fine. Yes. And what you said about this 90%.
Just on that point, they had Wirecard, which was a big fraud.
Okay.
Germany, they tried doing something like this, but it ended up being a very, very big fraud.
Okay, Acha, this is my knowledge. Secondly, what this
So you should feel proud about as an Indian.
Definitely.
That today we can send money using GPay. With a
So
mobile number, you can send money.
So for GDP is concerned, we are at par with them. Our GDP, German GDP and French are almost at par.
That's a wrong measure anyway. Just go ahead. What's your question?
This is what?
Yeah.
This is I asked.
Okay.
Secondly, about this 90%, the reason being, we are into an economy, we get fear. If I don't get 90%, we will not be able to make my fortune or my career. Otherwise, what other developed nations like USA and Germany, wherever it is, because they have 3-4 generation of wealth. So they can survive without getting 90%. That is the reason. We will achieve the same thing after 60-40 years from hence. This is the reason.
Okay.
And nothing else.
Any other question? It's a good observation. Okay, so, okay, sure. This lady here in front.
Yes, hi, good evening. I have one question to Tribhojyoti sir. Back in my MBA days, I've attended so much of your lectures earlier. So it's my pleasure to ask you this question. Right now, if we go for the global index for global knowledge economy, if you see the index right now, so India is from 40, 40 below, and US is at the top. Obviously, we have our reasons, but as a teacher, as a mentor, what would be, your suggestion that people who have, just completed their study or were working earlier, just started their work, how, we are going to change this dynamic? Because in US, the social economic structure that gives empowerment to this concept, global knowledge economy. They go ahead and they set up labs, or they encourage that. But in India, we are growing, but how to accelerate that particular section so that from 41, at least we can get, a top 10 at least.
join you in the answer. So she is my colleague. I can tell you that one of the things which really happens is that in US, it's the parents, it's not the teachers, it's not the student themselves, it's the parents which drive that motivation. The previous story I told you about, and here the parents, including my own parents, we all want our kids to have the best education so that they can get a great job. Until we give freedom to our kids to do what they are good at or what they want to be good at, no university can help them. No university can help them. The gentleman in the front row who said that it's the 3-4 generations of wealth. I know people in my company who came from third world countries and scaled up one by one and did well. There are people, and in my company, there is the MD of my company in India, Devashish. Same thing, we all came from middle-class families and went up. That passion has to be burning inside you, and passion cannot be instilled by teachers. It has to come from inside, it has to come from parents, it has to, and some of you have seen this, and I think the professor will tell you the same thing. He sees 1,000 students, he knows 100 students have those passions. The rest 900 wants to just pass. Isn't that true?
Absolutely, you're true. But what I want to say that, to answer your question, that the India and United States, we cannot actually make them similar actually. Though we are talking about the global knowledge economy, but the two things, say for example, Peter Drucker in 1966 used this particular term, knowledge economy. But the concept of knowledge economy and practice of knowledge economy over there and India are quite actually separated from each other. But I completely agree with Mr. Guha that we have to understand the thing from a point of reality. What we could say, our students, they are getting this particular training from here and they're doing so well in the United States, and they are getting the major thing, major force. If you go to any university in the United States, you could see the majority of the students are from Asia and large number from India. So that means our education itself helped them to establish themselves over there. So this is a transition, but mindset, what I am talking about is actually how we should look after that, this question of what we want actually. That is actually very important, and I'm sure that this is going to help us quite a bit.
If I can add one point here, I was talking to a friend in America and asking that, how are the kids doing there? The kids getting 90% and above are all Indian and Chinese, okay? But the kids opening the startups there are all the Americans. So it's in our DNA. We do good there, and then we might become a Sundar Pichai or a Satya Nadella there, right? But the ignition of the innovation is not happening because of a mindset and nothing else. It has to be the mindset change that should create this domino effect.
So thank you very much. I think time's up. Let's summarize, and I can only say it maybe one word or one line is that if we are talking of outcome, you have to be out, fail, then only you can come again. Am I right? So I think probably that's the way we can summarize. In Bengali, there's a beautiful phrase called Amra Nuton Jouboniri Dut, Amra Chanchal, Amra Adbhut. I think India is poised for this young generation that gives us the demographic dividend, who are thinking differently and in a very positive direction of creating a new India. So with that positive thought, I think let's end this session, and thank you very much, the August gathering, for coming here all the way from various parts of the world to illuminate this August audience. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aparup Sen Gupta, for chairing this and moderating this very interesting session. May I request Mr. Suman Banerjee, CHRO, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come on stage and present mementos to our chairperson and moderator and our panelists. Thank you very much, Mr. Aparup Sen Gupta, once again. Thank you, Mr. Abhijit Guha. Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Shaumik Dasgupta, thank you very much. Thank you once again for this interesting session. We request you to take your seats in the auditorium. No, sir. Thank you. And I can see that the hall is pretty full for a gentleman that I'm a big fan of. I follow him on Twitter, and he's here today. And this spotlight session is titled Surviving in the Middle of Two Worlds. We have with us the motivational speaker, Mr. Devdutt Patnaik, who is a mythologist, an author, and an illustrator. Before I invite him onto the dais and to intrigue all of you with his stories, I will take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Devdutt Patnaik. Mr. Patnaik writes on mythology, which he defines as cultural truths revealed through stories, symbols, and rituals. He lectures on the relevance of both Indian and Western myths in modern life. In the last 25 years, he has authored and illustrated over 50 books, including Book of Ram and Dharmic Leadership. Known for his TED Talk and TV shows like Devlok and Business Sutra, he is also a regular columnist. A medical doctor by training, he spent 15 years of working in the pharma and healthcare industry, but over the past decade has been fully immersed in exploring mythology and sharing its wisdom with the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Devdutt Patnaik on the stage, and we look forward to a very, very inspiring session. Mr. Devdutt Patnaik, a warm welcome to you, sir, and over to you.
Hello, everyone. Should I speak there or here? This is good, okay. Hi, I'll stand and speak if you don't mind. So my name is Devdutt Patnaik, and I write on mythology. And before I give any talk, I like to sort of define my subject. Because we live in times today where fiction writers who write on mythology call themselves historians. So it's a place of extreme confusion. So let me explain how I see mythology. So to understand mythology is the systematic study of myth. And how do you define myth? If fact is everybody's truth that is determined by measurement and evidence, and fiction is nobody's truth based on fantasy, myth is somebody's truth. And that's the simplest definition I can give you. Myth is somebody's truth. Everyone in this room believes in something. It's what anchors them, and it is their truth. And if you respect other people's truth, you have entered the world of mythology. It doesn't have to be everyone's truth. It doesn't have to be based on measurement. It doesn't have to be based on evidence. It is what you believe in. Some people believe justice exists in the world. Some people don't believe justice exists in the world. Who is right? Some people believe there is equality in the world. Some people believe there is no equality in the world. Who is right? Some people believe there is God in this world. Some people believe there is no God in this world. Who is right? The moment we have conversation on who is right and who is wrong, we end up in a quarrel. We debate. We arm wrestle. The Sanskrit word for this is vivad, because my truth is the truth and your truth is false. The boss's truth is always true. In a negotiation, if you start arguing, you will lose your client. So arguments don't work. You surrender, you submit to whoever is in power. But the moment you walk into a negotiation room saying, I have my truth, everybody in the room has their truth, I can expand my truth by listening to other people in the room. And that is the realm of mythology. It's called, the Sanskrit word for this is called samavad. Not vivad, but samvad. I listen to your truth. And this is the basis of very good negotiations and partnerships. And that is why I use mythology in management. Because management is not about being right or wrong. It is about working with different kinds of people. You have to work with investors, you have to work with shareholders, you have to work with partners, you have to work with laborers, consumers, regulators, government, and everybody has a different point of view. And if you want to be good in negotiations, if you want to have great relationships with people, you need to appreciate other people's truths. This is missing in business today because we have been conditioned to think in a very binary way, 1, 0. And you all are technology people. You all understand all technology is based on binary thinking, 1, 0. Fact, fiction. But life is not like that. Life is not binary. Recently, Elon Musk decided to buy Twitter. And somebody made a very interesting comment. It's a classical case of someone who doesn't know the difference between what is called a clock problem and a cloud problem. A clock can be broken down into tiny pieces. Every bit of the clock is measurable. So if there is a problem in the clock, you can measure it to the finest point and come up with a great solution. But a cloud which exists in this world cannot be broken down into small bits. You can't measure it, you can't predict it, its shape, its size, its movement. And people try, right? There are lots of mathematicians working, trying to figure out clouds. And I'm not talking about the IT cloud. I'm talking about the cloud that you see in the sky. I have to clarify only in an IT conference. Right? Because we are so used to seeing a cloud, we say, acha, acha, I know what cloud you're talking about. Google cloud, this cloud, that cloud. No, which you see in the sky. Clock problem versus cloud problem. And what has happened in the IT world is the world is so full of clocks that we forget that people are clouds. And everyone you hire is a cloud. Your wife is not a clock. Your child is not a clock. Your parent is not a clock. Your boss wants to be a clock. But they're all clouds. We all are clouds. We get grumpy. We think differently. Our moods are different. No matter, you are not a predictable person, even though you have mathematical models of how consumers behave. The fact that COVID struck us is a cloud problem. It is not predictable. The world of STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, looks at the world and converts it into a clock problem. It tells you repeatedly everything is a clock. You have self-help books which transform everything into a 2x2 matrix and say it's a clock, it's a clock, it's a clock, it's a clock. It's not a clock. Your body is not a clock. Your digestive system is not a clock. It functions. It's a cloud problem. And the world of cloud problems is what I address through mythology, where you start looking at people and try to understand what is it. We look at labor, manpower, resources, but it is not as simple as that. In the conference, many people have commented on the fact that many of the leaders of major IT corporations happen to come from South Asia. And it's obviously a pattern that is significant. And people are asking, what is it? Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, these names keep coming. And I keep saying that what is it that they bring to the table? And I think there's one paper which comments on the fact that they have soft skills which differentiate them. It is not the hard skills, because that everybody has. On that level, at that level, in that organization, everybody is smart as far as clock problems are concerned. But cloud problems need a different approach. You need to understand people. IIT doesn't teach you about people. It reduces everything into measurement. IIM, management. You can only manage that which is measurable. You can't measure love. You can't measure anger. You can't measure jealousy. Show me one app that measures, controls, regulates jealousy. So, if you look at people who talk about technology that changes the world, they only talk about problems that they can solve. They never talk about problems that they cannot solve. And that has to be called out. Create an app that will reduce jealousy in the world. And maybe our world will be a better place. Cryptocurrency won't make the world a better place. You will just create a new kind of thief. We call them FTX. Stanford education, MIT. And at the end of it, what are you? Chor. I'm sure they have attended ethics classes and morality classes. I am invited, sir, you should give a lecture on ethics. I'm like, are you saying that by giving a lecture on ethics, I will be able to solve the problem? That's a tick mark. You're a fool. Maybe a billionaire, but still a fool. And this is what the world is facing. Because when I go to an MBA class, and I'm invited by some very prestigious colleges, and I ask them, so shall I talk about contentment? And the professors start laughing. No, sir, don't talk about contentment, talk about ambition. Contentment is a bad word in business schools. Don't be contented, because if you're contented, you will be complacent. We don't want our children to be complacent. We want our children to be ambitious. So I'm going to tell you the story of ambition. Once upon a time, there was, in the epic Mahabharata, there is a character called Bakasur. Bakasur was very hungry. He wanted to eat a lot of food. So he would go to the village and eat whatever was there in the village. And when he didn't get enough food, he would eat people. Exactly the way bosses behave when sales doesn't happen. Right? What does he do when he doesn't get the sales? He starts eating people. In Hindi, we'll say, dimag khata hai. He eats my brains. He chews my brains. In sales, I have observed, whenever the sales will not happen, nobody goes home on time that day. Because if you work hard, somehow magically sales will happen. Bakasur went around making everybody's life miserable until the people said, okay, we have to solve this problem. We went to Bakasur and said, you're randomly attacking us, like, randomly going into anybody's cabin. So let us solve the problem. Let's have a monthly meeting. We will give you the month's food every month right on time. Everything that you need to eat we'll provide you. And so every month the food of the village would go to him to eat on a bullock cart. He would eat all the food. He would also eat the bullock cart and the cart driver. Which is exactly what happens when you make the presentation at the end of the month. Because no matter how good your presentation is, he is going to find a fault in it. Otherwise, how will his appetite be satisfied? All of those people who are smiling right now, remember, somebody thinks you are the Bakasur. And they have ensured you have come to this conference, so for 3 days they can breathe. And then one day, he kept making everybody's life miserable. A man called Bhima came to the village and he said, I will handle this Bakasur. And of course, Bhima goes, he delivers the food instead of the villagers. He goes and delivers the monthly food. And then he and Bakasur have a fight. He defeats Bakasur, kills Bakasur, drives him away, comes back to the village and says, I've gotten rid of Bakasur. And the villagers are very happy. And he looks at them and says, so what will you give me in return? And they say, all the food we have cooked, you can eat it. So he said, okay, fine, I'll eat it. And then I'll go away. What is stopping another Bakasur from coming? And he says, oh, that's true, another Bakasur can come. He said, yes. He says, why don't you stay in the village? The food that we are supposed to give Bakasur, we'll give it to you, and you protect us from Bakasur. And he says, that's a good idea. And this is how the first business deal was struck. Because Bhima offered security services, which is the big thing right now, right? He said, I will stop Bakasur from coming to the village. Now look carefully at this story. Bakasur is hungry. Bhima is also hungry. But what is the difference between a Bakasur and a Bhim? Bakasur, what is hunger? All living creatures are hungry. Whether it's a plant, whether it's an animal or a human being, all of us are hungry for food. In business school, hunger is called ambition. That's all. Ambition is just hunger. Bakasur is hungry. Bhima is hungry. Bakasur is ambitious. Bhima is ambitious. But there is one difference between the two. Bakasur is only concerned about his hunger. And he says, I will consume everything around me to satisfy my hunger. Bhim says, I am hungry, but people around me are hungry too. How do I create a synergy between my hunger and their hunger? They are hungry for security. I am hungry for food. If I satisfy their hunger for security, they will satisfy my hunger for food. And that is how synergy takes place. I look at your hunger, you look at my hunger. Bakasur is only looking at his own hunger. My hunger, I have to be satisfied. My top line, my bottom line, my revenue, my valuation, my capital, everything is about me. And look at how countries are talking today. Make America great again. Make this country great again. At whose cost? Are we talking about synergies? Or are we talking about my hunger? Because I want to be the top alpha. In all sales conferences that I go, the symbol of success is an alpha predator. An alpha predator. He eats. He doesn't give and receive. Bakasur is an alpha predator. He eats. Bhima exchanges. He gives security to get revenue. He is concerned about the village. He cares. But this is not the way we are taught business in business schools. We are taught you have to create value. And I asked my nephew, what does it mean? What does it mean? He does not talk about exchange. We don't talk about exchange. Let me show how business schools teach children. Every company I have gone to has a war room strategy. They all have war rooms. What do you sell? Toilet paper. Why do you need a war room? We want a war room because I want to penetrate the market, crush the competition, capture the consumer, grab market share, dominate the industry. Look at the language being used. So much of violence. When did business become war? Who made business war? How did business become war? Nobody has asked this question. Every business school is teaching the children of the world, the next generation of entrepreneurs, how to kill. Of course, you'll say it's metaphor. Metaphor. Couldn't you find any other metaphor? What is this obsession with penetrating, grabbing, crushing? This is toxic masculinity out there. We start celebrating this violence and we wonder why the world is an unhappy place. Our language is violent. When you're here to trade, to do business, business should bring joy, should bring happiness. You have to give in order to receive. Bakasur is not giving any joy to anyone, but yes, he's the market leader. Everybody is terrified of him and everybody gives him what he wants. He has complete monopoly. Bhima is adding value and taking value in exchange. He is giving and receiving. And he is grateful there is a Bakasur out there. Because as long as a Bakasur exists, business will do well. And there will always be Bakasurs in the world. But we don't think like that. Business schools don't talk this language. We teach our children to be violent. We are not telling them bring value. We are telling be violent, be aggressive. We will use these words. We do not realize it is possible to do business by exchanging. Because business is transaction. At the end of the day, business is you give me something, I give you something. Both have to succeed. If somebody tells me that the eastern part of India is not doing so well, I'm like, ask yourself, what are you giving the customer? Nobody is doing anybody a favor in dhanda, in business. Business, nobody does favor to anybody. You give me value and I give you value. Customer wants predictability. Do you give me predictability? What do you give in order to get? Give in order to get. We don't talk this language. We are only talking about market penetration, market domination. It's like plunderers and raiders. We want to raid people. And why? Because business schools, what is the origin of business schools? The ideas of the business school have come from the East India Company. All the business school ideas have come from the East India Company. And this part of the world knows what the East India Company did to our country. And East India Company got its idea from the Roman military. And the Roman military plundered the Mediterranean to build Rome. And we use that as the model. Even today, you have countries using military strategy. Corner, the negotiation systems, everything is based on military. You know, Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War because he was actually fighting a real war in China. The business school said, no, 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 that is very good for business. Let's teach our children the art of war. I have people telling me, sir, Chanakya Niti seekhenge, Chanakya. And I'm like, acha, what value did Chanakya give and to whom? And nobody knows the answer to this. Nobody knows the answer to this. Because we are talking, if you read the Chanakya Niti, he's only talking about the king's growth. He's not talking about the people's growth. He just assumes the king is going to give some benefits to the people. We have to ask fundamental questions in life. How do we bring value into each other's lives? How do countries bring values into each other's lives? It's not about balance of trade. It is not about, and is it, am I talking theory? So let me give you an example of cultures that thrived and succeeded by exchange. So, long ago, now we are famous in this part of the world to say our culture is 5,000 years old, right? It's famous, even if evidence doesn't provide anything. But 4,500 years ago, they found, 4,500 years ago, people found these artifacts in Egypt. They went to ancient Egypt and they found lapis lazuli in the king's tomb. So ancient Egypt, famous for its pyramids. When were the pyramids built? They were built in 2500 BCE. That is 4,500 years ago. And in the pyramids, they found these artifacts which contained lapis lazuli. Where is lapis lazuli found in the world? First question. And you realize it's not found in Egypt for sure. It is found in faraway Afghanistan. How did lapis lazuli from Afghanistan make its way to Egypt? And after years of research, they realized from Afghanistan, lapis lazuli would travel down the Indus River. In the Harappan cities, they would be turned into beads, so it's easy to carry, measure, quantify, regulate. It would come down, travel along the Persian coast, and travel all the way to ancient Egypt for sales, for trade. And what was the currency then? Cowrie shells. I don't know how many of you all know Hindi in this room, but have you heard of ek phudi kaudi nahi dunga? This word kaudi actually was currency before the Portuguese destroyed the kaudi economy in the 16th century. Kaudi is available only in Maldives. And it is this kauri which was used in Harappa to trade. Now, what is unique about Harappa is that this city survived for 700 years. It was a Bronze Age civilization. 700 years and not a trace of an army. No army. So, Egypt had armies. Mesopotamia had armies. There are images of war and violence. You go to Harappa, no army, no weapons. Absolutely no army, no weapons, no images of war. But they were trading. They were mercantile people. Why? How did they manage to survive for 700 years without war? Why is nobody asking this question? Because they said, we have to prevent raiding and we have to do trading. Not raiding, but trading. I don't have to steal your money. I will exchange wealth with you. And they traded with all their neighbors. All their neighbors. They found them trading with each and every neighborhood of Harappa. They have trade. But this is not taught in schools. We don't teach mercantile history in schools. We teach military history in schools. Because you know what, in a war we want to be hero. But life is about trading and exchanging, of giving value and receiving value. And these are ideas that we need to share with the world. Clock says it is measurable, predictable for me. But cloud tells me that it is going to bring rain to everybody. It is not about seeing the time, it is about seeing the clouds and making sure everybody has enough food in their house. Because if you have food and I have food, I won't fight. We all know that it is extremely difficult to argue when you have had a good meal. And if you want to sign a deal, make sure it's after lunch. You cannot sign a deal before lunch. Everybody loves to eat. Make sure everybody eats. In this part of the world, they'll always check, bhat khasho. Have you eaten rice? Have you eaten? Why is bhat important? Because if you have eaten, the chances of you fighting and wanting to penetrate the market will be less. You will exchange, you will trade. So let's figure out ways in which we can trade with each other. And that's what mythology teaches us. We can imagine a world where business is not war. And I think that is what good business is about. How do I genuinely take away the anxieties of my customers, my partners, my investors? How do I not add to the anxiety? That's the whole point. The whole point is to be happy and to be content and to have enough money, not go on Twitter and be a fool. That's the point. And I think that's what we need to figure out. How can business bring joy to the world? Not to be great. I don't want to be great. I want to be happy. Let's make our neighborhood happy. Let's begin in the neighborhood. If you can't make your neighbor happy, you are not going to solve global problems. America doesn't make its neighbors happy. Europe doesn't make its neighbors happy. Is India making its neighbors happy? These are questions to ask. Unless we ask those questions, if your neighborhood doesn't like you, why will they protect you? You want your neighbors to fight for you, support you. That is what we need to create, ecosystem of exchange. And I think we have to look at our culture and ask ourselves, how did we survive with so much of diversity in this land? How did we survive without fighting? There's always going to be a fight. There's always going to be an argument, but we don't have to go to war. And I think that's what I think is being in the middle. We do not have to ape the West. And you are not just East, you are East of the East. You have to teach the world how to bring rice into everyone's life. Thank you. I think we have about 10, 15 minutes for questions. If you have any questions, I can answer. Yes, sir.
Mr. Patnaik, thank you very much for a very nice session. You see, I quite liked your interpretation of the Bhagavad Gita. I've read your book. I'm curious to know about your personal views on the concept of rebirth, your personal views on that.
You see, what does rebirth mean? Rebirth is a code for diversity. Is a code for diversity. I'm giving you a shorthand answer and a quick answer. Rebirth is everybody has come from a different place and therefore everybody thinks differently. When you think you live only one life and think of it as a concept, then you have only one chance. And you want to live this one chance perfectly because you'll not get a second chance, and therefore there's a lot of anxiety. Ek hi life hai, ek hi life hai. I want to achieve it perfectly. And therefore your anxiety levels are very high. And you have no patience with anyone else because you have only one life. But the moment you say, I have many lives, and that everybody around me has many lives, and everybody comes from a different place, my relationship is very different with my own life and people around me. I don't expect them to be like me, so I don't try to convince them, I don't argue with them, I work with them. And I am also not anxious. I will try my best to win, but if I don't win, phal ki chinta mat karo. Even God doesn't give guarantee in the Gitas. One of the things about the Bhagavad Gita is God says, I will never give you guarantee. And that's a very, look at the statement. I'm not guaranteeing your work will work, but you have to work. Because that's the only, you have no choice. Or choice kya hai? It's like telling the deer, you have to run. There is no guarantee the lion won't catch you. Right? But you have to run because otherwise you have no hope of survival. So that's the game so that is how rebirth is to be seen. It's not to be seen like a clock problem. It has to be seen, it is a cloud, it's a world of cloud. That's why I use these words. I found that this differentiation, very simple way to explain this. These are philosophical ideas that help you shape your relationship with people. Yes, sir.
My question is that, I got it. My question is that you talked about a very interesting session, and you talked about the war or the battle being introduced by the West and which we have adopted. Then why is that despite Ramayana and Mahabharata being written much before, let's say, Homer's Iliad or Odyssey, all these four epics, the top four epics that we consider globally, are all culminating into wars? I mean, when you look at Ramayana, it's all about, mostly about the war between Ram and Ravan.
Yes.
When we talk about Mahabharata, mostly people, what they recall, though Mahabharata is a very fascinating, and diverse, story, but ultimately it boils down to Kurukshetra. So, what are your thoughts about that?
So, these books were written. See, when they're talking about war, they're not selling the war. The problem is how we talk about Ramayana and Mahabharata today is we are selling the war and the victory. So nowadays when I listen to people writing novels on Ramayana and Mahabharata, they are selling the war. They are becoming lawyers. He was right, that was right, this was right. They're using right and they're talking like lawyers. They're talking like judges. Mahabharata and Ramayana does not talk about war. It talks about the consequences of war. The hero of Ramayana lives a miserable life and dies alone without family. The hero of the Mahabharata watches everything collapse around him. There are 6 chapters after the war which was not shown by B.R. Chopra in the Mahabharata. Because he said TRP rating nahi aayega. Because we want the climax of the war. We don't want to see the anti-climax after the war. No war has given happiness to anyone in the world. But plundering, we like plunder. We love plunder. Neither Ramayana or Mahabharata are stories of plunder. The Trojan War is a story of plunder. Trojan War is a story of plunder. Troy is plundered. But all of them come back to unhappy lives. All of them, not one of them. There is the book which is lost, it's called The Returns, is an unhappy story of what happens when they return home. Wives have taken lovers, nobody remembers them, people have forgotten them, it's finished. They've come back after war 10 years later and nobody remembers. The sons are dead, wives are dead, nobody remembers. So this glamorization of war, which happens, and my problem is we are turning business into war. Business is about value proposition. There are many other ways of imagining business. You can imagine the business as a kitchen. I cook great food to feed my customers. The better quality food, the more customers come. It's a restaurant. It's a restaurant, good quality food. You can use the metaphor of the restaurant to explain business, everything of business. Why the metaphor of war? Why this toxic masculine metaphor? Why can't business be a kitchen? Is it too feminine? Is it not joyful? Because both parties are happy, khana khao, enjoy. There's so many metaphors that you can use, but we don't do that. So my problem is this: we don't realize the psychological. I want to win. This triumphalism. Win for what? I mean, this is the next quarter going to come up again, and another quarter is going to come up again. Everything is becoming about victory. And that's the problem. It's how we look at business. And it's not healthy for businesses. But if I look at business saying, what am I paros kya raha hu? Forgive me, what am I serving? What is my value proposition? What am I serving? What is the product I'm giving to the customer? Is he getting indigestion because of it? Is it such a terrible product that they're dying? So now I'm the same thing, but I'm now looking at it differently. I'm looking at the same business, and I've done a lot of sessions on sales, where I say, you are master chef. You have to figure out which ingredients, when you're selling a product, ki, acha sir, ye kar sakte hain, ye bhi kar sakte hain, ye bhi kar. It's like a doctor saying that, acha, you have got weight problems, I will tell you this food to eat. You can eat everything, and that's the products I bring. So you can look at sales in a different way. We don't have to use the war metaphor. Otherwise, you have all these crazy people right now who say they'll save the world through war. you never save the world through war. And that's the tragedy that we are facing.
I have
2 questions. I'll take this question and I'll take that question.
what is the relevance of religion in today's world? And my second question is again
One question. Okay. Relevance of, it's your truth. So if you think it is relevant, great. It mobilizes people. Religion mobilizes people. It's great for votes. So if you want to win an election, you better have religion on your side. Right? It binds people together. You want to control a neighborhood, you use religion. So religion is a very powerful technology that humans have created to bind people together. That's all. It helps creating a community, a tribe. But it will never work globally. Because there will be always another competition. And another competition. And another competition. And another. It will bind a group of people. It will never bind every group of people. But it is a very powerful technology. So we should understand it as a technology. It's a great tool. At a personal level, it may give you peace. But the moment you start, but really the word religion is used for communities, never used for individuals. We use the word spirituality for individuals. We use religion for communities. So that's how it works. So it is useful. It has a very useful tool, but we should know its limitations. When does it not work? In an interpersonal relationship, it won't work. Interpersonal relationship, it never works. So interpersonal relationship, you have to read Devdutt Patnaik.
Thank you. So I want to go back to your example from the Bhagavad Gita, where you talk about the fact that God never said he'll give you a guarantee. Krishna Bhagwan, when he said to Arjun that, apna karam karo, phal ki ichha mat karo, phal mujh pe chhod do. Right? So that created hope in the mind of Arjun. And that's what drives everything on this earth. Whether we talk about religion, we talk about anything else. If you take away hope, then
hope, okay, let me clarify so that I can hear your pain. But you see, before, imagine going to your sales guy and says, whether you achieve the target or not, I will give you bonus. We are talking about phal ki chinta, no? He knows that unless he achieves the target, he won't get the bonus. Usually people talk about Bhagavad Gita just before appraisals. To deal with the people who don't get the promotions, who don't get the bonuses, because that's when exodus happens, that's when I make my most business. And typically people say, sir, because we have assumed Bhagavad Gita is a motivational speech. Never read the Bhagavad Gita without reading the Mahabharata. Because at the end of the war, Arjun wins the war, loses his children. It's like the successful CEO whose children don't talk to him. Phal ki chinta mat karo. I gave you your success, not your happiness. There's a very famous line of Chanakya saying, Maine kaha tha tumhe raja banaunga, I'll make you the king. I did not say you will be happy. You were so your target was, I want to be a king. You assumed kingship will bring you happiness. No. That I'm not giving you. The clock problem is making you a king. Being happy is a cloud problem. So we have to be very clear. The problem with this text is, otherwise I would be wearing those saffron robes and giving you those easy lectures and lazy lectures. Tough lectures, you don't need those saffron robes. Because you have to give what the meanings are. Refine it, no? Because we are talking to intelligent people. It's a cloud problem. And that's what Bhagavad Gita is telling you. I'm giving you hope, but I have to also cope with hopelessness. एक दिन कुछ नहीं होगा तुम्हारे पास. How do you manage at that time? वहाँ पे भी भगवद गीता पढ़ना पड़ता है. So that is it. You have to read it when you succeed and when you fail. And when success seems like failure. Or when failure starts looking like success. So those are the complexities which come in the story. Yeah?
Can I ask a question?
We'll take 2 questions, 1 and 2. And then we'll have to wind up. We have 3 minutes.
Okay, you've answered a lot of my questions in the past. Thank you for that, Siza. So, a real life problem in business today I'm from Singapore, look after Asia Pacific. One of the problems you face in a global company is how do you translate your world in Asia Pacific to an American bred leadership style, okay?
Now, leaders are very comfortable talking about pumpkin pies and Thanksgiving.
Yes.
While they have a predominant employees in this part of the world struggle to even wish people on Diwalis. Is there any crack code, that we could use to really tell our stories better so that it gets a bit more integrated?
I think we have to listen to, everybody knows how to motivate each other in their own ways. And I think we don't invest enough time to understand what the customer wants. I'll give you an example. I knew this one IT company in India which had special workshops for its sales team on baseball. Because they said, you are going to do business with Americans. If you don't know baseball, they won't talk to you. I think when you're going to Vietnam, you need to understand what Vietnam wants. If you want to work in Bangladesh, you have to understand what Bangladesh wants. You want to work in Pakistan, you have to understand what Pakistan wants. What Nepal, you have to understand what Nepal wants. We don't invest enough time in that soft part. And I think that's where the magic really happens. You talk to the old Marwadi traders of Calcutta, they all speak perfect Bengali. Why? Otherwise, market needs Bengali, so I have to speak Bengali. I may come from Marwad, but I will eat my own food. I won't eat macher jhol, but I'll get the best cooks to prepare macher jhol for my customer. But I will not eat it because, my rules don't allow it. But I'll speak Bengali, I'll make you comfortable. And that's how the Marwadi business community in Calcutta thrived. They understood their market. We'll take this last question, sir, and then if I'm permitted. And hi, sir.
The question is, you give this talk at business schools, as you mentioned. What about the teachers who teach all the students about the war room games and strategies?
You see, this is
Have
mimic.
you ever lectured the teachers?
Well, I tried to, but you see what has happened is this is the standardized meme that is going around the world. And this has taken me about 10 years of working with the business community where I kept wondering what is wrong, because I worked with some of the most richest and powerful men in India, and I found all of them were unhappy. All of them. My favorite moment was I am in a private jet where someone is telling me who owns the private jet, life is unfair. And I'm like, yes, sir, life is unfair. Because my invoice is on his table, so I have to agree with him. But I'm like, I'm in this private jet, not a tiny private jet. It's like a massive thing. And it's one of his many jets. And he's telling me, life is unfair. I'm like, okay, fine. And I realized the conversation has to change. This is thinking out of the box. You have to challenge the views. And the thing which struck me is everybody is using the language of violence in business. And business has nothing to do with violence. We have to look at business differently, and there are models to look at it differently. So we have to ask this question. Business is not war. War happens when business fails, when negotiations fail, when exchange fails. I give you, you give me. You bring joy to my life and I bring joy. You bring me great services. I'm so happy when I buy my phone and the software works. There's so much joy in buying products and goods and services. So I think we need to re-look at the language of business. So yeah, business teachers can call me. I will tell you my fee. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That's Mr. Devdutt Patnaik for you. Another huge round of applause, please, for Mr. Devdutt Patnaik. Thank you. That was a brilliant deliberation. Loved hearing every word that you spoke, and we wish we could have just listened to you forever. May I request Mr. Dhruba Mukherjee, CEO of AVP Private Limited, and Mr. Kripaduti Sarkar, Group CEO of Ambuja Neotia, to kindly come on stage to present mementos to Mr. Devdutt Patnaik. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the STPI Awards in a very short while from now. Before that, I will quickly do a mention about the sponsors. Host state, Webble. Data center partner, Yota. Cybersecurity partner, Palo Alto. Gold partner, NTT. Silver partner, CrowdStrike. Delegate partner, JIS University. Infocom Changemakers Award partners, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Reddington, Sentinel-1.1, 4C+. Principal partner, HR Forum, Adamas University, Kolkata. CIO and Security Forum, EY, co-host STPI, Startup Forum, co-partner, NDH Go, Spotlight session powered by Ambuja Neotia, IT Space partner Infinity, Education partner SNU, Learning partner Aj Global, Hybrid Cloud partner SIFI, CISO session partner ACOPS, Digital Transformation partner TCG Digital, session sponsor Cybalt, Tata Communications, the associate sponsors, Tata Communications, Dhruva, DCC Services, Barracuda, Pinnacle Infotech, Sikrite, and Power Grids. Associate partners, teachers, HRF, AdmissionTree.in, IEEE, ComSoc Kolkata, and Infocom Kolkata 2022 has been supported by TAI Kolkata, NASCOM, CIO, SARC Chamber. The community partner is InfoSec Foundation, refreshment partner Jia Bharali and Tea Cafe, and radio partner is 91.9 Friends FM. We will go straight into the STPI Export Awards 2021-22 here on the 1st of December at this venue. We have an exhaustive award function, and I will take you straight away to the award function. Please be with me. Please take your seats as we start off with the award function. May I request all the delegates present here to kindly take their seats. This is going to be a wonderful award function, the STPI Awards 2021-22. We have 26 categories, and you have to actually know who are the awardees. This is going to be an extremely intense award function. So I request everyone present here, all the delegates, please take your respective seats. And like I've been saying since the morning, don't forget to put those hashtags and give your stories. All right. I'm going to start off with the award function now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the STPI Export Awards 2021-22 West Bengal event. STPI has organized this event since 2012-13 for encouraging IT and ITES industries, and this is the 10th edition of the event. Please give a round of applause because this is the 10th edition. Congratulations to STPI for doing such a wonderful work. And now I'd like to request our guests to kindly come forward and take their seats on the dais. I have with us our guest of honor, respected Sri Debashish Sen, Chairman, Nabadiganta Industrial Township Authority, and MD West Bengal Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome our guest of honor, Sri Debashish Sen, onto the stage. We welcome you, sir. Please take your seat on the dais. I welcome our guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India. A huge welcome to you. Please put your hands together for our guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar. I would like to welcome our guest, Sri Dhruba Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Sri Dhruba Mukherjee. And I welcome Sri Manjeet Nayak, Director, STPI, Kolkata. Warm welcome to you, sir, and a huge round of applause for Sri Manjeet Nayak. So here are our guests. Once again, a warm welcome to you to this award function. I would now like to request our ladies present here to felicitate our guests on the dais. Our guest of honor, Sri Debashish Sen. It is our privilege to welcome you, sir. And it's an honor that you're here with us today. Please accept a token of our gratitude as we felicitate you. Our guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General of Software Technology Parks of India. Thank you for being here with us, sir. It's an honor that you're here. Our guest, Sri Dhruba Mukherjee, CEO of AVP Private Limited. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. And Sri Manjeet Nayak, Director, STPI, Kolkata. It's an honor to felicitate our guests present here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite Sri Manjeet Nayak, Director, STPI, Kolkata, to deliver his welcome address and give us a brief about the STPI Export Awards 2021-22 West Bengal. Sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome each of one of you, whoever present over here in this event today, where we are gathering to recognize the efforts of the industries of IT and ITS, those who are focused on especially IT and ITS activities in West Bengal. And STPI initiated this export award since last 9 years. This is today we are conducting the 10th edition of the STPI Export Award. Although such recognition are being held in other regions for quite some time, over the years STPI has taken sincere initiative to provide its best support to the IT industries in the country. STPI has been dedicated to working to provide the statutory service under STP schemes, which has helped many entrepreneurs and companies to achieve the highest level of growth. STPI is taking initiatives to create incubation throughout this country, starting from the Tier 1 to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, to facilitate to the industries in various manners. We are trying to create environment-friendly and industry-friendly infrastructure across the country, including other value-added services. To boost the localized innovation from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, we have also recently promoted one scheme, New Generation Incubation Scheme, which is identify and support promising startup working towards digital transformation and accessible product solutions, enabling equitable and inclusive growth to the focus of various technological sectors in terms of agriculture, education, healthcare, banking service, and e-commerce and environmental, etc. STPI is implementing agencies for this scheme on behalf of Government of India. The recognition through STPI Exporter not only highlight the STPI commitment to promote the IT sectors, but also reflect the dedication of its unity member who have been achieved many milestones and contributed immensely to the country's IT exports and the growth. Today in this functions, Minister of Electronics and IT, Government of West Bengal is supposed to join, but because of some other busy schedules, he is not able to present. Today, within these functions, It is our privilege to have our guest of honor, Sri Devashish Sen sir, Chairman of Navadiganto and MD of WB Hidco Limited. Your presence has always encouraged us, sir. And sir has always a soft corner toward the IT growth, and he has a contribution to the IT activities tremendously, and he has worked like while he was in charge of IT and electronics activities of West Bengal, he has a contribution like anything, which is undoubtful. I welcome you, sir. It is our pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General of Software Technology Parks of India. Your presence is refreshing your commitment to encourage IT and ITS industries in all possible ways. We are again privileged to have guest Sri Dhruv Mukherjee. He is the CEO of ABP Private Limited. I welcome you, sir. On behalf of STPI Kolkata, I warmly welcome to all the dignitaries and the distinguished guests, friends, awardees and ITIT units, speakers from press and medias, and colleagues who have gathered here. Indian firms across the sectors have started being more and more dependent on the ITIT services to make their business process efficiently and streamlined. Indian manufacturing sector has the highest IT spending, followed by the automotive and chemical and consumer product industries. Indian IT industries and IT-enabled services sector has emerged as a growth engine of the Indian economy over the past few decades. This sector contributed substantially to the Indian export and GDP growth and generated massive urban employment. I take this opportunity to give the brief about my 10th STPI Export Award of 2021 and 2022 of West Bengal. This year, award are categorically into 7 sectors, and we have segregated into 7 different categories. And this first categories are among the companies export up to the 5 crores. We have segregated into export-wise, we have segregated, and it's all completely depend on the STPI data is available. On the basis of data only, we have segregated the companies. What are those who are exporting through STPI only. The second category is among the companies, those who are export between 5 crores to 25 crores. Third category is export between 25 crores to 100 crores. Fourth category is export between 100 crores to 1000 crores. Under these 4 categories, there are 6 subcategories. One is top exporter IT, top exporter IT-ITS, highest new job creator in IT-ITS, highest percentage of growth in IT-ITS export, highest percent of women employment IT-ITS, highest percent of differently abled employed in IT-ITS categories. These are the 4 categories. The 5th category is export in Tier 2, Tier 3 regions. We are of course office in Durgapur, Siliguri, Haldia and Kharagpur. So among these Tier 2 cities and Tier 3 cities, there is a 2 category we have identified. One is top exporter in IT-ITS and highest new job creator in IT-ITS. The 6th category is pride of West Bengal. Those who export are 1,000 to 3,000 crores. Here is the only one award we are giving because of they are considering as the pride of West Bengal. And finally, the 7th category is the IT Ratna, which is more than 3,000 crores. And that is also, we are giving one award because depend upon the companies we have identified. The data collected from the source, what are available, it's all reliable data, and one jury committee member is there, and in different industry experts to just analyze the data and for some policy matter. And however, the data is already structured data, and out of which all the jury member has been selected, the nominees and runner-top and the runners have been identified, and accordingly, like every previous years, this year also we have finalized to the awards details. To recognize this export award, not only for the highlighting the STPI commitment to promote the IT-ITS sector, but also reflect the dedication of the unity members who have been achieved many milestones and contributed immensely to the growth of state of IT export. The road ahead is that is the topmost offshoring destination for IT companies across the world, having proven to the capabilities in the delivering both on the offshore and onshore services to global clients. While concluding, I take the opportunity to welcome each one of you again and express my gratitude to the making this event successful. Finally, I thank all and wish to grand success of this event and all the winners today in the 10th of STPI Export Award. With this, I think we'll start this award session. After that, my dignitaries in the dais, they will deliver their speech and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for briefing us about the STPI Export Awards. STPI plans to make these awards a yearly event, and this year, STPI has included more categories to the list. I will now like to request our guest of honor, Sri Debashish Sen, Sri Arvind Kumar, Sri Dhruva Mukherjee, and Sri Manjeet Naik to kindly come forward to give away the awards and recognition certificates to the winning units. The first category, that is category A of awards, is for exporters up to rupees 5 crores. The first award in this category is for top exporter IT among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Web Spiders India Private Limited, we have with us Mr. Siddharth Jhunjhunwala and Mr. Vijay Kumar Jhunjhunwala, Director and CEO of Web Spiders India Private Limited. I request them to kindly come forward. Here they are on the dais to receive the award. Heartiest congratulations. The second award in this category is for top exporter ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Green Wave Technologies India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Anup Kumar Saha, Manager Administration, Green Wave Technologies India Private Limited. Here he is. A huge round of applause, please, for Green Wave Technologies India Private Limited for winning this second award. Heartiest congratulations. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Invertis Infosoft Private Limited. Huge round of applause as I request Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, Digital Marketing Manager, Invertis Infosys Private Limited, to come forward and take the award on the behalf of this company. Heartiest congratulations. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in IT/ITES exports among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Sebit India Private Limited. We have with us Mrs. Neha Anand, Director, Sebit India Private Limited. May I request her to kindly come forward and receive the award. Huge round of applause, please. Keep those applauses coming. Great, thank you. Congratulations, ma'am. The fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. And the runners-up are for all of you to see on the screen. And the award goes to Origin Technologies. We have with us Ms. Arpita Mukhoti, Team Leader of Origin Technologies. Here she is, coming up with another of our team member. Heartiest congratulations. And for all the delegates here, keep smiling. There are people who are winning the awards. You need to keep clapping and you need to keep smiling. The smiles are going to make you feel very good. Yes, thank you. The sixth award in this category is for highest percentage of differently abled employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. And the award goes to Wrightberg Engineering Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Arnab Sengupta and Mrs. Momita Sengupta, Director of Wrightberg Engineering Private Limited. Here they are. Put your hands together for these amazing people. Heartiest congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving towards the second category, that is the category B of awards, that is for exporters above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the first award in this category is for top exporter IT among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores, and the runners-up of this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Navigator Software Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Sandeep Palud, President and CEO, Navigator Software Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Here he is, coming to take away the award. Beautiful award. Congratulations. The second award in this category is for top exporter ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Concentrix Daksh Services India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Ujjwal Mukherjee, Senior Director, Zonal Leader East, Concentrix Daksh Services India Private Limited. And here he is to take away an attractive award from our guests present here. Heartiest congratulations. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to NLP Technology Services Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Umang Sharma, Vice President Operations, and Mr. Varun Sharma, Associate Director, NLP Technology Services Private Limited. Here they are to take away the award. Put your hands together for NLP Technology Services Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in IT/ITES exports among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen for all of you to see. And the award goes to HCL Technologies Limited. Round of applause for HCL Technologies, and I request Mr. Santanu Chatterjee, Senior Executive of HCL Technologies, to kindly come forward and take the award. Heartiest congratulations. The fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen for all of you to see. And the award goes to 123 Stores E-Commerce Private Limited. I request Mr. Kovid Mukherjee, Director, 123 Stores E-Commerce Private Limited, to come forward and take the award. And a round of applause, please. Heartiest congratulations. The sixth award in this category is for highest percentage of differently abled employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. However, no nomination has been received for this category. Now we move to the third category, that is category C of awards for exporters above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the first award in this category is for top exporter IT among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Highland Software Solutions India LLP. We have with us Mrs. Rupa Ganguly, Director India Operations, and Neha Agarwal, India Finance Lead of Highland Software Solutions India LLP. Huge round of applause, please. Heartiest congratulations, lovely ladies. The second award in this category is for top exporter ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to I Merit Technology Services Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Tapishnu Chaudhary, Chief Financial Officer, I Merit Technology Services Limited. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage to take away the award. Heartiest congratulations. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores, and the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to EY Global Delivery Services India LLP. We have with us Mr. Vishal Agarwal, Executive Director, EY Global Delivery Services India LLP. Put your hands together as we watch him come onto the stage to take away the award. Heartiest congratulations. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in IT/ITES exports among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runners-up are on the screen. And the award goes to Nihilent Limited. We have with us Mr. Vineet Bahal, Chief Operating Officer of Nihilent Limited. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage and take away this award. Heartiest congratulations. So for all of you out here, the music is so good, we all feel like dancing, don't we? I'm dancing constantly because the music is just like catching up with me. Anyway, the fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen for all of you to see. And the award goes to Nextwell Infotech Private Limited. May I request Mr. Faizi Abdul Qadir Shahidi, Operations and Account Management, and Mr. Satyajit Roy Chaudhary, Senior Manager Finance, Nextwell Infotech Private Limited, to kindly come on stage. Here they are. Put your hands together. Heartiest congratulations. The sixth award in this category is for highest percentage of differently abled employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runners-up are here on the screen. And the award goes to Phytech Private Limited. I request Mr. Debashish Roy, Vice President, and Mr. Kishore Saha, Senior Manager, Accounts and Admin, Phytech Private Limited, to please come forward and take the award. Heartiest congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the fourth category, that is category D of awards for exporters above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. And the first award in this category is for top exporters IT among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores, and the runners-up are for all of you to see right here on the screen. And the award goes to Cognizant Technology Solutions India Limited. We have with our side Sajid Hussain, Kolkata Center Head, Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited. Here he is to receive the award. Heartiest congratulations. The second award in this category is for top exporter ITES among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. And the runner-up in this category is on the screen. And the award goes to HSBC Electronic Data Processing India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Anderson Phillips, Site Lead, Kolkata, and Chandrani Sen. No, it's not Chandrani Sen. You'll have to tell me. Okay, we have Stephen Luke with us, not Chandrani Sen. So they are representing HSBC Electronic Data Processing India Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in ITES among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Cognizant Technology Solutions India Limited. We have with us Syed Sajid Hussain, Kolkata Center Head, Cognizant Technology Solutions India Limited, to take away the award. And they're all smiles. They're smiling from year to year. All of you also need to smile because this is a happy moment for them. Heartiest congratulations. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in ITES exports among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. And here's a look at the runners-up. And the award goes to ICRA Analytics Limited. We have with us Ms. Madhubani Sengupta, Senior Vice President, and Mr. Subhamoykar, Assistant Vice President, to receive the award on behalf of the company. Put your hands together for these beautiful people. Heartiest congratulations. The fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to HSBC Electronic Data Processing India Private Limited. We have with us Anderson Phillips, Site Lead, Kolkata, and Stephen Luke. I'm not making a mistake this time. From HSBC Electronic Data Processing India Private Limited. Here they are to receive the award. Isn't the room getting cold? I think if you're just going to keep clapping, you're going to feel a lot warmer, you know. So I see very little claps coming, but if you're going to keep clapping, you're going to feel warmer and you're going to be happier as well. Okay, let's get on with the 6th award in this category for highest percentage of differently abled employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. And the award goes to ICRA Technologies Limited. We have with us Mr. Sumit Singhani and Mr. Raja Sanbui, Assistant Vice President of ICRA Analytics Limited, to take away the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. We will now start with the 5th category, that is category E of awards for exporters in Tier 2 and Tier 3 regions of West Bengal. The first award in this category is for top exporter IT/ITES among companies operating from Tier 2 and Tier 3 regions. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur. We have with us Mr. Bimal Kumar Patwari, CEO, Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur. And here he is with his 2 other colleagues from the company. And heartiest congratulations. I will request all of you to kindly stay on stage. Mr. Patwari, can I request you to stay on stage because the next award is coming. Okay. The second award in this category is for highest new job creator IT/ITES among companies operating from Tier 2, Tier 3 regions. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And we all know who's going to get this. The award goes to Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur. We already have Mr. Bimal Kumar Patwari, the CEO, is already here to take away the award. Heartiest congratulations. We now come to the 6th category. That is category F of awards, called Pride of West Bengal, for exporters above rupees 1,000 crores to rupees 3,000 crores. The award in this category is for highest exporters IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 1,000 crores to rupees 3,000 crores. This award goes to, any guesses? IBM India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Anindya Mitra, Location Head, IBM India Private Limited. Huge round of applause. Heartiest congratulations. There are so many smiles. I'm so happy at this fag end of the evening of the first day, and we have so many smiles, so many beautiful smiles. Okay, let's go to the last, but not the least, the 7th category, that is category G of awards, called IT Ratna of West Bengal, for top exporters and highest employer of West Bengal. And the award goes to Tata Consultancy Services Limited. We have with us Mr. Monojit Sengupta, Delivery Center Head, retired Brigadier Avanindra Joshi, General Manager, Admin, and Mr. Shubhadeep Nandi, Branch Finance Head, Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Huge round of applause for Tata Consultancy Services. Heartiest congratulations to each and every awardee. So all the awards of today's event have been presented. Congratulations to all the winners. I will request all our guests to kindly take their seats back again. Wow, those were quite a few awards, and it seems that STPI will continue to add more and more awards each year, and we will continue to congratulate each one of you for winning the awards. I will now request the winner of IT Ratna of West Bengal, Mr. Monojit Sengupta, Delivery Center Head, Tata Consultancy Services, to please come forward and speak a few words on this occasion. Sir.
It's a privilege and honor to accept this award, IT Ratna of West Bengal, from STPI on behalf of TCS. And we acknowledge that STPI has given us this recognition. And see, TCS has managed to have a robust growth over the years. From FY22 vis-a-vis FY21, from our STI operation, we have managed to have a 13.5% incremental growth. And if I look at our overall annual revenue from our Kolkata operation, we manage about 25%, close to 25% of our revenue from STPI, and almost about 28% of our current workforce in West Bengal, which is touching 50,000, work from the STPI locations. So we hope that we will be able to continue this robust growth, and we must acknowledge the wonderful support that we have been receiving from the different departments. Mr. Sen is here, Mr. Manjit Naik is here. So we have been receiving exemplary support from them and the different regulators, authorities, and government of West Bengal. And we hope that we continue to receive the support. And from STPI, I will specially call out Mr. Manjit Naik and his team for facilitating our operations from the STPI locations. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And once again, heartiest congratulations. May I now request the winner of Pride of West Bengal Award, Mr. Anindya Mitra, Location Head, to kindly come forward and present his invaluable words to the August gathering here today.
Thank you, honorary dignitaries. It's an honor for me to receive this award on behalf of IBM. And this award actually goes out to each and every employee of IBM in Kolkata. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank STPI for the excellent support that we've been receiving. And it's not just us as large IT organizations. I'm really amazed at the kind of support that STPI is giving to all the companies, be it small or large. The number of awards, which keeps growing every year, is just a testimony of the support that STPI is doing. So thank you for all the support, and thank you for the award.
Thank you very much, sir, and heartiest congratulations again. I would now like to request the winner from Exporter in Tier 2 and the Tier 3 regions of West Bengal, Sri Bimal Kumar Patwari, CEO of Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur, to say a few words. Sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and dear audience, we had a leadership training in which one of the questions that was asked to all the employees was to tell which was their happiest day in Pinnacle so far. And also, there were two whiteboards written, which was the happiest day in Pinnacle, which was your saddest day in the company. And I was amazed at the response that we got. In fact, there were some 8-9 factors where people said they were the various happiest days. And what was on the top of the deck? The top of the deck was when I was recognized for my performance. It was not when they got their promotion or the highest increment. I think we all strive for that recognition. And what was my saddest day? I should also tell you that. And the saddest day was when I did a good job, but the recognition went to my boss. So that was his saddest day. So I really thank STPI for organizing this event, rewarding, recognizing the entrepreneurs, the young entrepreneurs that we have in this state. It really goes a big way to pump us up, to give this energy to all our employees. And I'm really grateful to my whole team who have shown from a tier 2 or a tier 3 city what can be done, to set up work in 42 countries around the world. And today, the way we have grown and the pride that we have brought to the country, we really feel good. I'd like to take 2 more minutes. Mr. Devashish Sen, I'm really grateful to him. Sir, in 1997-98, if you remember, we started with 5 people, and he had inaugurated, he was the district magistrate of Burdwan, and he had kindly come to Durgapur, and he inaugurated our center, and he has been a tremendous inspiration for us. The way he sat down in those years, 97-98, digitized the whole district, created so many maps, the various types of infrastructure maps. I really admire, sir, and you have continued that today. It's a great honor to get that prize from you. I'd also like to thank the STPI, we did not know anything about the rules, regulations, what is this export, what are the various licenses we have to take. And I think STPI was really nice in holding our hand when we were very small, earning few lakhs of rupees. They were holding our hand. So great. So again, thank you, sir, for this recognition. Really appreciate all that you have done to honor us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and heartiest congratulations again. This is an apology from our end that we will not be able to give space to all the winners, but our best wishes are with you. Thank you so much. May I now request Sri Dhruba Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited, to say a few words. Sir.
It's been a very, very long day for you, so I don't want to prolong it any further. I think I'll take off from where Mr. Patwari ended, that every award is a recognition, and I heartily congratulate all the winners here today for getting that recognition. And I'd also like to congratulate STPI for setting up this award, because this will inspire not only those who are here, but those who are not here to put in that effort, to put in that initiative, and strive to make the difference in the world that we live in. Thank you once again for having me here. It was inspirational to be up on stage and seeing such achievers coming up, and probably I'll take away a bit of that inspiration to do better in my field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India, to speak to the gathering. Sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Sri Devashish ji, Dhruv Mukherjee ji, and my colleague Sri Naik ji. Congratulations to all the award winners. I think this is moment when you want to enjoy it. I don't want to waste time in my speech or anything. This is when you people get the award, we also feel rewarded without doing anything. So you people work hard to get the award, and we are rewarded just because of no reason, just we have a STPI office here. Today, very important day for this country also, because we are assuming presidency of G20, and today our country is getting. But this award also comes with a lot of responsibilities, and I again would like to congratulate to be a consistent, winning first and then continue to be consistent. So Tata Consultancy deserve for that consistency also. But I would like to say only one thing. There has been a lot of evolution in the IT industry, and perhaps West Bengal missed that bus. Bangalore has taken, Pune has taken, Hyderabad has taken, and now it is the second phase of technological revolution, and West Bengal should not miss that very bus. And everybody in West Bengal, everybody who has got today award, they should work hard and they should become number one in India when it comes to IT. Or when I say today IT means not simple software services. Now IT has also widened its scope. Now it means everything, every technology which comes under the IT, ICT, whether it is artificial intelligence, big data analytics. So this is a second big movement in the country. Prime Minister called it a decade. This is again an opportunity for the states like West Bengal, who has missed first bus. They can catch this bus and they can do wonders in this country. They can become one, they can beat Bangalore, they can beat Hyderabad, they can beat Pune when it comes to IT software. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request our guest of honor, Sri Debashish Sen, Chairman, Nabadiganta Industrial Township Authority and MD West Bengal Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation, to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Good evening, everybody, and especially those on the dais. Yes, it is like homecoming. After 2 years in this setup, I see so many familiar faces, and of course, the most effusive Mr. Patwari, who is always effusive. He never says a bad word against anybody, but he's said so much for the olden times that I was reminded of those days in Bardhaman. I was talking to Mr. Mukherjee, and I am even missing, Mr. Purokastu used to be there, the former managing director. He is now gone for other work. So this is really a great networking event. And even from the awardees, without seeing anything, I knew TCS was going to win the greatest award. So there's not even a secret, but there's a fun in reconnecting. I think that is why we are all here. We want to reconnect with each other. We want to, again, strengthen our bonds. We want to know how we can help each other. And this is the only way to grow and grow further. Without this networking, without this exchange of ideas, which there is a great book I am very fond of. It's called The Triumph of the Cities by the Harvard economist Edward Glaser. He says that in cities, the greatest strength of cities is that you can network. So calculus, as invented by Newton and Leibniz, these can find great avenues to open up new areas in artificial intelligence, blockchain, drone technology, IoT, and everything that is getting together. So let's enjoy these 3 days together, and let's try to build a new Bengal, especially today when India has become the lead country, the host country for G20 from today, 1st of December. What a great way to reconnect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those encouraging words. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to present mementos to our guests on the dais here. May I request Dr. Manas Ray, Additional Director, STPI Kolkata, to kindly come forward to present mementos to our guest of honor, Sri Debashish Sen. And here is Dr. Manas Ray, Additional Director of STPI Kolkata, to present a memento to our guest of honor, Sri Debashish Sen. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much for being here with us, sir, today. It was a privilege to hear you speak. May I request Sri Arindam Raymondal, Joint Director, STPI Kolkata, to present a memento to our guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India. Thank you, sir, for being here with us, encouraging us with your words and your presence. May I request Sri Sahadev Jana, Joint Director, STPI Kolkata, to present a memento to our guest, Sri Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited. Thank you, sir, for being with us and constantly encouraging and inspiring us with your words and your gracious presence. Thank you, sir. May I request Sri Debshankar Datta, Administrative Officer, STPI Kolkata, to present a memento to Director Manjit Nayak, STPI Kolkata. Thank you, sir, for being with us always. Now I request Dr. Manas Ray, Additional Director, STPI Kolkata, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. Guest of honor on the dais, Sri Debashish Sen, IAS, Chairman, ITA, MD, WBH HITCO Limited, Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI, Sri Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO, ABP Private Limited, and Sri Manjit Nayak, Director, STPI Kolkata. And all the dignitaries present in the hall, your presence has worked as a catalyst to spark and ignite the minds of the participants present here. It's my great pleasure to convey the vote of thanks before the August gathering on the behalf of STPI Kolkata. We are thankful to our guest of honor, Sri Debashish Sen, Chairman, NDITA, and MD, W HITCO Limited, for attending and distributing the 10th STPI Export Award 21-22 West Bengal. He has soft corner towards the growth of the IT and the electronics industry of the state. He has been kind enough to take out some spacious time out of his busy schedule, and it was nice listening to you, sir. Thank you very much. I am thankful to our guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumarji, Director General, STPI. His vision initiatives will take forward the IT industry and will play an important role for the industrial growth across India. His support is always with us, and we are thankful for his kind guidance. Also, thanks to Sri Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited, we are fortunate to have ABP partners since the beginning. I am thankful to Sri Manjit Nayak ji, Director, STPI Kolkata. He has been playing an important role in development of IT ecosystem in Kolkata and is actively involved in the growth of ITA system in West Bengal. Sir, your continuous guidance and support has helped us shaping this award. I must express my gratitude to the jury members of the selection committee for their kind support in analyzing the vast data and selection of the awardees. And of course, thanks to all the participants who are present here, and congratulations to the awardees. I am grateful to our unit members who have been doing every effort to make West Bengal a forerunner in the ITS exporting states of India. Friends, your sincere hard work is highly commendable. I am thankful to press, media, esteemed guests and other dignitaries whose presence here has really encouraged us. Last but not the least, I express my sincere thanks to all my colleagues, friends, members from the event organizers and support staff for the dedicated hard work in shaping up, successfully organizing this event. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
I will request our guests to remain here on stage, and I will request all the awardees to come in and take a picture with our distinguished guests here. Please. You can come in with your awards. I think it will look good. If you bring in your awards, the picture is going to look even better. This will be a lovely picture, so I request all of you to come in with your awards. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the STPI Export Awards 2021-22 West Bengal event. Please join us for dinner now. And tomorrow, please join us early because we're going to be starting by 9:30. Please be here so that we can start early and we can go as per the time. Today we were very much on time and we will expect that all of you are going to be here now. So please join us for dinner and enjoy the evening ahead. Good night.